Chapter 26. He sat up with a gasp. The everything that ever happened to him flashes in front of him. A happy childhood, clearer than it was ever before. The good, the bad, and the ugly of his teenage years. Signing up for the Marines and halfway through basic contact being made. A lifelong love of cowboy and horror movies. A period of burning painful madness in zero gravity after an even more grueling training on Earth. Friends and family and their faces and times together and apart. A deep stabbing pain in his gut at the thought of never seeing his family again, and the girlfriend he broke up with to reach the stars. The uncertainty, the admiration, the mission, an order, waking up to horror, an escape, a mistake. Herbert Jameson opens his eyes but sees nothing. He holds a hand to his hand and finds a soft cloth with metal plates bolted to it. The sheer sensation of touch is immense, like something the Nerd Squad would go on and on and on about when describing hypersensitivity. You're awake. Thank goodness. Your friends are out getting some breakfast. I'll let them know to bring extra for you. A woman's voice says, and there's a tapping sound. I'm in the hospital, right? What the hell is wrong with my voice? He asks as a higher pitch comes out, then he forces it down into its proper tone. It's rough on the throat, though. He reaches up and all but tears off the cloth before flinching at the sight of the black chitinous creature in front of him. No, 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 I won't hurt you, I swear, she says, holding up two sets of arms. I'm sorry. We all are. It's not excuse for our behavior, but we were all set up. She explains, and he absently wonders how she can even see him when she doesn't have visible eyes. Or is the entire stretched out forehead a massive sensory organ? He absently reaches around him for some kind of weapon, and under his pillow he finds a pistol. One of the boys must have placed it there. He pulls it out, but doesn't reveal it, instead tucking it in the arm holding it under the thin blankets. Oh? Set up? How? I was told that if you wake up when they're not here to give you a choice of a short explanation and a long one, and tell you that they have a recording of the massively public trial that's still ongoing. I'm making galactic news? We all are, she says wryly, and there's an unfamiliar musical jingle. She pulls out her personal communicator. Your friends want to know if you prefer sausage, bacon, or standard muffin? I don't understand. 3 different types of meat to go on a breakfast sandwich. Tell them, yes, I'm hungry to the point my leg looks tasty. Extra hash browns and the biggest coffee if the cafeteria is doing a McDonald's day, he says before holding up the thing that had been on his head. So what's this thing? I'm not a medical student, so I don't know the official name, but it keeps your memories intact during a healing coma. Without it, then the restoration would wipe out your memories too. Apparently, all the memories flashing back to you when you wake up is it giving all the memories back after copying them? I wouldn't know. I've never needed a full healing coma, she says, and his eyebrows go up. Are you implying that reversing the aging process is something you people just do as part of the healing process? He asks, and she shrugs. Bonkers. The galaxy is bonkers. Oh, like you humans are any less strange. I mean, really, who dives out a skyscraper window to escape his loving wives? Lady, you look like the xenomorph from Aliens. I know. Do you want to know what happened? She says somewhat tartly. Apparently, the subject is already old, worn, and irritating. Sure, he says. It is, after all, more useful to get information than to throw insults. The short version is that an under-administrator was on the payroll of Vifin Laka, a former political rival of Ambassador Hlela, set us all up. Due to the way our society is structured, her screw-ups would fall onto the ambassador. So the first time a human ended up on our territory, it ended up being a waiting bomb because of her. The math is simple. Take 100 eager young women boiling in their hormones, a man that smells of sex, and a story that he accidentally knocked himself with aphrodisiacs in his eagerness to please us and being told we'll never got so good a chance again. Then you woke up and you know the rest. I take it the bitch has been dealt with? Which one? A new voice asks, and Herbert smiles as one of his fellow troopers, Christopher Dunn, walks in with a huge paper bag that smells amazing. Thuna Lorne, the under-administrator that started this mess. The alien says either fingering the guilty party or throwing someone under the bus, maybe both. Ah, Yea, that bitch is still being turned over a spit in the court of public opinion, not to mention the actual legal courts, Christopher says as he pulls out another bag from within the larger one. He hands it to Herbert, who grins at the smell. A large steaming paper cup with a lid is put on the bedside table, followed by a second one without steam and a couple pills. A whackload of grub, followed by the biggest coffee they got. I also brought a tall water for fluid, and the vitamins are just a precaution. He explains before pulling out a smaller, less visibly stuffed bag for the alien, and then hands her a cold-looking drink. He pulls one out for himself as well with its own steaming cup. So what did I interrupt? What the hell happened? Herbert asks, as he doesn't so much as bite as swallow a hash brown. Wow, things taste great now. The healing that you went through basically put you back to factory fresh at about 14. So as far as your body knows, your balls have freshly dropped, Christopher says as he pulls out an Eggo muffin and takes a huge bite of it. Anyways, your ambassador used this as a way to quickly get some laws passed so this can't happen again. He also funded an investigation into Thuna Lorne and found out her connection to Vifin Laka and her duplicity. The alien says, and Christopher nods even as he quickly inhales his second sandwich and starts in on his hash browns. And about the, Herbert says, gesturing to the alien. Turns out that a team made from 3 races tried to poke their noses into cruel space. It worked enough for them to tell where we are, generally, and that we were alive. So they sent the beacon. But it went both ways, so some people got different impressions. The aliens, the Predator, and the Greys are all actual races, but a lot of details slipped through the cracks. Like the fact they're pretty much all woman and eager to bone down? Herbert says with a snort, even as he polishes off his last hash brown of 4. And culture. The Zayden, as your girl Barizi here is, are as a whole a very respectable species. So huge on responsibility and owning up to fuck-ups that it was a big part in the frame-up you fell into. Damn. It's so hardcore that apparently Ambassador Halela was all but confessing to a crime being committed against her. It's also why your girl here hasn't left your side since... ta-ta-ta! No, none of that. I made a mistake and will be making up for it. I don't deserve credit for basic decency. Barizi counters, waving 3 of her 4 hands at him. Christopher merely gestures towards her, and Herbert blinks in confusion. And the Predators? Please don't call a Yaoya that. They didn't take the movies well. At least the ones with my race only showed animals that looked like us a little. The ones with the Yaoya? It's either a psychotic serial killer who's horribly maimed or a suicidal homosexual going out for a final bit of completely illegal fun before killing himself. Homosexual? Christopher asks. Apparently he didn't get this memo. The Yaoya have a tradition called the mating hunt, a cross between a camping trip, a massive makeout session, and a game. Barizi explains, and both men look to each other in baffled confusion. So you're saying that if the Predator movie wasn't a horror film, then the invisible hunter would be flirting with the soldiers, rather than collecting trophies? Herbert asks in a stunned tone, as the sheer idea of it is giving him a headache. And proposing to the big man at the end. Yes, Barizi says, and there's a pause as that sinks in. Oh, wow, that's going to take a long time to get out of my head. Woo, holy crap, Christopher exclaims, and Herbert starts laughing out loud. After about a minute, and the laughs peter away, Herbert finishes up his meal and downs the vitamins while draining the water. So what about the Greys and the whole probing meme that went around? Herbert asks before slowly drinking the remaining half. Apparently one of the scientists had not only a hardcore fetish, but was indulging it that day, Christopher says as Herbert is drinking the last mouthful of water. The timing is perfect, and he immediately starts to choke to Barizi's distress. How the hell does that even get confessed? Herbert demands as he finally manages to cough out the water that he'd inhaled at the sudden intake. Sir Philip is not a man to mess with. If he's going in soft, then you'll give him your deepest, darkest secrets and not even notice. If he's going in hard, he doesn't even leave a stain, as he tends to clean up after himself. Christopher says, and Herbert considers it for a moment. So I'm still married from what I understand, Herbert asks as he watches Christopher's pattern. He's jonesing for a little revenge. He can't help but notice Barizi flinch a touch. That's right. There are thousands of precedents that say no to annulling this nonsense. and a lot of ambassadors that dig in their heels if they even think you're going to mess with the arrangement laws. That we got them changed as we did is a minor miracle, supported by blackmail and bribery, but a miracle nonetheless. Christopher says before taking a sip of coffee. So I'm living in a harem anime? Herbert asks, and Christopher starts choking at the thought and spills what's left of his coffee. After getting his breath back and taking a few lungfuls to fortify himself, Christopher gives Herbert a grin. If you didn't look like a kid, I'd bitch slap you for making me choke. Not my fault, you… never mind. Don't want to offend the lady present, Herbert says before running a hand through his hair and sitting up a bit more. The idea that a man has to be considerate for the sensibilities of a lady. Breezy titters in amusement. Well, fair maiden of darkest armor, humans are a rather over-the-top species, Herbert says with a chuckle, and notices that Christopher is collecting all the garbage in the room. You're about to leave and call the janitor, aren't you? He asks, and Christopher nods. You're clearly in a good mental spot. You need this, he says, reaching under his chair and tossing a bag at him. Close comm, spare mags and harness. I need to report in. The comm also has an emergency button. It's an all-call for the Dauntless and in every communication hub in EFL ships. If you need to GTFO or find something that we need to jump on, then press that button. Loose leash protocols? Herbert asks in shock. You're a public figure now. You and Shay are both under loose leash. So they've been expanded beyond the EFL? Yay, and you're under them. Admiral's orders. He tells Herbert, pulling out an envelope from an internal jacket pocket. Paper? Barisi asks. The Dauntless getting hacked scared the hell out of us. It's harder to hack paper in rooms where all the walls and ceiling are covered by tasteful wood paneling and a fog machine going on to catch any cloaking, Herbert says as he breaks the old-fashioned wax seal with a doodle of a sword crossed with a gun for the emblem. He reads the orders and considers. It's good to know you have such a high opinion of my mental state, Chris. He notes before rereading it, before folding it up and tucking it away. You do have the option to refuse, Christopher reminds him. Refuse? Refuse being a teenager again, with a massive harem of eager women? Herbert asks, and Christopher snorts. Fair enough, Salder. Good to see that you're not really bothered by what happened. Christopher notes, and Herbert just shrugs. It was a bad scare, a very bad scare, but one of my tormentors is all but on her knees begging for forgiveness. There's no real point being angry. Besides, I went from drugged to adrenaline to Axiom to falling. Until I bounced off a rooftop, I was halfway convinced it was a fucked up dream. Then the concussion blunted the pain until I passed out and woke up here. If she wasn't sitting there and you weren't completely aware of what happened, I'd still kind of think it was a dream, Herbert explains, pointing to Barisi. You're fucking crazy and you're getting therapy anyways. Oh, by the way, their most common pets are facehuggers minus the wang, Chris says, walking out. What? Herbert demands in shock. Chapter 27. Ren blinks in shock as a small army of men step into her dojo. No, that new race. Human. 10 of them and all chatting among themselves softly. One of them is pointing out all the small details to a clearly frustrated peer and is smacked in the back of the head by the others. She focuses through the small bolts of Kutha she had bolted into her natural armor as a Platon, and her eyes widen. That one is downright twisting the Axiom around him in all sorts of directions, and all of them have multiple Kutha discs on their persons. Welcome to the first step, where I set my students upon the path of self-betterment. The first step is merely to try, she says kindly. 7 out of 10 for the sales pitch, Ryu remarks. Ma'am, the first step is an excellent proposition, but we need a kick in the pants. We're not going to be here very long, so a quick and dirty lesson as to how to keep Axiom reinforcement and enhancement going. Okay, you all have a few pieces of Kutha. 2 of them, and I teach you all how to make the ones you have left into proper totems and how to use them at a basic level. Everything beyond it is mostly about combat styles and later advanced manipulations. You do all know how to draw an Axiom and use it to strengthen yourself, right? Yes, also we know that you have to enhance everything to prevent injury. Too strong in the muscle and you'll crack bone. Too strong in bone and muscle and your organs and nerves. Very good. Now payment, please, she says, and the one already twisting the axiom around him throws a pair of coins at her that slow in midair and float in front of her in an excellent display of axiom control. Thank you, though I'm not sure why you need a lesson. I can see what you're doing to that axiom, she says, and he nods. Yes, but there's never any harm with a refresher course, Franklin replies, and she nods. Very good, students. A quick and dirty lesson. Your names, please. Miles here. Jake present and accounted for. I am Beck, and I look forward to seeing you bring out the wild blue yonder from I'm Jean-Luc, he says, holding Beck's mouth shut. You may call me Cy. I am Ryu, and I am Lou. Here is Victor. I'm Marcus, and I'm looking forward to what we have to learn. And I'm Franklin, the ginger says. Very good. Now I want all of you to bring out one of your Kutha discs and hold them in your preferred hand. Then pull in the axiom. She orders, and all of them do as instructed. She nods in appreciation and begins to pace around them. They want quick and dirty? Fine. She's got 3 hours until her next class. Time enough for the very basics to at least explained and demonstrated. They all pull it in evenly and strongly. Oddly so. They're all yanking at the axiom as if they can simply tell there is something there. Oh, right. They existed in null all their lives, meaning any sensation of axiom would stand out like a flare once they become aware of it. Excellent. Now focus it into the Kutha rather than yourself. Pull it in through the Kutha and move it within it. Don't worry about how the metal distorts or discolors. That's normal, and controlling it is much more advanced. She explains and leaves out the fact that a lot of axiom styles consider the shifts of pattern and color of totems like these to be a test of personality or even predict the future. The discs shift and morph in their hands, most of them taking on slight changes which would cause the refraction of light upon the metal to shift. Yet it's Franklin who seems to understand how it's distorting. It twists into a spiral, moving upwards, shifting in his hand as if alive. Then it collapses into a cube that divides itself into further cubes that shift and rearrange themselves to rotate, even though as a whole it is not. Yet it is. Oh God, here we go. Jean-Luc grumps as it shifts into what can only be identified as a representation of an atom of carbon. Then it dissolves and looks to be a tiny serpent slithering over his head before combining into an orb. The orb distorts and a sound can be heard. It distorts in different ways to produce different sounds before it begins producing music with a heavy thrumming beat. Knock it off. We need to get the lessons in, and your showing off isn't helping, Miles says, and Franklin looks up as if surprised. Apparently, he had forgotten everyone else in his focus. Sorry, he says, crushing the Kutha down in his fist before opening his hand to reveal the disc now looks like it was fit together like a child's puzzle. Still an immensely complicated trick, but nowhere near as distracting. What next, ma'am? He asked respectfully, holding the disc between two fingers with an eager expression on his face. Okay, what you've done is imprint your own personal touch into the Kutha. This basic item will now be able to take over the duties of concentration for you. There are other types, of course. Axiom-infused tattoos, brands, and even jewelry. But it all needs your personal touch to take the duty for you. Which is the harder trick. So everyone get comfortable and get your axiom focus ready. It's a matter of raw will to place your focus into a totem, and it never gets harder than the first time. What about the other forms of totems? Marcus asks, and she smiles. Glad to see that it's not going to be just one student dominating the class. They're harder to use, but once you know how, it's not so bad. There are advantages, of course. Jewelry is often worn at all times and can be harder to steal. A brand or tattoo blatantly cannot be taken away, which is as much as an advantage as it is a disadvantage, mostly due to the reactions others have to knowing that you're effectively armed and dangerous. Considering there are entire races that are living weapons out of a nightmare, I dare say that they can suck it up, Miles remarks. Oh? An acquaintance of ours ran afoul of political conspiracy in an arrangement system. He has many Zedden wives now. Young, desperate, stupid Zedden wives that took his lack of refusal due to being knocked the hell out as an excuse to satisfy themselves on him. This was before he even woke up after being attacked and tranquilized by trespassing in the arrangement system. He explains and Ren's jaw drops. But that's not how it works. They legally detain, not kidnap, and they run interviews and ensure that it's a good match and, like the big man said, there was political conspiracy afoot. The much larger Jake says even as he regards his totem. So is there a special trick or do I just think really hard at putting things into the totem? Essentially, visualization helps. Then you get a feel for it. It becomes more and more reflexive the more used to it you get. Just pull in the axiom and empower yourself. Then imagine it being tied to the totem rather than to your mind. That's it, Ryu asks. Yes, is something wrong? It has to be more complicated than that. No, it's simple to explain, but a pain to actually do. Much like any martial art, really. You can summarize it as hit the other person and avoid getting hit yourself. Easy to say, not easy to do. Now, as I said, everyone get comfortable. The first time takes a while, she says before sitting on the padded floor. The first one to succeed is Ryu. He pushes and pushes until he opens his eyes in shock. She can see him shift the flow of energy until it's flowing through the modified disc and into him. He rolls his neck and after slipping the coin into his pocket, he jumps up and shifts the momentum in the air, so he spins before landing. Hey, nice, Lou notes. I'm next, he declares. Dear goodness, that took me an hour, Ryu notes as he glances at the clock. Time's 2/3 done, people put some effort into it, Miles says, and there are snorts and muttered mockery all around him. Oh, fine, Franklin remarks, and it slams into place. I've been messing with this for weeks, more or less constantly. I know how to do this. And you didn't think to explain it? Jake demands as Ren fights back a smile at the drama unfolding in front of her. She might be missing her favorite soap opera for this, but damn if the boys aren't fierce concentration. Okay, 1. I've tried, and the ones who don't have their eyes glaze over blow me off. I've told you all that you need to take the axiomistic enhancement energy construct empowering you and place it within a physical receptacle so that it isn't torn apart when you're unable to consistently maintain it. Look handsome. I've dedicated my life to axiom use, and my eyes started to glaze over, and you just gave a basic description. Well, pardon the hell out of me if I have a hard time dumbing things down for these Morlocks. Franklin snarks and dodges a swipe from Beck. Be silent and allow me to become the wild blue yonder. He jokes and Franklin chuckles before seemingly vanishing before reappearing next to Ren. How did you do that? I played mucky muck with probability until I was here. That dumb enough for everyone? He explains before asking the entire group with a pissed-off look on his face. Fuck you too, Franklin. Jean-Luc notes and Franklin simply sits down with a grin to watch them get back to focusing. Hey, do you recommend any books for making tattoos or brands that can be used as totems? He asks, and she looks at him oddly. Whisper so we don't bother them. Only if you tell me how you learned to make a proper totem by yourself. Simple. I wanted to make a sword covered in fire, so I practiced trying to put Axiom into Kutha as a first practice step. Then I noticed that it was keeping up the same flow as when I put things into it. Then I did it again while focusing on enhancement. It worked. And why didn't you tell them that? That's what they blew off. The technical explanation goes miles over their heads, and the personal story they don't pay attention to. Before Jean-Luc suggested hiring a pro, I was maybe a day away from tying them all down and forcing them to pay attention. They wanted an actual authority on things. As crazy as they are, I can't really fault them for wanting someone accredited to explain things. Annoying as it is, Franklin responds before leaning back and making his new totem float over his hand, before letting his arm drop while continuing to control the modified Kutha. It dances around and bobs around under his direct control without any seeming effort. Spawn! Feel fear! Felonious fiends, for today for the wild blue yonder has been unleashed! Beck suddenly shouts, getting several others to jump in shock. What? Ren asks in confusion. We've been using sort of mental imprints, personas to help keep focus. He's used a parody character who refers to himself as the wild blue yonder. Big, dumb, and almost completely immune to harm, on top of being absurdly strong. Franklin explains and she nods. It's a very good idea. Not as speedy as she would prefer, but very good on many levels. Not a bad idea, it would mess with mind readers. How common are mind-reading techniques? What are the signs and what are the most common and effective countermeasures? He instantly demands, sitting up and looking her right in the eyes. She looks away and all of them are staring right at her. Chapter 28. His eyes widen as he reads the text on his comm mind readers. Great. That's a problem on more levels than he can consider. Honeymoon or not, he's on information gathering duty. Is something wrong? Miro Noir asks, and he gives a rueful smile. Just that everyone on the Dauntless have found something new to panic about, he says, and she flops down next to him on the couch and cuddle close. He puts his arm around her and luxuriates with her for a bit. Must I ask? She asks, and he chuckles. Mind readers are the scare of the day. After we found our ways around hackers, I suppose it was inevitable. A lot of people on that ship can't function without having some kind of crisis to panic about. He explains, and she just lets out a contented sigh as she snuggles into his side. They don't need to panic much. Axiom adepts are rare enough. Rarer still are the ones that have a more spiritual connection like you. Those that learn to touch minds are rare again. But I thought anyone could do those things. Yes, but so few do. It's not something you need to survive, so it's not something that's bothered with for most. Most people just want a happy, healthy life and don't want to push themselves the way they need to. She explains and he nods as his hand snakes onto her back, and he begins to trace small circles in it, getting a little sigh of happiness. He considers the fact that she didn't deny that anyone could be a mind reader, and it's only how hard a skill set it is to learn that keeps everyone from being a mind reader. Not very comforting. Spies are rarely stupid schmucks who just walk in and do what they want. That dumb kid that Sir Philip scared off notwithstanding. Let alone that a mind-reading interrogator might discover all sorts of terrible things without even touching someone. Is it really so bad if someone might take a peek? Afraid of what they'll find? Miro Noir teases, and he freezes at the thought. It is that bad? She asks in shock, and he forcefully relaxes. Yes, no. It's hard to explain. You see, human psychology is a complicated thing, and there's just such a huge mess that it might get us declared insane, even if we're as stable as bedrock. Oh? She asks, sitting up a little more to better see his face. One of the more popular theories is of Sigmund Freud, who theorizes that there are three parts of the mind. They're called the id, the ego, and the superego, or more accurately, instinct, reason, and morals. If a mind reader just listens to my thoughts, they'd get a jumble of all three. If they take a picture of my thoughts, then they'd get all three as well. Do you think that such a thing is accurate? Freud's theory makes sense to me, somewhat. There are many other theories, but I haven't had a chance to really study them, so I can't say how it stacks up against its competition, Vernon remarks before shaking his head. No, I've also heard about yin-yang theory, or light and darkness. But the most common bit about most theories of the mind I've heard have many voices in our heads. Something I know to be accurate. That sounds confusing. It can be. So if you have three voices, what do they say? Right now? She confirms as she cuddles back into him. Well, right now they're actually in agreement. Instinct says cuddle with mate. Crude as the animal part of the mind as it knows what it likes. Morals say cuddle with beloved because it's something you want that I'm happy to give. Reason says cuddle with wife as I've got a good thing going, and it would be wise to keep it that way, he says, and she smiles as he scooches to get more comfortable and quickly taps out what little he just learned in an English text for the Dauntless. That done, he puts it aside and pulls Miro Noir closer. They fall asleep and doze away the day, waking up well after dinner with a burning hunger that sets them both to quickly making a meal. Hoagies might not be romantic, but they are deeply satisfying for both, though Miro Noir stays well away from Vernon's meal with the mustard he put on it. She can digest the stuff, but just knowing that mustard gas exists keeps her well off it. His quick bit of research in finding out that mustard gas is called that because impure forms smell like mustard has not helped his case. If it smells like a massively dangerous poison, then I'm not going to risk it, she remarks primly. No, it doesn't. A massively dangerous poison smells like mustard. Complete opposite, he says, and she snorts in amusement. Yes, because that's the part that I'm concerned about. Oh my goodness. How do humans even find a poison? We generally bet a less intelligent friend that there's no way they could eat that, or find that a friend has snuck something into our meal for a joke, he says, and she struggles to keep her mouth closed as she laughs. I'll get you some water, he says, standing up and heading into the kitchen. And none of your tricks, she teases after him. Oh? Not even this? He asks, walking back in, carrying a pair of glasses as a globe of water floats behind him. He places one in front of her and the second in front of his own plate as the globe divides in half and mostly fills both glasses. You know what I meant, and don't you deny it. She chides him and he chuckles. Well, yes, but isn't the whole point of a boundary to be pushed? No, not it's not, she says with a smile. Then how can you find out where the real limits are? How can you learn where you grow? By following the paths of those who have achieved what you seek. But they haven't done everything. Someday someone will look back upon these times and use them to see where they can go. In that light, is it not our duty to see where we can go? Oh, stop. Excelling, while nice, isn't needed. Not sure that's an entirely honest bit of advice, oh princess, he remarks, and she smiles but merely takes a bite of her sandwich rather than answer. You know, the next shellcracker tournament is coming up soon. It's not on Centris, however. I'd love to, he says, and she beams. The chance to participate in something in that sounds like a wonderful experience. Pardon? She asks. That went a direction she wasn't expecting. If she could read minds, she'd see the panic running through his mind at that slip-up. Well, you're a princess, and it would be more appropriate if you were married to a prince after all. Is that not how it works? He asks, hoping it's the right answer. He hates it when his mouth runs off on him. Sure, it's very honest, but not everyone likes that. In fact, few people do. Oh, you... She's at a loss for words, but there's an enormous, dopey smile on her face. You don't have to prove yourself to me. You're not in cruel space. And if I want to? If I want the galaxy to know that you chose so well that I can stand by your side rather than at your back in battle? He asks, walking around the table and hugging her from behind. She rises up to kiss him, her insides too warm and mushy to say anything coherent. She luxuriates with a full stomach and a loving husband before finding some words as he holds her. You know, it has happened before. Other races have tried the shellcracker tournaments. They rarely do well. Not much instinct to protect the shell, or they poorly forge one. Winning isn't likely, possibly even impossible, but I want to at least try, he says, and she can imagine it. Her instructing her eager student in the forging of his shell, him going out all excited and coming back dejected into the comfort of her arms. Some sweet assurances whispered into his ear, leading into a night where he bears his frustrations in a rough round of love and, Are you all right? He asks gently and breaks her out of her fantasy. Oh, yes, I am. Maybe. Yes, I will help you. The rules of the tournament say you must forge the shell yourself, but having instruction from another is allowed. Not to mention differing shapes and materials are allowed. The only rule is they must be worn into the arena and protected. Some of the more rambunctious girls paint lurid images or insulting phrases. It rarely works, however. I'd imagine not. Does it have to all one piece or only protect the back? No, technically you could walk in with a cardboard box with holes for the arm and head. You won't win, but it would be a slap in the face to every opponent you face. There's always some crazy girl that tries that. A challenge to everyone by making their shell out of something frail. All it has to be is worn over your clothing and something you can take off and remain decent. He pulls out his communicator as she finishes her explanation and brings up an image of a metal cuirass, a breastplate made of shining steel. If this was made out of tri-tite, would it be legal? He asks, and she gawks at the idea. Most shells focus heavily on the back, but if he's going all the way around. Yes, but it would be heavy, not to mention it would limit your own abilities. The tournament is one of Axiom power. You wouldn't be able to... Oh, yes. You don't breathe fire. However, tritite is hard to mold and manipulate. Something like this, then? He asks, bringing up the image of a chainmail vest. Just a bit cruder, the coins can be bound together by another metal, and that way, if worse comes to worse, I can break my own shell to surrender. but still have the protection of tri-tight against more unusual Axiom tricks. He explains, and her mind turns a little. It wouldn't be as protective, but it would be light and strong, especially against Axiom techniques. The metal is downright immune to Axiom and short of null, which eats its way through the lifeblood of the universe. It was the best way to keep you safe from it. And the tournament is one of Axiom use. Many take the time to show off exotic techniques with it. By wearing tri-tight, you'd render yourself nearly impervious to most of them. And since you can make it out of coins, all you have to do is forge the connectors and then tie it all together in the right pattern. Even better is if I make a machine to forge those connectors, then an armor like this will have practical use. Axiom, proof vests, something that Dauntless needs. Do you sense war on the horizon? I'm not certain, but plan for the worst while hoping for the best. It's very hard to hinder yourself due to being overly prepared, he says, and she smiles. Take that attitude into the tournament, and I'll have no issue cheering from the crowd. I'll look for you in it with a fervor. He vows and she sighs. Her life is a saccharine romance, and she loves it. If her family could watch her, they'd think they were putting on a show, but he means it. He actually means it. Gooey, sticky, warm, bubbly, sappy love was all hers. She didn't even want to look for a sister bride, just hold on to him as tightly as she could and soak it all in for as long as possible. But they'd luxuriated most of the day away already. She and he needed to get something other than falling deeper in love done, or they'd never accomplish anything ever again. Then let's get started on designing those connectors, shall we? On to Nib with chapter 29. Reginald awakes to the pounding procession of his own life. So many faces and so many funerals. Practical skill and aches and pains that aren't anymore. He sits up in the quiet room and feels about. There's something on his head, cloth and metal. He peels it off and looks around. The lights are on dimly and there's a great stillness in the air. It's night. He recognizes Kutha as the main component of the metal on whatever this strange headdress was, but puts it aside as he notices something. His arms. They are unscarred. One of the accidents that nearly claimed his life had left a series of small white scars along his arms. They are pristine now. He opens and closes his hands. There is no creaking or pain. He stretches every part of his body. There are cracks as if he had been still for days, if not weeks. Perhaps he had been. Then he throws off the cover of the blankets and swings his legs out of bed. The sensations are almost overwhelming, yet he has been through much and pushes through with ease. So this is the result of a healing coma? It's exceptional. All the small pains and burdens and discomforts of his age had faded, as if they had never existed. His mind runs sharp and quick as he steps around his bed, and he freezes when he gazes at the window. The darkness outside has rendered it into a black mirror. He is young, clearly and recognizably so. So that's what they did. The old Reginald is dead and gone, and he's just some impersonator in his restored carcass. Of course, the family line both ends and continues because there's more pain in store. Whatever sick deity or cruel spirit thought of this touch of damnation is surely one of the worst. The turning of a handle causes him to turn and behold one of the soldiers off the Dauntless. "Ah, Engineer Pike. Good to know," he says. "I beg your pardon. I'm not him anymore. They made a fuck toy out of his corpse and holding his memories," he says with a choke. "No, you're not. How would you know? What do you know about this?" He spits out, gesturing to himself. "A fair amount. I'm the one that's been speaking to the doctors and reporting things back to the Dauntless. Not only are you still yourself, but even if the recollector there had somehow failed, there are a few methods to retrieve lost memories." "But how do I know I'm still me?" Reginald asks. "Same way you do when you wake up from a nap or a night's rest," the soldier says before reaching under a chair near the door. He pulls out a bag. "Here, we had a gun slipped under your pillow. Get dressed, store your mags, and follow me. We'll check you out, then hit up a late-night diner or something. You're probably hungry enough to dumpster dive at this point." The soldier does have a point. He hadn't been this hungry since his last extended hospital stay. They'd had him on the drip, and there had been nothing but acid in his gut. not exactly pleasant. The soldier leaves the room and gives him some privacy to peel himself out of the paper gown and dress himself. He ignores the scratchy feeling of the standard issue pants past the boxers. He's oversensitive and not going to get anything done moping and whining about things. T-shirt, shoulder holster, jacket, socks and boots, pistol in the holster, and spare magazines in the small pockets inside the reinforced jacket. "Come on," the soldier says as he leaves the room. "So what's going on? I'm barely out of my teens now." 20 years old, Commander Herbert Jameson also underwent a similar procedure and is somewhere between 12 and 15. He doesn't look like he's old enough to drive. You're lucky. You just got healed rather than needing your life saved. He's also still legally married 100 times over. Poor bastard. Reginald thinks out loud. "To the monster from Alien," the soldier says, and Reginald nearly trips in shock. "What?" Turns out that we had a sort of first contact before the probe, some kind of mind projection into our part of the galaxy. We got an impression of them, and they found us at the same time. Hence a few science fiction stories that got almost everything wrong and were massively popular. "How the hell does a man marry a xenomorph?" Reginald straight out asks. "He was our boy sent to poke the hornet's nest known as an arrangement system. There was some serious political horse shit, a conspiracy, and he dove out a window about a mile up into the sky. Bounced when he hit a rooftop and was barely rushed to the hospital in time for the same thing you got, but more intense. He's made a full recovery, but his balls were almost sucked back up into him," the soldier says, and Reginald snorts in amusement before checking out his own. "They're back. Maybe I'll keep them this time," he notes. "Here," the soldier says, handing a small bottle of hand sanitizer out. Reginald holds his hand out and gets a few drops in return. "Germophobic?" "Only in hospitals," the soldier replies. "What's your name?" Reginald asks. "Koa," he answers, and Reginald gives him an odd look. "It's Hawaiian." What's your last name?" he asks to make conversation as they arrive near the front desk. "Jackson, I'm mixed," Koa answers as the computer scans them and the appropriate technical paperwork is projected in front of them. Reginald scans through it and puts his hand into a bioscanner plate to affirm his consent. "So what did that diner look like?" "Like someone took a metric ton of stupid glowing rings from retro sci-fi stories and set off a bomb of them in a 50s roller diner. Whatever stuck was left where it was embedded and the rest cleaned up." "Seriously?" Reginald asked, trying to picture that. "Seriously. They use holograms for most of them, though, so don't worry about borking your knee on a random ring," Koa remarks, leading Reginald out. The massive city on Centris is even more daunting in its huge tiers during the night, as the natural light and city lights are all either off or dimmed as appropriate. It's like a great sleeping thing. "So where is it?" "A couple blocks away. Had you woken up during the day or sat still, we'd have brought the food to you," Koa explains, and Reginald smirks in response. "There's more of that feel of a city in this city than I've ever had before, and I spent a few years in Tokyo. The weight of all the people and infrastructure to keep it together," Koa says, and Reginald shakes his head. "No, that's not it, but that's close, I think," Reginald remarks, and Koa nods. "Right, well, let's get something to eat. It's not much further now," he says, leading Reginald around the corner towards a more brightly lit area. "Oh, wow. Glad I'm not lactose intolerant, because the sheer cheese in that look would flat out kill me if I was," he says, looking at the massive neon and pastel tile mess with an entire wall replaced with glass. "There's a soldier in there waiting for them and a few other patrons." The soldier gives them a wave. "He's familiar," Reginald notes. "He's Nerd Squad. They're getting more infamous by the day," Koa remarks, and Reginald almost flinches. The sheer amount of madness those boys had been getting up to is insane. "Reggie! Koa! Over here! I've just finished translating all this," the nerd says, waving a menu at them. "Translating?" Reginald asks, and the nerd grins. "Yay, basically, I look up what all of this means. Now, all of this is pretty light on the spices, but it's all easily translated." "Time out," Reginald says, and the nerd gives him an odd look. "What's your name?" "Amadi Nenge Adegoke," he says, and Reginald blinks. "It's Yoruba, West African, Nigeria for me. You let me call you Reggie, and I'll let you call me Am, he says with a smile. Thank you, Am, Reggie says as he and Koa sit down. So what are we looking at? I'm just doing some nighttime poking around and heard you woke up. So I came here to get translating. As for the menu, the back is an all-day breakfast deal, toasted breads and jams, and some unseasoned sausages with a protein paste that's their version of eggs. The bottom three choices are basically stacks of tiny waffles with extra thick maple syrup. The differences being what you're having with them, different types of sausages or the eggs, or if you're forgoing the syrup for jam. Page 1, Koa asks, opening his menu and seeing the foreign words with prices next to him. Left half when you open the menu is all to do with different ways to eat local potatoes. They go from, in order, chips, mashed, spiral cut fries, normal fries, hash browns, roasted, boiled, stuffed, skinned, wedges, croquettes, and then raw. Locals really like their potatoes. Opposite page is what you compare it with. Top square is sea life fish and shellfish. Next down is bird. Below that is red meat, followed by veggies on the next lowest, and drinks after that. Basically, it's build a dinner if you're not having breakfast. Are you telling me I can have surf and turf with roast potatoes on the side? Reggie asks eagerly. There's gonna be a lot more potato than anything else, but yeah. Pincher is what they call crab, and creeper is shrimp. In the turf, best I can determine the Orn is basically a cow, and Puffs is a sheep with Rooter being pig. Shrimp and lamb with roast potatoes. Even if they have never heard of seasoning, I want it, Reggie says. Good choice. I'm seeing how good the curly fries are myself. Not really hungry enough for more. Am remarks. I'll gamble with the breakfast menu, see how good it is, Koa says before the door into the diner opens. All three turn when a large black-cloaked figure wanders in and walks up to them. The winds blow well, she says. Very well. Am remarks more out of bafflement than anything. Veiled? Reggie asks, looking up at her. Excellent, brothers. Things are going according to plan upon the dark approaches of... Hey, another patron asks, and everyone turns to look. It's a Tret man gesturing furiously at the woman. Pretty sure that's your actual table, ma'am. You just confused the hell out of us, Koa says, and she looks from their baffled expression to the furious Tret, then back to them, then to the Tret. You heard nothing, she threatens. Just the wind blowing, I'm sure. Reggie snaps sarcastically to get the crazy lady away from them. So this is the right table? She demands loudly. Get out of here, you crazy bint. Get over here, you useless peon. Koa and the Tret snap at her at the same time, and she staggers back, looks from one to the other, and shuffles off to the Tret, who quickly, albeit quietly, starts raking her over the coals for her fuck-up. Their secret conversation begins in earnest, and it's a struggle to not accidentally overhear it. Well, that happened, Reggie remarks as Am stifles his laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. I'm not sure if I love or hate centrists so far, but I certainly something centrist, Koa remarks with an awkward grin, as the server, a rabbit-eared woman with 4 arms known as a rabbi's, walks up with a notepad and pen. Hey, I'm Jenny, I'm single, and can I take your order? She asks, giving them an odd look. It's halfway between flirty and probing. The 6 with 2 double-sized sides, one of fried creepers and the other of seared puff shank, Reggie says, and she jots it down, giving him an odd look. Number 3 for me. Oh, and a large pitcher of water with 3 glasses, Am says as Koa just shrugs. Surprise me off the back menu, he says, and she jots it down slowly before leaning in somewhat. It's good that you're here. The time is coming quickly, and we must move soon. The relevant details are here, she whispers as she bows to them, and a tiny data chip falls out of her cleavage to land on Koa's arm. Then she bounces into the back. 2 in a row? Koa asks before pocketing the chip. No doubt Sir Philip and his team will have a great deal of fun with it. What's with this city? Are we sure we didn't walk into a parody novel or something? This is the kind of goofy that Pratchett would be responsible for. Am asks with a completely bemused look on his face. Pratchett? Reggie asks, still processing the absurdity and wondering if this means his meal is not coming. Parody writer. Damn good at his job before he departed. And yay, I think what just happened is pretty much the beginning of Guards. Guards, it starts with a cultist going to the wrong secret order and giving half the right code because there's just so many of the damn things no one can keep them straight, not even the cultists themselves. Am explains, and Reggie snorts in amusement at the thought. I'd like to see that, he says, and Am reaches into his jacket to bring out an old paperback with a bookmark that he pulls out of it. Here, it's my 5th reread in so many months. Good old Terry kept me sane and sober during the anti-gravity leg of the trip. Im admits, placing the bookmark down in front of him. You're a gent, Reggie says as he opens it to the first page and meets the Discworld for the first time. Chapter 30. This fucking city, Am says as he returns from the bathroom. What's wrong? Reggie asks as the avowed nerd sits down with a stunned expression. I just got past a data chip because I apparently must be the contact of the flowing order to wet my hair before going to urinate, then wash my hands. Thrice with water, you see, to cleanse, to sully, then cleanse again. I was early C, so the teenager made of slime didn't have much time to slither out of the walls and greet me properly. But my slapping away her tentacle in a mild panic was apparently the secret handshake. He explains in a hushed tone, and the other men just stare at him. He pulls out a data chip similar to the one Koa got. We stumbled onto 3 by accident, Koa notes in a deadpan tone. Yep, Reggie notes as he sticks the bookmark into the novel and tucks it into his jacket pocket. He'll get back to it when reality is less absurd than the book. We've stumbled almost literally dick first into these. Want to see how many we can suss out before getting back to the Dauntless? It'll give the boys an intelligence, something more entertaining than just worrying themselves into circles. Em asks, and the other 2 look baffled at the idea. Yes, but we'd have to somehow bumble our way into more, Reggie says as the door opens. The figure then rushes to their table, a cloakin as her features keep shifting ever so slightly. What a melange for a face, Am says, and she nods. The crackle marks the spark, she says, leaning over with her fists on the table. Clipped wires will do that. Reggie notes and she nods before standing up and leaving a data chip behind. Son of a bitch, he notes as Am starts shaking from holding in the laughter. My money says it's a sabotage-based conspiracy, Koa notes as Reggie pockets the chip. Suckers bet, and you know it, Reggie remarks. All right, we've got your feast ready, boys. I hope you all brought your appetites. Jenny, the waitress, exclaims with a beaming smile as she brings in all 3 of their plates and the pitcher of water all at once. I'll be back with the glasses in a moment, she says after plopping down the massive amount of roast potatoes, shanks of what smells like lamb, and what are clearly shrimp right in front of Reggie, who's already borderline drooling. A heaping plate of curly fries in front of Am, and a massive stack of waffles dripping with extra thick syrup in front of Koa. You're a treat, Jenny, Am says as she comes back with the glasses, and she nods with a wink before bouncing off. I think I just gave her another countersign. I think she's doing some kind of allure or enchantment bit of woo-woo with the Axiom, Reggie says, watching her bounce back into the kitchen to grab another order. Oh, yay? What's it doing? Koa asks as he saws one of the waffles in half with the toothier butter knife that the locals use, followed by the 2-tine fork to lever it into his mouth. Wow, that's sweet, he notes before shrugging and shoving the other half in. Fries seriously need a salting, but are otherwise good, Am says as he pulls out a cylinder with a large number of small cartridges on it. Camping shaker. These things will become freaking standard issue with troopers soon. He explains, popping open a couple of tabs and seasoning his plate. Ah, perfect. Are neither of you concerned about the fact that we may have an enchantress wrapped up in a conspiracy that gave you that food? Reggie screams at the 2 men. Dude, you just came out of massive healing and are young again. Particularly you got your balls back, Em notes as he chomps down on his fries. What does that have to do with anything? Reggie demands. What is the baseline human? What do you get if you look at nothing but the DNA? Em asks him, and he glances to the left as he thinks before a look of disgust crosses his face. It might be enchantment. It's a possibility in this weird and wacky galaxy, but I'm not sensing a thing, and I've been going into illusions and such for my learning. I think I would sense one, but you've learned to be disgusted But your body has once, Am remarks, and Koa starts choking at the sheer look of horror and disgust on Reggie's face. Helpfully pushes the man's water closer to him. That's vile, he says, and Am shrugs. I said it's a want, not a need. Imagine that, though. Someone morally disgusted at something they need to, or right. Anorexics are a thing. Am starts before trailing off and chomping on a few fries. I am not an anorexic. Of course not. You're asexual. It's gross for you, so don't do it. But a healthy body, unfortunately for you, lusts for the opposite gender. Ever say that to a gay man? Reggie challenges him. The whole point of lust from an evolutionary point of view is to propagate the species. Like hunger keeps a creature alive through nourishment. Your hunger goes wrong, and you get massive gluttony, similar to a nymphomaniac or a pervert, or you get anorexia, which is similar to an asexual or a gay person. You're still capable of getting all the emotional points on things and living a good life, but you can't deny that your natural urges destroy your family line with you. An evolutionary dead end, no offense. I'd say none taken, but that speech wasn't for me, was it? Reggie asks. I had a cousin come out as a non-gendered. They them whateverist with no urges, and they threw a fit when I told them to get professional help. Never got to really finish things up with them before the mission. A burned bridge back home that he's trying to cross with me. Should I be flattered or insulted that I might rate cousin in his head? He considers. Well, maybe if you weren't such a dick about it. That speech was awful, Reggie says as he takes a bite of the shrimp and nearly moans in delight. Unseasoned or no, it's amazing. This thing must have been alive when it was thrown in the pot. I'm on the nerd squad for a reason. Half the time when I'm not talking, I'm mentally planning how to respond to people so I don't sound like a sociopath. If things come off the cuff, then they're to the point or psychotic sounding. Not much middle ground either. Fine, whatever, just don't push too hard and I won't give a shit. I'm not under a spell? Reggie asks Am, who shakes his head. And there's no poison. What I've got in this shaker is as hard as anything they'll throw at you. Am replies, holding it out, and Reggie takes it, finds salt, pepper, and garlic powder, and sprinkles some on his roast potatoes. Good, he says, handing the camping shaker back and tucking into his food. The potatoes gets his attention first as he wants the painful hole in his gut filled, and it's not till he's half done that he goes at the alien lamb shanks. He nods a bit and makes some gestures at Am, who correctly interprets it as a request for the shaker. Salt and pepper improve the bland shanks and are kept close at hand rather than passed back. The conversation falls away as all three men focus more on eating, with Am taking things the slowest as both Koa and Reggie are hungry enough to gorge. The feast of three shall see the rise of the glutton. Lady, I'm hungry, Reggie says as the cloakin caught him between bites. We all a hunger, she replies, and Am decides to stir the pot. For justice, he states, and a data chip is tossed in front of him, and the cloakin can be heard walking away. We're not even looking for this shit yet, and it's falling into our laps. Koa remarks with amusement as he's scraping the bottom of the plate after eating at a fast clip. You know what? Why don't we just head back to the ship and see how many of these things we stumble into on the way there? Reggie offers before shoving half an alien potato into his mouth and chewing hard. Fine, you boys finish up. I'll pay, Am says as he stands up and casually grabs the last couple fries to munch on his way to the cash register. A Nagasha woman slinks down from above. Trine de duos. Tu unos? Koa asks, and she nods before tossing a data chip at him and slithering away into the ceiling again. You know, when most people think big city nightlife, it's normally clubs and bars. Not so many conspiracies that a thrown rock would hit 5 different cults. Reggie notes wryly. Galaxy is a wide, weird place. Koa returns before going back to his last waffle. And returns to the table with a big kiss mark on his cheek. Story now. Tips are relatively unknown around here, and it's seen as my flirting. She liked it, he says, tucking a scrap of paper with her number on it into his pocket. So does that mean you'll be bringing home the 4-armed Playboy bunny as a bedwarmer? She's in a cult. I don't do crazy. You're plenty crazy, Reggie remarks. You know what I mean, asexual or not. Am snaps back as he sits down and grabs his camping shaker. Oh, that reminds me. he says before reaching into his jacket and pulling out some multivitamins. He swallows a pair and chases it down with the water left in his glass, and then passes it to Koa and Reggie, who do the same. Thank you, Reggie says before he eats his last half potato. Koa's already finished, all but a little bit of sugar tar left on his plate, and they all get up. Let's get to the Dauntless before someone's tied to an altar and sacrificed. We should be safe from what Jenny implied were being mistaken for message runners. Not cult members, but those that pass the notes around. How'd she do that? I'm cute for a hired messenger, replies, and the other two snort in amusement. They wrap up and quickly leave the diner, with Jenny blowing Am a kiss, that he returns to the teasing of the other men. Their pace is slow and indulgent, as Reggie needs to get his newly remade guts to work for the first time, and there was a lot of sugar in Koa's meal. So what's living in this block? Koa asks, nodding his head to the building on their left, and there's a chuckle. The Society of the Searing Sword. Martial adepts who specialize in plasma blades to cut away the rot of society, Am offers. No. It's the way of veiled strength Reggie begins. The dance starts at the turning of the day. A Tret woman says, passing them by. Which is in the blackest night? Reggie responds, and the woman shakes his hand before buggering off. Son of a bitch, you called it, Am says with a wide smile. I'm definitely leaning towards loving this city. Not so much a tangled bag of snakes as a damn serpent boulder just rolling along and gathering more slithery idiots. Koa remarks with a laugh. We're going to have to be careful not to get caught up in it while we poke this mess. Not sure if we can stop from poking it at this point, as it's poking us, Reggie says before shrugging and pocketing the dataship he'd been handed in the handshake. True, let's get moving before we're used in a ritual or something. Am suggests, and all three men start hustling towards the Dauntless, some 100 levels above them. They collect another 23 data chips from different conspiracies on the way. Chapter 31. 100 women screaming in horror simultaneously is something that Herbert is going to treasure for a long, long time. He had offered forgiveness to his wives on the condition that they have to understand why he freaked out so badly when he woke up to them, beyond the fact that he'd been set up to be raped and them the rapists. You girls need a minute or two, he asks after pausing the video while the first chest burster from the Alien franchise reveals itself. The fact that it was violating the crew member freaked even more of them out further, but the infamous money shot of that first chest burster had gotten all of them. It's horrible. It was horrible for the actors, too. The director hadn't told them what was happening, only that they should focus on the chest. He says, relishing the looks of horror. It's like a demon trying to look like a baby, one of them shouts. It had been a relief to realize culturally he wasn't expected to have their names down for a long time. Purris, don't do that. Purris, do not do that. Another was chanting to herself as she cuddled three of her strange long-tailed crab-like pets. They came in more colors and patterns than bone white, but damn if they weren't freaky as hell to look at. He waited for the din of panic and horror to subside and everyone to gather their nerves. He couldn't help but feel smug in all this. Learning that he truly was in a harem anime with a huge amount of barely legal brides while being deeged to being barely legal himself was a shocker, but it explained their recklessness. They were mature enough physically for the urges to hit them like a hammer blow, but not mentally or emotionally mature enough to even technically move out of their homes. In short, if he was 14 now, then they were all 15, with all the stupid recklessness and childish selfishness it entailed. A human brain doesn't finish its development until its mid-20s on average. If the Zedden and Yaoya followed similar patterns, then things were just a huge clusterfuck, thanks to that Thuna, or V-Fin, or whichever. Alien names went from borderline unpronounceable to normal without much middle ground, and the Zayden and Yaoya both used what seemed to a random handful from alphabet soup. Not always arranged in a way that makes sense either. Still, sympathy for the girls or not, he still had his gun on him. It was basically his security blanket until his own discomfort with the situation passed. Friendly or not, loving or not, apologetic or not, They were still a massive pack of massively murder-capable alien monsters with literally magic-infused armor and blades. Apparently, the acid for blood thing was on point too, but only if they charged their fluids with Axiom. Each of the girls here was basically a full xenomorph in capability, but built like a stripper and with the mindset of love-struck teenage girls. He was still deciding if this was a surreal heaven or hell with how into him the girls were. Either way, it was weird as all get out. The strange bit is, he felt a touch like a pedophile for being involved with all the teenagers, despite them all forcing themselves on him and the freaking conspiracy that had forced them together, being almost completely out of his control. "You ladies ready for more?" he asks as the room quiets down somewhat. "No. Do we have to?" "Oh, come on. We've paused right as the chestburster's first poking its head out. It still needs to escape and systematically wipe out most of the crew. A conspiracy needs to be uncovered. A last-second save, and there's the director's cut ending where the monster wins." Herbert calls out to the crowd who start muttering all kinds of protests. "I'm not heartless. It's just this one, the next one, and the first two Predator movies. The rest of the series for both franchises really take a nosedive after the first two. There's more? We've got about 6 hours of solid entertainment ahead of us if we don't have to keep pausing at every little bit of fake blood." "Ew, some of the nearby girls exclaim, and he chuckles heartily at it. "Oh, this is so funny. It was worth diving out that window to get entertainment like this." He laughs out loud as he settles in to wait for them to be ready for more. He'd seen enough schlocky movies, seen enough real blood, seen enough life to know just how fake all that was. Doesn't stop it from being entertaining on its own, but far more entertaining is the floor show his wives give him on a watch. They've mostly settled, so he turns on the movie again and has to resist cackling at the waves of women cringing at the sight of the movie's fake gore and the clear puppet or man in the suit as appropriate. The sheer gasp that passes through everything as Ash is revealed as an android working to try and get the monster to Weyland-Yutani. It can survive in space. Some of them gasp near the end, and there's a sigh of relief as the engine destroys the monster, followed by a second after the credits start signifying the end of the movie. "So who's ready for the second one?" he asks and bursts out laughing at the resounding "no" from the rest of the room. All right. You get a pass for a while," he concedes before considering. "So what do you girls want to do then?" There's chatter around him, and the concession ends up being the swimming pool. The fact that it was violating the crew member freaked even more of them out further, but the infamous money shot of that first chestburster had gotten all of them. It's horrible. It was horrible for the actors too. The director hadn't told them what was happening, only that they should focus on the chest, he says, relishing the looks of horror. "It's like a demon trying to look like a baby," one of them shouts. It had been a relief to realize culturally he wasn't expected to have their names down for a long time. "Purries, don't do that. Purries, do not do that." Another was chanting to herself as she cuddled three of her strange, long-tailed crab-like pets. They came in more colors and patterns than bone white, but damn if they weren't freaky as hell to look at. He waited for the din of panic and horror to subside and everyone to gather their nerves. He couldn't help but feel smug in all this. Learning that he truly was in a harem anime with a huge amount of barely legal brides while being deeged to being barely legal himself was a shocker, but it explained their recklessness. They were mature enough physically for the urges to hit them like a hammer blow, but not mentally or emotionally mature enough to even technically move out of their homes. In short, if he was 14 now, then they were all 15 with all the stupid recklessness and childish selfishness it entailed. A human brain doesn't finish its development until its mid-20s on average. If the Zedden and Yaoya followed similar patterns, then things were just a huge clusterfuck, thanks to that Thuna or Vifin or whichever. Alien names went from borderline unpronounceable to normal without much middle ground, and the Zedden and Yaoya both used what seemed to a random handful from alphabet soup. Not always arranged in a way that makes sense either. Still, sympathy for the girls or not, he still had his gun on him. It was basically his security blanket until his own discomfort with the situation passed. Friendly or not, loving or not, apologetic or not, They were still a massive pack of massively murder-capable alien monsters with literally magic-infused armor and blades. Apparently, the acid for blood thing was on point too, but only if they charged their fluids with Axiom. Each of the girls here was basically a full xenomorph in capability, but built like a stripper, and with the mindset of love-struck teenage girls. He was still deciding if this was a surreal heaven or hell with how into him the girls were. Either way, it was weird as all get out. The strange bit is, he felt a touch like a pedophile for being involved with all the teenagers, despite them all forcing themselves on him and the freaking conspiracy that had forced them together being almost completely out of his control. "You ladies ready for more?" he asks as the room quiets down somewhat. "No. Do we have to?" "Oh, come on, we've paused right as the chestburster's first poking its head out. It still needs to escape and systematically wipe out most of the crew. A conspiracy needs to be uncovered, a last-second save, and there's the director's cut ending where the monster wins." Herbert calls out to the crowd, who start muttering all kinds of protests. "I'm not heartless. It's just this one, the next one, and the first two Predator movies. The rest of the series for both franchises really take a nosedive after the first two." "There's more? We've got about 6 hours of solid entertainment ahead of us, if we don't have to keep pausing at every little bit of fake blood." "Ew, wee, wee, woo!" some of the nearby girls exclaim, and he chuckles heartily at it. "Oh, this is so funny. It was worth diving out that window to get entertainment like this." He laughs out loud as he settles in to wait for them to be ready for more. He'd seen enough schlocky movies, seen enough real blood, seen enough life to know just how fake all that was. Doesn't stop it from being entertaining on its own, but far more entertaining is the floor show his wives give him on a watch. They've mostly settled, so he turns on the movie again and has to resist cackling at the waves of women cringing at the sight of the movie's fake gore and the clear puppet or man in the suit as appropriate. The sheer gasp that passes through everything as Ash is revealed as an android working to try and get the monster to Weyland-Yutani. "It can survive in space?" Some of them gasp near the end, and there's a sigh of relief as the engine destroys the monster, followed by a second after the credits start signifying the end of the movie. "So who's ready for the second one?" he asks and bursts out laughing at the resounding "No" from the rest of the room. All right. You get a pass for a while," he concedes before considering. "So what do you girls want to do then?" There's chatter around him. Are you certain that's allowed? I mean, we are guessing Ambassador's Hlela's stand the concession ends up being the swimming pool. Are you certain that's allowed? I mean, we are guests in Ambassador's Hlela's estate, and he begins to raise protest, and he's brushed aside in a flurry of movement and talk of bathing suits. Apparently it's fine, he notes with a smile. Things had calmed down wonderfully and to a manageable level. The way the massive marriage worked was actually rather pleasant, at least at this point. To put things simply, all the girls were friends and he was their boyfriend. But the responsibility for being spontaneous, for coming up with ideas and paying for things, were on them. There was no fighting over him as they all shared him, and if one of the girls wasn't close to him, it was considered her own damn fault for not trying hard enough. At least that was how he had managed to translate the rambling explanation from Barisi, the only one of them whose name he had down for certain. It all was panning out as they were respecting his desire not to be jumped on and generally treated each other like a large group of friends. Of course, this leads into the biggest problem with them. They won't leave him alone. Not like they won't stop talking to him or stop bothering him. They literally will not let him out of their sight. There's always around 5 of them about a half heartbeats away at the most, even when he's in the bathroom. They're always right there, only separated by a thin door, and he hasn't caught them in the act yet. But he's positive they're putting their heads against it to hear everything he does. He asked them to let him have some space for a bit, and they did, but only for a bit. Then there's the ambassador's suite, more like gigantic mansion all to herself. 10 floors total going up and down, an entire massive chunk of the spire, and yet it was still modestly sized compared to other systems. It was normal, and it was the size of a large hotel by itself. The whole place was opulent to the point of parody and made Admiral Cistern's office look like a shoebox in the corner of the closet by comparison. and that was a royal office with several side rooms for more private meetings and even personal chambers in the back. The 100 of them had a run of 8 of the 10 floors of Ambassador Halela's estate, and one of the floors was set aside for their personal use. One of the 8 contained a large swimming pool with numerous chairs and even a bar, 4 times the size of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It was beyond huge, even all 101 of them, and at the same time would not overfill it or even cause it to splash out too much. And it was part of a modest estate given to an ambassador as part of an embassy. The sheer amount of wealth casually on display is absurd. The galaxy has a mind-boggling amount of wealth and resources, and he doesn't know where it's going or being directed. He had reported it repeatedly, yet could not find the why. It's offered freely for moral purposes, but he just can't figure it out. It can suck to be a grunt. I'm not qualified to untangle things. He mutters to himself, too lowly for the women around him to hear, which really summarized the largest problem the Dauntless and Earth was facing as a whole. The ship was bloated and far, far, far too often, the people falling into place to take advantage of circumstance and actually learn or spy were the fillers. The extra bodies dragged along in case things went wrong, but they hadn't. Preparation may prevent piss-poor performance, but too much preparation can take away from the actual matter at hand. We need a spy in here, not some jumped-up shotgunner, basic Axiom training or not. Excuse me, dear girls, I do so beg your pardon, madam, but I must speak with your husband. 1,000 pardons, my dear. Terribly sorry. If you could just allow me to pass ever so, a very proper and old voice says, as Sir Philip weaves his way through the crowd. Ah, there you are, Mr. Jameson. If could borrow you for a minute or 3, I have a bit to discuss with you, primarily about your effects off the Dauntless. The proper old man says, and Herbert nods. Excellent. Now, if you don't mind, I feel that my English is getting a tad rusty, and would appreciate it if we could continue our conversation in the language of jolly old England, if you'd be so kind. Certainly, Herbert says, and Philip nods as he takes him by the shoulder and leads him a bit of the way from the crowd. He waves them a bit away, and there's some giggling at that, but they comply. How are you holding up? Sir Philip asks straight away. Well enough. They look weird, but they're love-struck teenagers, with all the stupidity and recklessness that entails. Herbert reports getting a nod from the proper old spy. Excellent. Now, you don't have the training to work as a spy or informant properly, so we have to address that. I need you to nod at this point. Philip says, and Herbert nods. Well done. To this end, we are placing a box set of novels into your personal effects. We've doctored them, and they're twice as long now. On the back of each page holds instructions on spy work and the like. The front of each page has the novel as usual, so that, if you're questioned, you can start reading out of it. It's an old and somewhat inoffensive series known as The Bellegarde by David Eddings. Please gesture towards your room while nodding and saying something. As you have requested, good sir. In that direction is my chamber, Herbert says with a gesture, and Sir Philip nods. Very good. Your effects and your training manuals will be in your room before dinner. And don't fret, dear boy. You may not be ready for this, but we have your back unto the very end, Sir Philip says with a gentle smile, and Herbert lets out a huge sigh of relief and gives the proper old man a hug. Yes, I understand you've had a hard time. No need to overindulge, Sir Philip says as the girls let out an awe of delight. Oh, but I do. They'll remember only gibberish and be unable to repeat a thing, as all they will remember is the hug. Herbert remarks, and Sir Philip lets out a laugh. You'll do just fine, dear boy. Don't you worry. You're doing just fine, Sir Philip says, smiling on him as he pats the boy on the shoulder. Chapter 32. Okay, why in God's name are you boys now inspiring the other crew members to run to me in a blind panic? Admiral Cistern demands as he walks into the small side laboratory that the Nerd Squad had put up. Clips and images from all sorts of cartoons litter the walls with numerous whiteboards filled with a type of madness you'd expect out of the Necronomicon if Cthulhu was a dork. Biblical verses, memes, and demotivators make the room a dizzying shrine to human madness. that somehow still follows enough of a course of logic that 100 men can easily keep track of it and translate it all, even via teleconference. The fact that the men had saluted had stopped them from doing whatever it was they were doing. Jin says as he slowly puts down his searing hot branding iron and Vernon lowers his t-shirt sleeve. Why is there a branding about to happen? Please, I want to trust you boys. Make this make sense. There are several styles of Axiom totems. Brands are among them. So we have made our own brand that works to do three things: absorb, contain, and control Axiom power. Basically, it will let us do some even more impressive stunts than what we've been doing so far, Amadi answers. Several of you have actually found ways to rearrange the atomic structure in the atmosphere around you into soul gold bullion, literally crashing economies in front of my eyes. How much more do you want? He asks. Sir, have you had a time to read my report on the shell cracker or broken shell tournament? I have. I was about to send in my approval when I got a panicked call from Sergeant Florence. Very good, sir. One of the rules of the tournament is that you go in with only your clothing and armor. No weapons. It's raw skill and Axiom use, Vernon says. Both of which you possess, soldier. Furthermore, you're on your honeymoon. I said I had a guy's night with friends coming up. She accepted that, no question. I see. Now why do you want to be branded like cattle? Admiral Cistern asks, steering the conversation back to the pertinent topic. Brands can work as an Axiom totem. In particular, we've designed a style of brand that will act as a very powerful totem by working together in groups of three. Hence the three-pronged Kutha brand we've slapped together. And what does this brand look like? He asks, wondering just what the soldiers are planning to do to themselves. Jin slaps the nearby whiteboard right over a trinity of symbols arranged in a triangle. A trinity of circles combined, the symbol of infinity and what looks like a sunburst with a cross inside it. Do they have any meaning or? They mean nothing in the context of the brand. Culture-wise, they have their own meanings. But they look meaningful, which is the point. Obfuscation is still in play, Vernon explains. So what's the point of all this mess? How does this help you win your little tournament? First step is that the brand will let me absorb a huge amount of Axiom for my use. This will allow me to mimic, if not surpass, the natural affinity that the Apic have for Axiom. Secondly, I'll be able to hold it within myself safely. This means it will be immediately usable on a scale that hopefully exceeds what they have. Finally will be control, letting me do the more exotic of our techniques much easier and much faster. Even better is that all these symbols may be human, but they also resemble many different symbols from many different races the galaxy over. It looks like complete gibberish, but it will work as a totem. You're going to that competition to win? I'm going to that competition to flirt with my wife, test out Axiom-resistant armor, get a good look firsthand at Axiom-based combat and how our own developments stack up against it. Finally, I'll be going to put on a show, one for the whole galaxy. Winning isn't important. Learning and presentation are. And you get to show off for your wife, Admiral Cistern notes. Sir, that was literally the first point I mentioned. Vernon reminds him, and the Admiral takes a deep breath and gestures for him to continue. Not much more, sir. Once we've got the brand down, it's just practice a bunch of techniques that will both look good and be effective in battle. Zawarudo! Jin half shouts, and Admiral Cistern slowly turns to look at him. Shorthand for a temporal acceleration ability that gives him a few moments where all of reality is basically stopped around him. By stopped, I mean he'll be able to watch a laser beam inch through the air. And how is he to avoid creating massive sonic booms or ripping his skin off through the wind shear, or even move at all, as the atmosphere around him is not moving to let him pass? He asks, and Jin flinches. I'm working on it, sir. My own work into conjuring a storm of fire isn't doing so well either, Vernon admits. At Admiral Cistern's look, he shrugs. The 10 plagues of Egypt, sir. Just make sure you're all taking fastidious notes and have someone nearby to at least call for medical assistance if things go wrong. Admiral Cistern orders them and receives salutes from each of them. Medals and money are replaceable, but I have only a few thousand soldiers to take on an entire galaxy with. You boys are of far greater value. Take care of that resource, understood? Yes, sir. The room sounds out and he smiles. Good. Now show me the evidence that this branding business is used the galaxy over, and if you're going to actually do it, for God's sake, have medical supplies and staff on hand. I suppose we did get a little ahead of ourselves. Amadi notes plainly, and Admiral Cistern nods. Right, right. Slow down. Got it, Vernon says before rushing to a nearby table, and from under a small pile of loose notes pulls out a thick book in Galactic Standard. Surprisingly, hard copies are still quite popular, more nostalgic than anything. But with the whole galaxy as a market, nostalgia is enough to keep books in print, which is a relief, he says before holding it out for Admiral Sister. The power of branding is emblazoned across the front. He takes it and opens it to the first of many bookmarks. There's a highlighted paragraph. This modified residue resulting from the branding attunes that portion of the anatomy to Axiom use on an enormous scale. Unlike normal burn scars, the galaxy over an Axiom brand seemingly heals over without a mark until such time as it's utilized as an Axiom-based totem, which causes the marking to glow brightly enough to be revealed through thinner clothing. These markings can be perceived when not in use by those attuned to axiomatic energies and shine like stars. He reads out loud before considering. So this won't even show as proper scars. At first, best we can tell is that they fade entirely within a week until called upon to channel energy, or at least that's the time frame on a Tret, which is the closest genetic cousin we have out here in the stars. The only thing that hasn't been thoroughly tested is what kind of effects Null has on an Axiom brand. Does it simply turn it off for a time? Does it erase it? Does it go boom? Does it burn? We don't know, Jin explains, and he nods. Then figure it out. Put a brand on a rat and make sure it's active. Then throw it into some Null and see what happens. He orders and they nod. That'll involve the science boys. You should have involved the science boys from the start. Sir, they scare us. I go from water to blood, and blood to acid. They start talking about atomic conversion into chlorine trifluoride and keeping it from igniting with Axiom. When I asked for an explanation of what the hell they were demanding to see, I backed out of the room halfway through the lecture and haven't gone back. And what does chlorine trifluoride do? It sets asbestos and concrete on fire, Vernon says in a haunted tone. Okay, I need to have another talk with the lab boys. That and get them their own private facility well away from anyone else. Thank you, sir, and please put a motor on that as it needs to happen before they turn their attention to azidoazide azidi, which is basically the concept of an explosion in chemical form. I understand your concern, though I must ask how you know of this substance. We looked up a list of the most dangerous chemicals humanity has ever synthesized and found our friend chlorine trifluoride. Azidoazide azidi is higher on the list, Vernon says, and Admiral Cistern resolves to have that talk with them within the hour. Rope in a saner scientist to go over your notes as well as a fully accredited doctor to observe things. Experimenting with Axiom techniques is one thing, designing some Axiom-resistant armor is another, but branding yourselves is something in a league all its own. Yes, sir, the nerds say, and he salutes them before walking out with the book on branding. He has no doubt that they've already memorized the contents on top of having multiple copies. He leaves the chatter of the room behind him as he churns his mind to the affairs of the Dauntless. They were reaching the point where they'd have to send a message pod back. They had been out 5 months and were approaching the 6th. That was the point he would send a message back to Earth along with whatever evidence could survive cruel space in order to convince people of the correct course to take in this situation. He has no delusions as to the fact that things are rather unbelievable. It will take decades, perhaps even centuries before the people on Earth truly understand what the galaxy outside is like. Sending back some of the men would be best, but choosing whom would be a real struggle. They would have to be people who had made proper contact with the women of the galaxy and understood them to some degree. Then would come the inevitable bickering, lying, political games, and all sorts of nonsense before a second mission was sent out. Hopefully by then they will have cracked cryogenic freezing or some kind of stasis technology to allow the majority of a crew to skip the ride out of cruel space, of which he is going to see what level of progress has been made. He tucks the book under his arm and increases the pace of his march into the more official and supposedly rational researchers on his ship. All right, what's this I've been hearing about chlorine, trifluoride, and azidoazidazide? He demands, and there's a stillness as dozens of different men and women in lab coats turn to look at him. Well, don't everyone answer at once? He says after nearly a minute passes without any form of explanation. No answer. Very well then, he states. You with the clipboard, you are to assist and document what the Nerd Squad are doing in relation to the Axiom brands. Ensure that they properly test the brand on a rat with null being introduced upon it, and that a medical professional is nearby at all times. He orders, pointing to a nearby scientist. Yes, sir, the previously guilty-looking young woman states, and she puts down the clipboard and rushes out of the room as he cracks his neck and gets ready to dress them all down for introducing even more dangerous compounds and formulae into his ship. Chapter 33. Some were knitted from dental floss. Others were modest and conservative. Some were t-shirts and shorts. There were those with skirts and frills. A few even had wetsuits on, but all of them made sure he got a good look at their bathing suits. The body says yes. Apparently, his brain has decided that the difference is academic when the figure is like that, and he's had to adjust his shorts more than once. Herbert himself, however, was in rebellion against his traitorous flesh and decided that he would not be giving them the satisfaction until at the very least he had his revenge. And the girls saw all 4 movies on the list. They barely made it through the first. Oh dear Lord, those things can swim. He mutters as he sees several Paris face-huggers swimming through the water and even more scuttling along the bottom. Apparently the little fuckers are amphibious. Joy. The back flaps behind the legs were some kind of flippers, and the tail was a stabilizer that also twisted through the water for more movement. Oh, they're harmless. Sweet as can be. One of the girls chirps from nearby as she cuddles a snake crab thing with bright green and blue patterns across its shell. Like a tarantula and a cobra in one. He mutters, shuffling away a bit. Look, there's nothing to be afraid of. See? His feeder bits are on the front, not the bottom, just a bit of shell to keep his itty legs safe. She explains, holding up the creature, even as it wraps its tail around her wrists and pulls them together slightly. He scooches away further at the sight of the wriggling crab legs. No, no, no. If we have to understand why it was so scary, then you have to get over being scared. It's only fair. She says, bouncing over and kneeling down to his level, even as he pulls his feet out of the pool, as a swimming Paris brushes by his feet. He leans back and away from the squirming creature that's letting out a strange rumbling noise, similar to a cat's purr but higher pitched. He leans further and further as she presses the issue until he's outright laying on his side, with his head on his shoulder and his eyes wide. He's not actually that freaked out and in truth agreed with her. He needed to understand these creatures better. Sir Philip had been kind enough to offer him some advice, though. He was pretending to be the opposite, feigning fear and borderline panic at the presence of the creature. Make the girls underestimate him and feel like they're getting to him at the same time. The illusion of power is as important as power itself, and the less powerful a spy looks, the less likely they're to be discovered. He had explained it by asking him to examine Sir Philip himself, a thin man with short and brushback iron gray hair thinning at the front, and a great deal of wrinkles. A bad left eye with a monocle over it, and always formally dressed with enlarged nose and a weak jaw. Yet it was all that which made him look like a harmless old servant. So stereotypical in his appearance as to be boring. Then the old man shifted his posture from stiff and stern to confident and strong. His jaw set shifted ever so, and he suddenly had an air of intimidation as he pulled the monocle from his face and tucked it away. The gaze of the somewhat faded eye and bright brown opposite had been unnerving. "No, please no," he asks, and the purrs is pulled away. "You're adorably goofy," she says to him, holding her pet away from him and kissing him on the side of the head before stepping away with a giggle. He rises again and glances back to see her joining some of his other wives in a conversation. The water below him was fresh and clean, clean but shallow. He glances to where the deeper end of the pool is and notices that there are less of the scuttling horrors the girls consider pets. Okay, so maybe he is freaked out by the things. He's working on it. He admits to himself as he walks along the edge of the pool. He returns the smiles sent his way, as the 100-woman, strong family pretty much like to live like it was an unending party. He stood over the deepest part of the pool, which reaches down 4 floors, and considers the depth for a moment. "Excuse me," he says to the girls sitting next to the water before diving in and swimming down a bit. A sensation causes him to turn, and he sees that 3 of the girls had apparently fallen in after him. He then reorients himself and begins pulling downwards. Part of the training back on Earth had been breath control and adjusting to harsher pressures, just in case there was some kind of environmental breach on a world with a denser atmosphere. He pulls himself downwards over and over again. Sinking deeper and deeper into the water, he passes by a point where the water pressing in is all the harder, and he pops his ears and then continues on the way. Another pop, and he rights himself to touch the bottom. A slight cracking noise to the side, and he turns to see a light blue and beige Paris. It seemed to notice him, and he launches up from the bottom. He was running out of air, not running from the alien equivalent of a cat. A few hard pulls, and he passes several girls who are in the process of diving down. A few more, and he breaks the surface and pulls in a huge lungful of air. The mild spots he'd not noticed dance for a few moments and fade. He's just fine as the girls he passed surface around him. "We thought you were in trouble. You went down for so long, and you're not aquatic or amphibious or anything. Yeah, you're like an ape or something. Apes sink and drown. Humans are a bit better than that in the water," he remarks, swimming back a bit with his arms crossed. Then something grabs at his foot, and he immediately races towards the edge of the pool, thrashing his leg as something grasps tight around his ankle, and then he stops. He looks down and, to the amusement of everyone present, holds up his leg with the light blue and beige Paris wrapped around his ankle and foot. "You scared him," one of the girls accuses in an amused tone. "Hell, he scared me," Herbert protests as he starts trying to unwrap the beast and sinks a little as it reshuffles around his ankle. After a bit of fevered and futile yanking, he swims back up to the laughter of the crowd. He clambers out of the pool and starts trying to peel the thing off of him. A dark shape glides through the water, and a pair of hands holds the wall as one of the girls brings her next hands out to stroke the creature. Its purring becomes more like an idling motor, and its grip slackens. "Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you," he remarks and reaches down to stroke the creature. It's from just behind the tip of its head and down a couple segments of tail. The purring increases, and the grip slackens further. Why does an amphibian have tiny furs? Oh, they're for sensing things in the water or air. They have weak eyes, so they get around with touch, sound, and scent. The girl next to him answers as he strokes it again. The purring rises and falls in a strange rhythm. "He really likes you. It usually takes longer for a purrs to get used to someone. I'm sure I just smell tasty or something." "Oh no, they're scavengers. They don't hunt. Heck, they don't even nibble like other pets," she says as he strokes it again, and it fully releases him. He watches it sink into the water and pulls his feet away as it seems to come to its senses and swim off, utterly harmless, but still a freaking face hugger. "If you say so," he says, and she giggles. "Oh, you worry too much. Would we have them as pets if they're dangerous?" Yes. Danger level isn't really something to consider when you want to domesticate something," he answers, and she clucks her tongue at him. "Really?" "Yay, really. The most heavily domesticated creature back home is the dog, which is a selectively bred version of a wolf, a fierce, competitive predator that uses pack tactics against us. Being chased by wolves is a primal human fear, and they're very dangerous, especially when rabid." "But you tame them?" "To the point that dogs are called man's best friend. Hell, the reason no one brought a dog on the trip was because no one wanted to torture a poor animal with all the confusion and distress that zero gravity would bring." "And you think a Paris is scary?" "You saw the movie. That was not a Paris, that was a hell-beast rape monster from the darkest depths of depravity." She protests, pointing her top right hand at him sternly. "That resembled a Paris," he insists. "Only vaguely, and you know it." She snaps back and he chuckles. You're fond of the freaky little things, aren't you? Yes, and they're not freaky, she protests, and he laughs again. I'll give them a shot, but they best not scuttle onto me as I sleep. They're bad at climbing, don't worry, she says, and he considers. Meaning they'll try to slip into my bed but won't be able to. He mutters, oh, stop. They won't eat you. They won't hurt you. The thing they associate with food is a can opener, not a moving person of any race. Face huggers are alien cats that swim but not climb. Got it. What's a cat? A pet from Earth. Describe it. She offers and he shrugs. Small, furry, inquisitive eyes and twitchy ears with a long tail. They're very graceful and balanced on all fours and are skilled ambush predators. They were initially tamed to hunt pests that got into food stores and the like. Keep the rats and mice at bay. Wait, they're straight-up hunters? So are dogs. So you have two races of predators as pets, one using pack tactics to fight, meaning they gang up on their enemies, the other an ambush predator. And you think purrs are creepy? She demands incredulously. They're scuttly spider snakes. That is creepy, he asserts and gets a dirty look in return. Okay, you know what? I think it's time you see some of our horror movies for context, just so you know what's actually scary. Like ambush predators in your home. She snaps at him and he raises an eyebrow and considers. What are you thinking? That's actually a good idea. I'd love to watch some more horror movies, get some culture with my guts and gore, he offers with a teasing grin. Her coloration shifts in what he thinks is a blush before she looks away. Oh no, what have I done? No take-backs, he teases, and she turns around and yanks him into the water. Oh, she's playing that way, is she? He asks himself as he sinks. She starts to climb out of the pool, no doubt in a huff, and he pulls her back in via the tail. He can hear her shriek of surprise from under the water and quickly swims up to smile right in her face. A waggle of the eyebrows, and he helps her to the surface. No reason not to be a gentleman in his childishness. She faces him totally and doesn't say a thing as he smiles at her. You know I can't tell if you're angry at me. I don't know how to read your faces just yet. So you can't tell between this? She smirks, but that's the only change. And this? She asks, and there's no change. No. What if I do this then? She asks, and she grabs him by the shoulders and pulls him in for a kiss. It's not a deep kiss or an intimate one, lip to lip and no spit exchange, but she pulls away smiling brightly. What do you get out of that? That I did something right. That you did something right. That you need to earn my attention? She asks and seems to pause. Oh, that is adorably strange, she says before pulling herself out of the pool and keeping her tail upwards to give him a very good look of her jiggling rear as she does so. She turns to see him staring and giggles to herself. She taps her shoulder and he blinks before looking over. Gah! He exclaims as he tries to swat away the bright blue and yellow Paris that had perched on his shoulder. It simply wraps its tail around his arm in response. Chapter 34. He can neither speak nor understand the fairly screechy and high-pitched language of his brides, but the tone alone tells him that there's a fight, a nasty one. To be honest, if the tone of conversation was any snappier, then they'd be spitting bear traps at each other. The problem was that, since he had no flaming clue what they were saying, he couldn't break it up. And the fact that more girls were filtering in and offering the occasional bit made it all look like it was about to get much, much worse. All at once, the conversation goes from snappy to downright hostile, and several girls on the side shout into it. He takes a big step back. The conversation has nigh literal venom pour into it as more and more of the girls are dragged in. That's the point. He simply leaves and doesn't let them know. They don't even notice. A few moments later, there's a high-pitched screech, and he climbs the walls to get the hell out of Dodge. He braces against the corner, and no less than a minute later, the arguing, sassing, gossiping, backbiting horde of alien girls passes below him. He waits until the last one is gone before dropping down and landing as softly on the carpet as he can. Wonder what it was all about, he wonders to himself before stretching. Probably better, I don't know. I'll need something to keep me out of the way for a while, or at least an excuse. he mutters before briefly considering the books. He pushes it around his head and tries to consider what else. The air cars seem interesting, but not only does the Dauntless have several samples, but they still have Ketty Downshift living among them. An hour later, and he's poring over both Pawn of Prophesy and A-to-the-point instruction on body language and how to look both disarming and beneath notice. He thought to the character of Dernick and how he's described as massively honest and dependable. That would be an exceptional look for a spy. There's a scratching at the floor, and he leans over the side of his bed to see one of the prees snuffling around the overhanging blankets. The colors and patterns of them say it's the same one that had grabbed him earlier when he'd gone swimming. "So you've learned to like me?" he asks as he props the book open on the bed and reaching down to pick it up and examine the creature without being watched, or rather watched too closely. He's in an embassy. Just because he hasn't found the cameras does not mean they're not there. The creature does have the look of a scavenger. Two very small claws near the front of the purse. It's very much a crab with three tails. Two fat lobster tails to each side for swimming, and the long tail behind it to grab onto things and steer. It has two tiny bead-like eyes set into its face rather than on stalks, and it seems to taste the air with its endlessly moving mouth. He gives it a stroke as he turns the creature upside down and lays it on the mattress next to him. As the girl said, there's no sign of anything horrific, and it's covered in tiny feeler hairs that make it both fuzzy and hard, like a stone in a little bag. He tickles it a little on the jaw, feet, and mandibles after righting it, and it makes no move to bite him, but instead wraps its tail around his arm. The light blue and beige creature clasps onto his shoulder, and he becomes aware of the fact that its eyes are staring right at the side of his head. But it does nothing more than cuddle close and very lightly purr in the strange, vibrating way it does. He picks up the book and resumes reading. If the creature tries anything, he has both a knife and a gun in easy reach. He'll go for the knife. Guns in a wrestling match are just messy. He's 2 chapters and hanging his jaw hang loose without letting his mouth open. Slack-jawed stupidity is a good way of making people look past you. He can't help but think that this would be more useful if men didn't stand out like flares in a dark room in the galaxy at large. "Ah, hey, cut that out." He chides the Paris as it reaches up and gives a tiny yank to his hair. It pulls its tiny claw back and returns to just gazing at him. He gives it a stroke, and the purring sound grows louder. "You know, little guy, there's no way in hell that anyone back home is going to believe what's happened to me. They'll have a hard time even recognizing me. Hell, they might even think I'm my own son. Some sort of time silliness would be easier to believe compared to just how weird the galaxy actually is." He notes mostly to hear it himself. That, and if anyone's listening in, then it's something that is interesting but ultimately unimportant. "What do you think? Play the himbo or the hothead?" he asks the creature. It just looks at him, and its purring shifts somewhat. "You think I should go for something else?" it purrs. "Okay, I'll think of something else." He reads a few more chapters before slotting in a bookmark and setting it aside. The slight amount of argument he had heard and was ignoring in the distance has suddenly stopped. That could be bad, hopefully good. He notes to himself before stroking the purrs a few times until it relaxes itself limp. He sets it down gently and rushes off to make sure things aren't going worse. If they somehow have cause to blame him for intermarriage murder, then it's in his best interest to prevent such things. The whispering is what he clues into a little ways later, quieter than the tapping scuttle of the Paris following him, but loud enough that he can tell it's still in the language the girls had been shrieking in. He's not sure it's a universal Zedin language. In fact, he's fairly sure it's the Zedin equivalent of Mandarin or English, widely but not universally spoken. After all, everyone knows at least one other language beyond galactic trade. The sudden shifting of words into another unknown language lets him know that yes, there are a great many Zedin languages. This is a galaxy that a linguist would both love and hate. Love for all the fascinating bits to study, and hate for the unified language putting them out of work. He notes to himself as he walks into one of the side kitchens. It's wall-to-wall with shapely pitch-black skin, painted all sorts of colors and stylized outfits more worn to look appealing than any practical purpose imaginable. "Excuse me, I need to bribe the little horror to stay off," he mutters as the scuttling pursuit of the purrs gives him a perfect excuse. He quickly flows through the room and rifles through some cupboards until he finds a box labeled Paris Pinchers, the perfect Paris treat. The moment he grabs it, the tiny thing behind him hits the gas and rushes up to him with a loud approving purr, followed by several others from all around the room, prompting him to jump onto the countertop and pulling his feet up as he gazes with wide eyes at the half-dozen creatures begging beneath him. There's a scattering of giggles. Good. With whatever they were arguing about playing second fiddle to his little show, they should calm down and be ready to talk, both to each other and to him. Okay then. Oh dear. Hell beasts away, he cries out, tossing a few of the small yellow treats away. The purists rush away and quickly gobble up the treats before rushing back to beg for more, even as they're visibly munching on the ones they already have. Oh dear, I should have thought that through. He mutters out loud and mentally cheers as the room giggles again. The girls start talking softly to each other, and he fights down the urge to pump a fist in triumph. Possible disaster averted. Well, at least let's make this fair, he says before pulling out a single treat and lowering it into the jaws of the one purse that didn't get any last run. He then snatches his hand back and jumps back a little as the tiny crowd of them lean in to try to get it. But the one is well fed, and the girls are giggling even more than before. Whatever hostility was between them is breaking down fast. A little help? He asks in a slightly higher tone, and there's some politely muffled laughter as a nearby girl walks up and takes the box from him. The Prees follow her. He stays on top of the counter. You're safe from the big bad cuddle beasts, she says as sits on the floor to allow the critters to climb all over her. He notices that the only thing a Prees can really climb are things that are willing to help them up or really easy to scale, like a person, coupled with their lack of jumping ability, and it's easy enough to stay away from them. Just get on a table. That means you can come down now, another girl says as the conversations around the room turn friendlier. Just waiting for the right moment, he explains before dashing out of the room at the word moment. There's a swell of laughter behind him. Good. Now he can casually bring this all up sometime later to get the story. And done is done. The fighting is finished and he begins to congratulate himself when he hears what sounds like a slight sob from a nearby room. Of course, he says. Those were the winners. He opens the door slowly and finds that it's a small cleaning closet with one of his wives sitting on the floor, her tail wrapped around her ankles as she hugs her knees with all four arms. She looks up at him before somehow sniffling without a nose. Hey, he says, crouching down to her level. He is not qualified for this. He has no training, and in high school had no idea why the girls all formed their cliques and clubs. He knows now it's the girls' equivalent of a dick measuring contest, but dragged on for years. Want to talk? He asks, and she shakes her head. Want me to talk to them? He offers, and she shakes her head. Number that. That'll just make things worse. Is there anything I can do? He asks. No. Her reply is simple. Want a place to do this that isn't a closet? He offers, and she nods. All right, let's go. He says, taking her by the hand, and she unfolds to loom over him. Everyone has their pride, and a girl's pride is different from a guy's, and that's before you add in aliens. He brings her to his room and sits her down on his bed before handing her his pillow to cry into. Take all the time you need, I'll be right here, he says, cracking open the book again. What are you reading? She asks him, and he gives her a smile. If she's not focusing on her misery, then it's a step in the right direction. Pawn of Prophecy, not the most original of fantasy novels, but well-written and enjoyable. It stars a young man swept into things far greater than himself in a primitive society, his family and friends, and a theft that shakes the foundations of the world itself and places everything in jeopardy. Of course, this is just the first fifth of the story. This part is just the opening legs of the trip and him figuring it out that he is indeed tied up in all of this, but is only vaguely certain how. Could you read it out loud? She asked quietly, as if the simple request was something daring and uncouth. All right, from the beginning, he says, marking his current page and flipping the book to the very start. When the world was new, the 7 gods dwelt in harmony. Chapter 35. It is lovely, and I had not considered flexible armor. Ordinarily, it is either strong cloth endowed with Axiom or a large and hard piece of material to keep oneself safe. Mironoir notes as she holds up what so far is merely a sheet of tri-tight coins, roughly the size of Vernon's chest. It flowed and moved almost like a cloth, and fascinated her with how tightly it was bound together. Without Axiom to help with the process, we had to get rather clever about forging our armor and weapons. In metal-poor countries, tightly bound bits of wood can make excellent armor as well. Really? How interesting. She notes, putting it down. How did your visit with your friends go? Very well. There's a few interesting bits of work to consider, and we gave the Admiral a bit of a scare due to a misunderstanding. What kind? She asks, and he shrugs. We've been looking into Axiom totems, and I was considering the brands and tattoos. What I can do is useful, but if I want to be my best for the tournament, then I need a bit of an advantage. A brand? Oh, dear goodness. Why would you subject yourself to that kind of suffering? I've had worse. Besides pain, fades gain stays. What? She asks, and he chuckles. Something workout enthusiasts say. He answers as he opens another tin that the Dauntless had sent him of little connectors for the many coins. You know, a bit of jewelry is allowed as well, she says, and he pauses. But a Kutha ring is a weapon, isn't it? Aren't physical totems effectively powerful and versatile weapons? Oh no, they're considered clothing by tournament rules, she says, and he pauses. Well, that's a loophole and a half, he remarks, and she titters. Oh no, we Apuk have Axiom running through our blood. Wearing additional Kutha doesn't help or harm us. It's merely a medal to us, so it doesn't matter. She says, not mentioning her family shoes, and he nods. Okay, that makes sense. I'll be getting some Kutha coins to make some pendants and rings then, he remarks, and she scoffs lightly. It's harder than just bringing up a Kutha coin to make a totem. It takes a great deal of practice and ability, she says, and he smiles. I've had it explained to me, and I manipulate Axiom in weird and wonderful ways for fun, my dear, he says, pulling a Kutha coin out of his pocket. He frowns at it, and the metal shifts as the air around him starts glowing with his focus. The coin unravels itself into a slightly stained, thin chain that he latches around his neck. There, now I have a necklace totem. You could have used the ring. I would not have minded, Mironoir says, indicating his wedding band. No, I couldn't. This is more than metal. This is your gift to me, a symbol of your love. The thought of tarnishing it to use it as a tool is... I couldn't. It's too precious. He stammers, and a goofy smile spreads across her face. He leans over and kisses her on the nose before going back to making more of his disc armor. So why didn't you have a totem before? She asks after a bit, and he glances up from his simple work. We're not sure of what the rules around the galaxy are. Humans as a whole just don't know where the lines are. Meaning that totems could be harmless, Kutha jewelry appears to be, but a totem is something else entirely. Would it be offensive? Would it cause some kind of war? We're getting away, in our own heads at least, with carrying weapons around because everyone is an accredited soldier in good standing, and the weapon is considered to be the least acceptable level of uniform in our own documentation, he explains, and she nods. Of course. Well, you should know that many races are like the Apuk. We're very powerful and very aware of it. There are many races like us, each an apex predator on their homeworld despite the largest and grandest monsters they could produce. I doubt so many look as pretty, though, Vernon says, and she smiles a bit. He holds up the patch of tri-tight disc mail in his left hand and conjures an orb of energy in his right. He then slaps the mail with the orb, and it shatters against the bright blue metal discs. Perfect. It won't be much help against a thrown boulder or a solid punch. No, but I can accelerate myself enough to dodge. It's the otter Axiom abilities that have me worried. You think you can move that quick? She asks, and there's a sense of deepening Axiom. He's suddenly holding her bridal style after a blur of movement. Quick enough, I hope, he says, leaning in for a kiss. I can make that armor quick enough, he says, carrying her out of the room. It's been too long since we had a proper dance on the water. It's only been a few weeks. We've only done it once. Let's fix that, he said, and she giggled. We've been a little busy with each other, she remarks as he lets her down to put her shoes on. Perhaps, but there's no reason we shouldn't. Is there a larger fountain than the one outside of our home? In front of the main Senate building. What are you thinking? She asks, and he smiles. Oh, no, no, no. That's far too public. Are you afraid? I'm not, he says teasingly. You're not being fair. Do you have any idea how many girls will be jealous and try to force their way in our marriage? A fair point. Do you have a suggestion? Something you'd like to do? He asks, and she thinks with a finger to her cheek. What about the Dauntless? So few non-humans have ever seen the inside of it. I'd like to understand the ship that brought you here to me. Sure, I can even introduce you to a few friends off the Nerd Squad. They've been busy, so there's not been much time to visit, he says, pulling his boots on and standing before offering his hand to help her up. Don't you need to do something first? She asks. It's better to beg forgiveness than permission. Besides, due to the hack, we've got little in the way of actual secrets left, and none that people are concerned in keeping from you. Not to mention, I think you'd like to meet Sir Philip personally. The old gentleman gave me more than a few pointers on how to properly show affection without stumbling over myself. Is he your father? She asks as they walk out the front door and lock it behind them. Oh, no, no, but he's taken a fatherly role to a great number, if not the whole of the Nerd Squad. His children are all back on Earth, as well as his grandchildren at that. He's a family man out for one last hurrah. Oh, so I have him to thank for your charm? Oh, no doubt. There were a great many things used to keep our glutted and overlarge crew busy during the long months in zero gravity. Sir Philip used a great deal of it to polish up on the social abilities of many crew members. This became a bit of a get-together as we learned that there were a fair number of more awkward men with more in common than most of the other soldiers. So we started to hang out, which became a large and loose group of friends, and the Nerd Squad was born. He explains as he casually helps her up onto the waters of the fountain, and arm in arm they skate across its rippling surface. It's the little touches that add ever so much, Sir Philip had told him. Little touches done casually and ignored by the doer, but observed and appreciated so very closely by everyone else. So what kind of things would you like to see on the Dauntless? There are some parts of it being upgraded even now and then, back-built to be completely deactivated and purged of Axiom afterwards. The Dauntless does need to be able to return to cruel space. Will you go with it? She asks, and he comes up short. Pausing. Luckily, they are no longer upon the fountain, and his mental processes slamming the brakes doesn't do anything but startle her. I don't know, he says, looking utterly lost. I was born there. It is my cradle world. No matter what kind of amazing place I find, it is not the place where my ancestors lie. It would be, I don't know, sacrilegious? Profane, maybe? It would be terrible at the least to never go back, he says before looking right at her. But there is so much here with you. There's you and I. He trails off, looking haunted. Her heart flutters as she realizes what's happening. He's weighing her against an entire world, against his homeworld and all the love and duty it implies, and he cannot decide which is more precious. Oh, Vernon, she gushes, hugging him close. His clear homesickness rubs off on her slightly, and she feels a pang for the mountains and plains of her own home. The ancient castles restored and preserved, the fields where great tournaments were held in days of old, the ancient forests that would retaliate to any fire brought within them, wherein dwelt the wisest and strongest of Apuk sorcerers in days of old. Men that had fled there would be brides to seek self-mastery and power of flame, and self before being conquered and tamed by a battle princess, as so many of the stories went. And how so many people could trace their ancestry too. It strikes her once more that she had seduced an alien sorcerer, a part of his own cabal of mages from beyond the dark place within the night sky. His strong arms around her make the moment wonderful. Oh, I want in on that so much. Some girl whispers from nearby, and she just ignores them. She's got the man, not them. Thinks she's willing to let us in? Another voice says, and she wants to glare at the bimbos staring up her Vernon, but doesn't want to break the hug. Look at how desperately she's clinging to him. She's a lesser wife. We don't need to ask her, but him instead, the first voice says, and that's enough. She turns around to glare. It's a pair of desert Nagasha with slight amounts of face paint. So those hussies think they're going to muscle in on this? Let's just go. No need for a pointless fight, Vernon whispers to her. She walks him away and there's giggling from the two Nagasha. No point arguing with the foolish. They drag the debate down to their own level and then use experience to prevail, he says when they're out of earshot. Foolish? No, it wasn't foolish of them. Our situation is very odd. Ordinarily, I'd be looking for other wives to share you with, but I want you all to myself. I'm being selfish and stupid and petty and... She's cut off as he holds her close. You're none of those things. You're in love and so am I. You want to keep it with me and only me, and there's nothing wrong with that. Fidelity is a wonderful thing. It's not fidelity, it's greed. I want you all to myself, it's jealousy. I should not be hogging you. You're not hogging me. This is fine. On Earth, where there's more men than stones maybe, but not here. Not in this place. Not with these people, or my people, or any people. She nearly curses herself out. She's a princess. She has to set the example, not look to them. She has to be better. She has to, except for my people, he says, and her worries wash away for a time. Chapter 36. Miles smiles as he lays back against Agenda. He and the rest of the guys are lounging around the room in tight pants and open shirts. They're all wearing the shield rings and they've all personalized them to form small Axiom totems. The PT that they all kept up had chiseled each of them into looking more like male strippers than soldiers. No weapons but the Kutha and Jehest rings. Rings that Miles had ridden everyone to practice with until they could not only get a good shield going but turn it into an offensive weapon too, something they need in this kind of mission. They're deep in enemy lines and being fawned over by the numerous alien women all around them and fawning over them in return as a distraction. All the women are obviously armed and there are guards around the room. Only Captain Lilpaw was in there with them beyond the numerous armed women and the singular leader in charge of all this hidden from view, but in arm's reach. I must confess, Captain Lilpaw, you give a tempting offer, a deep, husky woman's voice says from behind the thin curtain. There's a massive figure there and the slight light of an enormous smoking cigar. The product is good, and you're clearly a woman of wealth and means despite the mean little ship you showed up in. The figure purrs from behind the curtain. It's a silly trait of the galaxy. If your ship is rough-looking, then they assume you're a raider or a traitor, not anyone running anything, Agenda remarks as she fiddles with her drink glass. Come here, my pet. How do you like the taste? She asks Miles, who slinks over and takes the slightest sip. There's kick, he whispers as he reaches up to kiss her on the cheek. I loved it, he says out loud. Then you may have it, my darling little Tret. She gushes at him as he takes the drink that's toxic to her and mildly entertaining to him. A fair point, my dear. I hope the drink isn't too much for your darling little Tret. Perhaps he would enjoy some Orsa honeyed liga wedges to dull it. She offers, and a Kutha ringed tray floats out from the curtains with a flower-shaped display of bright yellow fruit, glistening with crystallized Orsa honey. No thankest thou, milady. Sweetness is rarely a sensation I seek. Miles says, just to be obtuse and have the woman sweat. Now, my dear little Tret, there's no cause to be rude. You're drinking the generous woman's drink and have been offered her food as well. It's rude to refuse, Agenda says with a smile. She knows she can be seen through the curtain. The game is afoot. If thou insist, mine love. Miles simpers in the exaggerated and stupid accent. It's a slice of hardened candy that tastes like a grape with the texture of a dried orange. He almost spits it out with the strangeness. The woman behind the curtain relaxes somewhat, then seems to go into agitation as Miles takes a deep pull of the drink. Are you certain the Liga wedges aren't to your taste? I find they pair exceptionally well with the Merida liqueur, she asks, and Miles shakes his head. Oh no, I'm quite all right. He responds, and there's a dense silence that descends. The men lounging around the smoky and cramped room all repress the urge to nod. It's just about go time. I must insist, she says, and Agenda tilts her head. Why, Madame Viquez? Is that a note of concern in your voice? Whatever is the matter. Agenda pokes, knowing full well that everything was about to happen. The mob boss no doubt wants the men for sale or personal use. The curtain is thrown to the side and an octet of plasma pistols are pointed right at Agenda. Take the antidote now! Madame Beckay screams at Miles just before a fist of hard light crashes into her face with enough force to lift her off the ground and slam her into the ceiling. Around the room there's plasma fire and the sound of hard light constructs slamming into flesh. Agenda for her part isn't content to let the boys have all the fun, and she dives on Vika's dropped guns and lets loose a couple shots each to kill a quartet of mobsters. Good work, gents. Arm yourselves. Franklin, this is your time. Agenda orders as the fallen weapons of the mobsters are collected and the entrances of the room are carefully watched. The nerd of the group rushes up to the Cephalin mob boss and puts his hands to both sides of her dazed head. Your thoughts to my thoughts. Your mind to my mind, he says firmly, and they both start twitching for a few moments. Then he curses as he lets her go. The bright red woman with 6 tentacles forming her hair begins to come to, and he grabs her along the forehead. Her struggles cease. Report, soldier, Miles barks. The code to her vaults is in several parts. If she dies, it won't work. They're monitoring her vitals. If she's not there, it won't work. If it's input too slowly, it won't work. If it reads her as unconscious, it won't work. That's aside from the panic button we've thankfully avoided or just putting in the wrong code. He says, reaching down into the woman's skirt and pulling out a device that he pulls apart. Panic button gone, he says calmly before focusing. There's a ripple in the air, and the silken blankets she had been luxuriating on wrap around her as a tight cocoon that keeps her nose unimpeded. I'll carry her. You focus on your Axiom, Jake states as he stomps over and passes the plasma rifle he had swiped to Victor before throwing the unconscious woman over his shoulder. Got it, Franklin says. All right, we need master access and we need the vaults. Which is closer? Agenda asks Franklin, who grins. The vaults. Even better, there's a master access terminal in there. It's a twofer, Franklin informs them. No difficulties scanning, Miles asks, and Franklin shakes his head. No, I knew I was looking for something specific, so I found it fast. I think a general scan would be a lot more difficult, or at least catch a lot of garbage, Franklin explains. Lectures later, action now. Agenda orders while loping out and sticking a pair of plasma casters in between her breasts to hold them as she moves. Take a left, Franklin says as they all race out in pursuit of the captain. As she races down the hall at the front of her pursuing pack of men, she draws a plasma caster and kills 3 Horshka guards before they can even shout and doesn't lose a step. Left again, Franklin calls out, and she spins on the spot and all but rips the door off the wall to reveal an empty closet. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed? She demands as the men catch up and Franklin rushes past everyone to tap on the walls and then opens a panel hiding a lever. The back wall of the closet moves to the side to expose a stairway down when he yanks it. She considers secret passages, security measures. This takes us right to the vault, he answers before rushing down the stairwells. Behind me, she orders, and he flattens against the wall to let her go first. The stairwell takes them down several floors and they emerge into a hallway. Well, I've tried and fucked up putting things together out of raw Axiom or transmutating things using Axiom more times than I can count. But I can convert things into Axiom and unravel it in that state, basically converting it all into more power for the local Axiom field. The initial energy is when it's in an Axiom state, then it's gone as I feed it into it. Dude, you're scary. Coming from a man that can crush I-beams like a soda can? Yep. To the immediate left are several guards, and she gives them hot plasma before she even fully registers the sheer difference in the decoration. Gone is the lap of luxury of the upper floors. It's all no frills, no nonsense, and utilitarian. A pair of walls slam together, and Agenda skids to a stop before slamming into it. What now? She demands of Franklin, who rushes up to put his hands on the barrier. For a moment, it's covered in crackling Axiom energy. Then it's gone, missing as if misplaced by all of reality. What did you do? She asks in a horrified voice. I'm not too hot at transfiguration. Disintegration, though. That's easier, he says. You can just undo things you put your hands on, Miles demands in a shocked tone as the implications hit. No, I need to put my hands on it when I want to be precise and subtle. Otherwise, I'd make a hell of a bang, and the shockwave of repurposed energy goes off like a bomb. He says, and everyone stares. Do we have time for this? They rush forward with Veek's awakening to start struggling in rage. Her muffled screams of wrath are music to Agenda's ears as she races around a corner, rolls to dodge plasma bursts, draw her plasma casters, and kill 3 off them. There's return fire that fizzles out halfway between her and the enemies. The continuing barrages detonate closer and closer to the enemies as she stares before the enemy plasma weaponry detonates in their hands. She does not, however, lose her focus and scores another kill as the rest of the men sear the rest with plasma fire and another 5 Horshka are dead. How? Agenda asks Franklin, who's walked up beside her with a smile. Plasma and laser weapons are susceptible to atmosphere. A very high oxygen concentration causes a premature detonation in both, and since it's already there, you need to do very little to play around like that, he says as he walks forward. Come on, that's the last of the guards. She doesn't like anyone too close to the vaults. They rush down the hallway, still at the alert, despite the lack of alarms going off. Franklin leads them right up to a massive doorway covered in sensors. Stand her up in front of the door and grab her head tentacles. She has specific sensors in each one that need to go off. It's the first part of the password, followed by a number code on a hidden keypad. Okay, how do we do this? Agenda asks, and Franklin waves his hand, causing the head tentacles of Vekes to glow. Half of them flashing their colors. Flashing colors go to the left side, solid to the right. Red are at the bottom down here, blue in the middle here, and green up here. He explains, kicking a lower part of the door, then slapping an upper part before jumping to slap 2 points in the top of the frame. He then steps up right next to the door as the mob boss is wrestled until her tentacles are in the right positions. There's a quick taping sequence a few moments later as Franklin puts in the password and the massive reinforced door opens wide. Goddesses in chrome! There's so much! Agenda gasps in awe as she sees the rows upon rows of Axiom ride trade bars, each worth 100 of the expensive discs. 10 million credits apiece, and there were hundreds of them. We're going to need a bigger boat, Miles remarks with an open gawk at the amount of wealth. We need to focus. Where's the master access terminal you promised? Agenda asks Franklin, who's busy pulling up an acid-proof bag from the tether tied to one of his back teeth. He lets out a few sounds of disgust as he pulls out the tiny data chip that his biology had perfectly hidden. It's right here, he says, opening up a random wall panel to expose a computer terminal. He puts in the data chip and turns it on. What about the password? Agenda asks as it turns on, and the virus they made downloads itself into the security systems. Not on this terminal. It's the only unprotected one due to being in the vault. Franklin remarks as the security systems self-compromise, and he punches a code into the terminal. The screen shifts, and there's a wonderful look to Gula on the bridge. Hey, cutie, Captain there? The Drin hacker asks, and he nods before stepping to the side. Gula, let Mercy and Jin know that it's time. I want this entire palace swarming with mech armor and gunner women. We've got their security, we've got their boss, and we've cracked their vault. It's ours. Captain, is what I'm seeing real? Are those entire shelves of Axiom ride bars? We've hit our biggest payday yet, Gula. We're rich. Agenda boasts with a wide, toothy smile. Hey, Frank, how'd you do that deletion thing? Beck asked behind her as Gula's cheering in her seat. Chapter 37. So what am I looking at exactly? Admiral Cistern asks as the video of a transparent circle with some strange doodle-like designs in it is approached by what appears to be a large number of tadpoles, and the entire thing turns brown and collapses in on itself when one wriggles its way in. I thought that would be obvious, sir, the scientist explains. I've learned to stop making assumptions, Dr. Wren. Spell it out. What you saw was an attempt to fertilize a Tret woman's egg with exclusively Y chromosomal spermatozoa. As you saw, the moment the cellular wall was breached, the entire system collapsed as if introduced to an extremely virulent poison or acid. We had bought and paid for 30 eggs, and we noticed a very interesting pattern. The Dr. Wren explains as he moves to the next video. See here? This is an unaltered spermatozoa sample introduced to the egg. Genetically speaking, there are few enough differences between a Tret and a human as they could be considered another nationality and not a separate species entirely. Yet observe, he states, and the image shows brightly and dimly colored sperm swimming to an egg. The brightly colored sperm quickly starts to burrow at roughly 5 times the pace as the others, and then the wall becomes completely impermeable to the remaining swimmers. What did I see, doctor? You saw spermatozoa colored with HUXT 33342. X chromosome portions of the samples retain a higher amount of the chemical and therefore appear more visually striking than their male counterparts. So for some reason, alien eggs resist male sperm by a factor of roughly 5 to 1. Furthermore, the eggs spontaneously die when introduced exclusively to male sperm. Admiral Cistern summarizes for clarity's sake. Yes, sir. In every scenario where we have introduced exclusively male spermatozoa to the eggs, they have spontaneously aborted. Why? Admiral Cistern asks, and Dr. Wren merely shrugs. Not an answer I expected of you, Doctor. It's extremely frustrating, sir. The moment we left our little corner of the galaxy, we were effectively informed that everything we know about physics, biology, chemistry, and frankly, every field of science, excepting math, was incorrect. I don't know how or why this is happening, but I have found a way around it. Observe, sir. Dr. Wren explains, and Admiral Cistern nods. I understand, and in light of such things, I'm willing to let a lot slide so long as the more exuberant members of my ship do not cause themselves, the crew or the Dauntless, undue harm. Admiral Cistern says before gesturing for the video to start. This time the video shows the different colored sperm, but there's something subtly wrong with the brighter colored ones. The lighter colored ones went out the race, and the egg seems to get properly fertilized. What happened? I had X chromosome spermatozoa deliberately damaged to render them incapable of properly fertilizing the egg. However, their mere presence was enough to ensure a proper male fertilization. My current hypothesis is that there is a specific chemical or hormone that alien eggs require a sample of, or it self-terminates rather than fertilizes. This chemical or hormone is exclusive to the X chromosome spermatozoa and also allows it to penetrate the outer wall with greater ease. How and why is still beyond me, but it would explain the enormous gender disparity in the galaxy at large. Dr. Wren explains, and Admiral Cistern nods while stroking his chin in thought. Do we have any options to correct this odd imbalance? He asks. As of yet, no, but I assume that a more precise form of spermicide that exclusively weakens but does not kill. X chromosome, spermatozoa, would allow for a jump in male births the galaxy over. Such a thing would require years and years of research and development in order to get down properly, and likely require customization for each individual species, of which there is a truly enormous number. Products for the market, then. I'll be speaking with our lawyers to see if we can get a patent on such a thing. A product to guarantee male births should sell well, Admiral Cistern notes. Perhaps not, sir. Another scientist interrupts him. Dr. Ricken, do you have another opinion, ma'am? He asked the behavioral scientist. Yes, sir. When it comes to a great many of the systems in the galaxy at large, they seem to be in a state of stasis, for a lack of a better term. There has been little in the way of advancement or desire to advance. The general consensus the galaxy over is that they're in a golden age, which is somewhat accurate, but they've become massively complacent. A good example would be the Apuk species as a whole. They behave like they've freshly walked out of the age of antiquity with knights and castles and such. So much so that the equivalent title for the Princess Mironoir would be that of a knight, and amusingly, with our soldier Vernon as her lady. She explains to some light chuckling around the room. Can you pinpoint the source of this cultural stagnation? I've found a few contributing factors, sir. Nothing concrete, though, but many things that would add to it. One of particular note here on Centris is a society of conspiracy. There are an enormous amount of petty conspiracies further gumming up the already rusted and slowed wheels of progress. The conspiracies can be about just about anything, and the many hundreds of thousands of them seem to be one of the primary sources of the hack. Thankfully, they're mistrustful and believe the information completely compromised by one another. How petty are these conspiracies exactly? Admiral Cistern asks, and the scientifically minded woman sighs in exasperation. While a very passionate answer, it's not a very accurate one. May I have more, please? Sir Philip and the other intelligence officers on the ship have identified nearly 100 different conspiracies to change the color of the font on officially broadcasted announcements from the Senate. Their methods range from bribery to blackmail to planting agents to disrupting votes electronically to taking hostages to planning out assassinations. There are conspiracies about changing the approved weaponry for the Senate Guard, dozens for each type of weapon, all of them operating independently and without knowledge of each other or knowledge of how to actually accomplish their goals. The local hobby is conspiracy to such a degree that some people put them on their resumes. You must be joking, Admiral Cistern says, and Dr. Ricken tosses a data chip to Dr. Wren. He plugs it in and brings up the first file. It's a prospective letter to work in his office with job experience, citing the Sisterhood of the Shadowed Stare and most august augurs of avenging as references with 8 years between the two. He pinches his eyes closed and takes a few deep breaths as he steadies himself. When he opens them, the madness has not vanished, but it seems more manageable. Very well. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Only that we and our emergence from cruel space is the largest cultural shift in 600 years, with the foundation and rapid growth of the Meccan Reach being the last one. Our shifting of some laws, even in small and seemingly inconsequential ways, is comparatively big news, as most of the conspiracies don't get a tenth that far in decades, let alone weeks or months. Thank you, Dr. Ricken. Dr. Samuel, you've been researching the energy weapons of the galaxy. What do we know? We already have the math and engineering figured out for most of this, sir, Dr. Samuel says with a smile as he tosses his own data chip to Dr. Wren, who plugs it in before tossing Dr. Ricken her own back. A self-starting slideshow of plasma and laser weaponry blueprints begins playing in cycle. They skip a couple of steps with the Axiom, but otherwise we not only know exactly what's going on here, but can make our own now that we have the techniques and technologies written out for us. None of it will work back home, but we can certainly make it here. What are the big hurdles for getting it to work on Earth? Admiral Cistern asks, and the smile turns into a rueful grin. First off is power. The sheer amount of electricity the laser needs and the power-intense process of compressing, igniting, and magnetically bottling before launching the plasma is, frankly, absurd. Without Axiom as the big battery to draw on, you'd need an enormous source of energy. Even the smallest models would need a truck to move its battery around if it's not an emplaced bit of hardware. Any more complications? One for the laser and two for the plasma. The plasma's magnetic fields, bottling and rail, are extremely complicated, and without Axiom using components as a stabilizer, we can't get it to work. Though we're working on it. The other thing is a shared problem between the two. The amount of power that both give out is brutal on the equipment itself. Without the Axiom-based internal shielding, both weapons can only provide a small handful of shots before burning out, if not failing explosively. Research into synthesizing more robust materials that don't need that level of protection is ongoing, but is mostly in the metallurgist's camp, not mine. Anything else you'd like to say? Admiral Cistern asks, and he considers. We've opened research into 2 weapons based on the laser frame. Samuel says, walking over to the projector and switching to another file. A blueprint fills up half the screen, and the other half is filled with mathematical equations. Where lasers work, so do masers. Or rather microwave ray lasers. The name is descriptive, and the function is a much more deadly and subtle laser. Effectively, instead of burning through something with light, it agitates the water molecules in its target until they convert to steam in an instant. This leads usually to a nasty bang from within the target and is invisible to the naked eye, as well as less susceptible to atmospheric interference. That sounds like a nightmare to deal with. Not much worse than an ultraviolet laser, and since it's an unknown technology, it'll have the added benefit of being technically legal around the galaxy, unlike invisible lasers. You mentioned a second technology? Admiral Cistern prompts, and Samuel points to the math. Gamma-ray lasers, the bigger and meaner and much dirtier brother of the Maser. It's pure theory at the moment, but it uses the nastier frequencies of radiation to make the beam. It will burn through you, blow up everything around it, and irradiate the area it hits and travels through. It's only in the theory stage, But if you want to add to whatever Geneva Convention they've got out here, a gracer will do it. Let us assume that we will not be committing war crimes unless absolutely necessary. Understood? It's just theory crafting, Admiral, sir. It won't ever be more than numbers without your direct approval? Samuel vows. Good man, Admiral Cistern says, and his communicator goes off. Admiral Cistern, he says. Sir, not an emergency, but something you should know. Trooper, or is it researcher now? Anyways, Vernon Shea is on the Dauntless showing his wife around. He's avoiding critical areas, and I doubt he's dumb enough to change that. But you should know he's there. One of the bridge crewmen on security detail reports. Just ring him when he's showing her someplace he shouldn't. He's not stupid enough to disobey. Admiral Cistern responds he had evaluated the man's profile both when he became part of the Nerd Squad and when he got married. Vernon, while not normal, was still solid and sensible. Yes, sir. All right, that reminds me, ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Cistern says after turning off his communicator. What about our research into armor and the suggestions from the Nerd Squad? To be honest, sir, we were planning on waiting until after the field test in the Shellcracker tournament. Samuel responds with a shrug. Fair enough. However, how do you know? How much is the rumor mill churning? The entire crew, as well as all the poorly inserted spies, know, Dr. Rickens says, and there's muffled laughter. We have spies on board? This is the sort of thing he should know about, even if it is somehow amusing. They're really obvious, sir. Sir Philip has been using them as training aids for the intelligence division. They seem to think that a Tret with a uniform can just walk on and be mistaken for a human solider. They can't. They really can't. But we haven't let them know that yet, she explains, and that does soothe his nerves more than somewhat. If they're that incompetent, it's no wonder I haven't been informed. How poor a spy are they? The closest they get to actual infiltration is when they're mistaken for strippers. The average girl out here is curvy to the point that Jessica Rabbit looks flat and plain by comparison. It's really, really damn easy to tell who's an alien bimbo and who's actually part of the crew, Dr. Rickens says in an amused tone. How those idiots can tie their own fucking shoes is a mystery to me. Solve it on your own time, Doctor. I want you focused on your field of expertise. Admiral Cistern orders with a gentle smile, and despite her not technically being a soldier, he gets a crisp salute from her. Good woman. Chapter 38. It's very utilitarian in here. Mira Noir notes with the plastic and chrome walls and tile flooring. There's a carpet bolted to the floor to increase traction and small handholds all over. I'm afraid my people just aren't as wealthy as we'd like to be. The Dauntless is the finest ship humanity has ever produced, but compared to most other vessels around the galaxy, it's liable to come up short in almost every field. Vernon admits as he slowly shows her down towards the barracks where he would be living in, if not with her. And where does this ship excel? I can't say I'm too thrilled with the idea of you dwelling within such a place, she asks as the idea of decompression and just being hit by a pirate raid terrified her. This ship has enough redundant systems that you can break it into pieces, and most of those pieces can endure for days or even weeks. Really? Oh yes, we've got a dozen little tricks for filtering the air and a few chemical reactions to create oxygen and also keep up air pressure. He explains, before pointing towards a closet with a large circle and a small squiggle on it. That sign is O2, meaning oxygen supply, he says, opening it up. This is effectively a candle that gives off safe oxygen to breathe. It also burns very hot, so once we set one up, we stay away from it, he says, indicating a few strange cylinders and then gesturing to the closed vent above it. Interesting. Where was this technology invented? It was made for submarines, underwater vehicles. We adapted a lot of submarine technology for Axiom-free atmospherics. Actually, we straight up cannibalized about a dozen different submarines to make the ventilation systems, twice their number in aircraft carriers, and a large number of rockets, and a few hundred pieces of experimental equipment. This really the biggest warship your kind has ever made, isn't it? Miro Noir asks, and he nods. Yes, not only am I still a member of the crew, but some of the work building it was done by me. Nothing advanced, mind you, but a lot of welding and riveting and soldering. Did you? Oh, yes. This hallway, in fact, was something that I spent a few days on. The whole thing for the next few hundred meters, I was on the team that did all of it. We had to build the Dauntless in space. We just wouldn't have the technology to get a ship like this into orbit and landing it without Axiom. It will shatter the insides like glass and crumple the frame as it slams into the ground. Is this massive ship really so fragile? She asked in horror. Yes and no. With Axiom, there's an enormous amount of durability. This ship has more ablative armor than most ships have anything. It's tough to the point that you can shatter it and the individual components can survive on their own. And on top of that, there's no other ship in the galaxy that can go from system to system without being undone by null. I suppose so, but how do you prevent Axiom-dense systems from exploding? Even when idle, a warp engine has a more than high enough concentration of power to be utterly destroyed by even a short jaunt into cruel space. We take them apart. Each and every Axiom using component of the ship is pulled apart and purged of energy. That way, when we re-enter cruel space, there won't be any issues. Interesting. That's certainly one way, too. You shall not pass! A voice bellows from nearby, drawing up the couple, short in confusion. What? Both Vernon and a man unseen nearby ask. The couple rounds the corner to see a soldier being held at stick point by another man in gray bed sheets with a pair of mop heads for a fake beard and hair. I am the servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor. The robed soldier bellows and Vernon groans into his hands before chuckling. Oh Christ, Vernon mutters. Dude, I got a shit. Go back to the shadows. Hop it, Merlin. I need to drop a deuce. Oh, no, Merlin's in the bathroom itself. To pass him, you must answer the riddles 3. I'm Gandalf. The nerd says to the pissed-off soldier who draws his pistol. I can literally harden the air like metal in front of the barrel. That doesn't scare me. Don't be jackass Jonathan. Vernon calls to him, and the cosplaying man turns around and almost jumps. Holy crap, Vernon. Oh, whoa, that must be your girl. Hey, Bob, get out here. It's Vernon and his wife. The Gandalf impersonator shouts into the bathroom, and out rushes a second man using mop heads to simulate hair and beard and sheets for robes. Thankfully, both are dressed under the get-ups, and the man they were harassing uses the distraction to rush inside. What are you complete clowns doing? Vernon demands them as Bob and Jonathan glance at each other as they pull off the disguises. They're in the on-duty tan cargos and black t-shirts with boots. Just having some fun, man. Come on, Bob protests. Bob, you complained to me that people were bullying you out of the toilet and messing with you. Now that you've got the power, you're doing it? I thought you were better than that. Oh, come on, it's just some harmless fun. Bob starts to protest, but it turns to a question as he gets to the stink-eye part way through. I come here to show my wife the ship, and you punks are making it look bad. What the hell, you guys? Vernon demands, and both of them cringe. For God's sake, Vernon, we're bored out of our minds here. Jonathan protests and gets a glare that draws him up short. Bored out of your minds? How could you be bored? You have access to an entire galaxy's worth of media, movies, video games, books, and more. Vernon is more visibly upset than Miro Noir has ever seen in him. What about this set him off? Actual freaking magic is available to you. How do not have so much to do? Vernon demands as pure power arcs between his hands in a dazzling display of power and control. Well, Bob begins just as the man they were harassing emerges from the bathroom with steam coming from his hands and a toilet flushing behind him. Oh, thank God, that was almost forcing its way out, the guy says before looking around. Well, hello. Tell me, Missy, if you ever get tired of a nerd boy here, then you should shack up with a big is as far as the man gets before being flicked in the forehead and simply stopping. No one hits on my wife, Vernon growls out. Dude, you inverted the temporal acceleration research. You scary. Bob says as Vernon puts his arm protectively over Miro Noir's shoulders, and she can only smile. He's fighting to keep them away from her. The reversal is so scandalous, so exotic, so strange but wonderful. Right, look, Vern, you've been let out. You've got a gorgeous wife and things to do. You're going to a tournament. You're going in front of the galaxy as a champ. We're stuck in here. No matter how much there is to do, there's still the fact that we can't go out and take a look at the massive alien world just begging to be explored. We're going nuts, again. Yeah, but I know. Believe me, I know how important it is that we stay in the ship and not cause problems. We all know. That doesn't make it easier. Jonathan cuts him off. Did you at least sign up for shore leave rotation? Vernon asks ruefully, his annoyance clearly shifting to sympathy. I'm out in 3 days and Johnny Boy here gets out next week. Good luck, though I doubt you'll find half so beautiful a woman. Vernon taunts the two as he gives Mira Noir a kiss on the forehead. She leans into him with a sigh of contentment and watches in wonder as the two men have a flash of jealousy rush across their faces. Man, what? Hey, wait a second. What happened? The other soldier asks as the Axiom stops freezing everything in a moment for him. Did the record skip? What the hell? He demands, looking freaked. Don't hit on my wife, Vernon states, and the guy just stares at him for a moment before groaning. Should have known. You're part of the freak show, aren't you? Nerd Squad, you jackass, Vernon says tightly. Whatever. Bet you're one of those guys that can't take the sound of a... The soldier begins and takes a breath before Vernon pokes him to stop him in that moment in time. Okay, he had it coming, but you shouldn't go down to his level, justified or not. Vernon admits and admonishes at the same time. How about we be somewhere else before Shrieky here gives his lungs a workout? Bob asks, and Mira Noir lets out a little huff of surprise when Vernon picks her up and all three men rush down the corridor before the time stop wears off on the other soldier. They round a corner in time to hear an unearthly, high-pitched shriek that's cut off with confusion, then frustration. What was that all about? She asks as she's put down, rather baffled at the behavior, to put things mildly. Inner ship politics, Vernon says ruefully as Bob and Jonathan chuckle with pained expressions. Basically, every major group in the Dauntless has its own sort of small society and act in different ways. The Nerd Squad, one of the smaller factions, which I'm a part of, is generally regarded somewhat poorly around the ship, due to our obsession with hobbies and pursuits that kept us busy in cruel space. Jealousy is fueling that, Bob explains with a grin. Of course, other groups exist as well. Everyone's scared near witless around the scientists. No one feels safe around the intelligence division, as they can borderline read your mind in casual conversation. Everyone's polite to the engineers. The command crew are kept at arm's length due to numerous threats of court-martial. The legal division was kept at arm's length before, but since we got access to the galaxy, that changed. It is a work of outright magic to listen to those men and women rant long and hard about the nonsense of the galaxy. Oh, the loopholes. Oh, the contradictions, Jonathan remarks with a grin. The rest of the ship is divided among who likes what kind of weapon, if for no other reason than to have a group to belong to. Machine guns forever. Shotguns are better. Germans straight up thought they were a war crime in the world wars. Vernon counters immediately with a grin. Boys, you're both wrong. You go sniper or go home. Bob adds in with friendly banter as Mira Noir giggles. So they're divided? Just these few thousand alone are divided among themselves? That's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all for the species. Of course, that doesn't mean to say we don't have each other's back. The guy back there and us may bicker and argue a lot, but if things start going wrong, there's not a person on this ship that wouldn't kill and die for each other. The cliques and clubs are more for personal entertainment and social interaction. Bob remarks, and Vernon notices the troubled look on Mira Noir's face. It's like siblings. You drive each other absolutely nuts, but if anything goes wrong, you go straight to the mat for them. He explains to soothe her worries, and it all clicks into place. Inter-family competition and bickering? That's fine, but it would look absolutely vile from the outside, wouldn't it? Much like what happened here. A prank followed by an argument. It certainly sounds better when put like that. Although I do believe we were in the middle of a tour of the ship. Of course, this way, please. Bob, Jonathan, this is my wife, Princess Mira Noir. Wait, it wasn't a gag? You've married into alien royalty? Jonathan demands in shock. It's not quite so advanced as you gentlemen think. I'm a battle princess. My title is earned, not born. I believe you explained it, that I'm a knight by the titles of your history? She asks Vernon, who nods. Yes, she earned her royal title in a tournament. The same one that you're entering, isn't it? Bob asked with a grin. Yes, it's rather fitting for a princess and a prince to be married, isn't it? Maybe. But Jonathan makes a gesture to Bob, who scoots behind them before he takes a wide stance with his arms crossed. You may only pass if you answer my question true. Seriously, dude? Vernon demands. He who does ruin the fun shall become it, Bob declares from behind them, and gets a very unimpressed look from Vernon. Then he grins. I thought it was, he who has smelt does verily dealt it, Vernon asks, and there's light chuckling from the two men. Mironoir relaxes what little tension she had felt building up. Friends playing with one another. Of this question you must answer true. You actually thought it was funny and only protested because you want to look mature in front of your girl, don't you? Jonathan demands grandiosely. Hey, Vernon protests. Sounds like a yes to me, Bob adds in. You can both hop out the airlocks. Vernon curses before palming his forehead. Not much of a curse when we're landed in safe atmosphere, Bob remarks. I know. I knew it the moment it left my mouth. Vernon groans as Mironoir begins to giggle. So, it took you long enough to introduce your girl to us, buddy, Jonathan says, throwing an arm around Vernon's neck and getting an elbow in his ribs that he mostly ignores. And Lady Mironoir, when we heard that this Chungus had managed to marry a lady so lovely, we just had to look you up. We back each other up, you see. Then we found the most interesting video of a large, muscle-bound hulk of a woman literally cratering the landscape with every step and throwing her equally massive opponents around like ping-pong balls out of a railgun. We just had to meet you after that. A shame it took so long. Oh my goodness, but I was so brash and foolish back then, so unsure of myself that I bloated myself up to an enormous size to compensate for it all. Mironoir waves it away as Vernon grabs Jonathan by the back of the shirt and hoists him off the ground one-handed. Knock it off. Fine, but we do have a request, Bob says. Oh no, you two don't want to. Vernon trails off before chuckling to himself. Oh yes. Lady Mironoir, there is a style of commentary where the silhouettes of the commentators are seen alongside the piece of media, with their voices and commentary given precedence over the commented upon media. We would like to go into a production where you, your husband, and us two are all commenting on your own tournament rounds some years ago. It would be an excellent way to introduce Alpha culture to humanity, and by giving it your personal point of view, and with your own insights, we'll be able to understand yourself and your people all the better, Jonathan offers. What is it with you two and Mystery Science Theater? Vernon asked to Mironoir's confusion. It's a good show. Yay, but come on, guys. HFY, Chapter 39. It's not even night yet and we're being followed? Reggie asked casually to Mangowa. They're driving alone inside Caddy Downshift. She wanted to go out but didn't feel safe doing so alone, but didn't want anyone driving her, and it just kept going in circles. So they had bought and outfitted her with a holo projector so that she could show a shrunken-down version of herself in her own driver's seat. She starts giggling, and all three men give her hologram an odd look. They're just jealous that I've got three men inside me, and they can't get any. She jokes, and the hologram flickers nervously as the men chuckle at the dirty joke. Yes, She freezes as she sees one of the fossa on the street. Everybody out, she screeches, pulling over to the opposite side, and the doors fly open. The men jump out, and Caddy zooms away back to the Dauntless. And she was doing so well, too, Koa mutters. Pity, Reggie notes, until she lets go of her fear of Karen Darkdown enough to see another of her species without panicking, then healing is going to be a long way off. Koa grumps. She did okay. It took a fossa in a suit to scare her, a palette-swapped version of her abuser. That's a good step in the short time since she escaped from her multiple years of abuse. Says kindly, and Reggie shrugs even as he shudders at the impulses his body is sending him. She's not the only one getting used to things. Reggie growls. It's just lust, dude. Find someplace private, rub it out, wash your hands, and move on. Scolds him and gets a confused and angry look from Reggie. Why am I with you two again? Because apparently we're a team now with our knack for finding conspiracies. Koa answers and Reggie groans. The engineer just starts walking off. They all know the way back to the Dauntless, so they're not too worried about being abandoned by the panicking Kadi. So is there something you want to do? We have to get the people used to seeing humans in the capital, so it's probably best to be doing something with it, Am asks as he pulls out a book. He knows what he wants to do, but the average bookstore doesn't like random people walking in, pulling a book off the shelf and just reading it there without even buying it. Reggie begins glancing back and seeing the book, reminding him of the one he borrowed and is still carrying. Why don't we just find a park and hang out or something? He remarks, and Koa shrugs. Sure, there should be some push-cart snack vendors or something. That might be interesting, Koa thinks as Am tucks away his book and pulls out his communicator for directions. About half an hour later, and all three of them are under a tree whose leaves shape into natural spirals. Apparently, they collect the wind and build momentum to be partially buried in the ground where a new tree can sprout. It's interesting and fairly artistic. Koa's already got a sample being preserved by a bit of plastic that had once held a thing on a stick he'd bought. He wasn't completely sure what it was, but a quick scan had said it was all right to eat, and the taste was something weird, but not a bad weird. What is that thing? Reggie asks in confusion. Half a fried squid bat? I don't know. Tasty, though. What was it called? Am prompts as he flips the next page in his book, keeping track of the groups wandering around the park. Most, if not all of them, spend at least some time staring at them. Oil-seared bayonet half, on a stick. It's weird, but very inoffensive. I think I like it. Need some salt, though. Hey, you still got that shaker? Koa asks, and Am holds out the camping shaker. Thank you. No, don't! A woman screams as Koa puts the remainder of the bayonet into his mouth. Everyone freezes. Desist! Do not! It's deadly! Poison! The woman screaming slows down and starts gasping as she approaches before stopping near to them and gasping for breath. Someone needs to stop skipping cardio, Reggie remarks before he frowns as he realizes he was watching her bosom heaving. The alien woman has dark blue skin, glowing yellow eyes, and jet black hair. She's wearing an outfit that has the emblem of a training academy for local guards. The cream of the crop go to the Senate and stand around doing nothing on intergalactic television. The ones that don't make the top grade do actual work with various companies, and the ones that barely scrape by are given a license. And that's about it. This one would be lucky to get even that. Can we help you? Koa asks after finishing off his snack. He passes the shaker back to Am, who tucks it away. Oh, goddess, you ate it! I'm too late! No! She declares, falling to her knees and howling at the sky as a pair of tiny bat-like wings poke out behind her in her agitation, tearing through her shirt in the process. What are you doing now, Nita? A very similar voice asks as a white-haired version of the girl rushes up, much quicker and much more steady than the first, and skids to a stop rather than staggering. He's going to die. He's going to die because I couldn't save him. His food was sabotaged and I, Nita declares before falling to the ground and sobbing. I'll never get a boyfriend. She starts bawling as the second one of the girls looks heavenward, as if begging a higher power for patience. What's going on? The new girl asks, the less stunned and more amused, but still somewhat stunned trio. I was just having a snack when she ran up screaming and then pitched this fit when I kept eating. Koa remarks, and Nita heaves another sob. The canister! It's full of deadly poison, and you sprinkled it all over your food. She gasps out between sobs. My digestion is very robust, ma'am. I could eat the contents of that canister straight if the taste wouldn't be overwhelming. Koa begins assuring the hysterical little alien. How much are you? I am not putting any money on it, Am. He says, not even looking at Am, who chuckles in response. Nothing can resist the amount of capsaicin that's in that shaker, the sodium chloride or ground pain kernels. It's all madness. He just put it on his bayonet. Nita wept. Miss, my species, the human, are very, very resistant to poisons. I assure you, the contents of that canister were nothing but flavorings to me. Sir, are you all right? The white-haired one asks, and Koa nods. Are you certain? You do know humans aren't real, right? We're not, Reggie asks, glancing at Koa. Then what are we doing here? Shouldn't we be in someone's imagination? He snarks out and gets a stern look from the girl. Look, I don't know who put you gentlemen up to this, but it's not fair and it's not nice. There is no race from cruel space. There is no species that has a 1-to-1 gender ratio. These sorts of things cannot possibly exist. Null is not only dangerous to all life, but all things. It makes Axiom dissolve or detonate, and Axiom is within all things. Therefore, nothing can exist within that giant evil cloud of Null. We're awfully solid for a race that doesn't exist, Reggie notes to Am's amusement. Yes, stir the shit. Let the snark flow through you, he adds in a mildly raspy voice. Shut up, Reggie responds, and the nerd starts chuckling. What? She asks as her inconsolable friend and possibly family member grabs onto her leg to keep up the exaggerated weeping. Koa is very aware of the large crowd that's gathered to watch the drama. M has already tucked his book away and is considering how exactly to get them out of the crowd turns on them for some reason. Pop culture reference. Koa waves it off, even as he glances around. There's a few more food vendors taking wonderful advantage of the gathering crowd to the drama, which includes some things he hasn't tried yet. But no doubt things would get odder if he were to get up and buy some himself. A pity. I've never heard it before. It's part of our pop culture, but seeing as how you don't even believe in humans, though how the hell that's possible is beyond me, it's no wonder you haven't seen it, Koa remarks before looking around. Great. Your little sister? Yes, my sister, she says as Nida's bawling finally trails away to sniffling. Her little drama queen act has cut me off from more snacks. Rather, the wind shifts as he speaks, picking up and carrying the scent that had previously lightly blowing away from the girls right into them. Rude. Oh boy, here we go. The stories of what's about to happen have been told long and often by any of the boys in the EFL. Oh, that? You? Oh my. You're in season? The still standing sister demands in shock as Nida looks up towards Koa with tears in her eyes. You must have someone to live beyond your death. Come here, Nida declares before diving at Koa, and starts laughing out loud as Koa tries to wrestle the little freak off him with the help of her sister, who puts her into a full Nelson. What are 3 men in the peak of their season doing out in public? You could run into a criminal or a slaver or... Is that common in Centris? Reggie asks incredulously before glancing around the crowd. Sure, a lot of them look downright hungry in ways he's not comfortable with, but they don't look anywhere near aggressive enough to take what they want by force. There you are, a familiar voice coos as Misty the Snick Cougar buzzes over the crowd. I had heard you'd been rejuvenated by the healing sleep, but this is astounding. She coos as she saunters up to Reggie, who looks like he's staring down an oncoming train. Hey, is it really him? Shireen asks, forcing her way through the crowd. Oh wow, it is him, and he has friends, the 6-bodied woman exclaims as her larger, lower half easily parts the crowd. Aren't we popular? Koa asks Reggie as Am chuckles and gets a dirty look in return. Why don't you attend to your own suitors? They clearly care for you deeply, Koa. Reggie returns as Am devolves into straight-up giggling at this point at the sheer entertainment. Until they stop trying to deny I even exist, I'm not going to consider these two as courting me, Koa says as Am snorts anew after finally getting his giggling under control. Cork at you. This crowd's going to spit out someone to start hitting on you soon enough. Then we see exactly what kind of madness you attract. Oh, dude, I'm counting on it. Even without our little sideshows, it was going to happen. Because unlike you, idiots, this man's got a plan. Am boasts as he tucks his book away. In fact, they should be here any moment now. Dear God, he does have a plan, Reggie notes as he backs up a little from Misty, who starts looming over him. Now, from what I understand, handsome, you have regained your capacity to perform. I was hoping that you'd be in a mood to test it out some, possibly with a lovely ripe snick and maybe her Lidris friend as well. Misty purrs down at him. She had clearly been getting ready for this as she looks ready to fall out of her dress, with Shireen looking desperately awkward and earnest behind her as a counterpoint. Amadi! A familiar bouncy voice calls out. It's Jenny, the waitress, and what seems to be her entire immediate social circle. You boys have fun with your girls. I'm about to figure out what a rabbit woman considers a small group of friends to get freaky with, he says, getting up. Try not to get in over your heads, bros. What the hell am? Reggie demands. What? I want it. She wants to give it. What's the problem? Do you have any idea what? Don't care, getting some. Am cuts off Koa as he starts walking to the dozen exuberant rabbi's women who are bouncing in many different ways to see him. Chapter 40, The Pirates. All right, girls, we have an important decision to make. The Veeks crime family is no more. Its head is our prisoner, its heir died in the takeover, as well as all its sworn sisters. We own the assets, we own everything. The rank and file are still alive, are too scared to do anything, and we've won. Now what do? I'm in favor of simply taking over and sitting pretty. We play this smart, and we can have the start of a pirate fleet with this as our home base. The question is, are we ready for the big time? It's not a question of ready, Captain. It's can we survive big time? A small ship that can screw off into any direction is one thing. A palace base? A private starport? That's one big target on us. One we have to either make them not want to take the shot or not know to take the shot. Either one is a huge problem, Mabby notes. The entire crew is here by either teleconference or in person. A decision like this goes beyond Captain. Not to mention there's the possible issue on our deal with the humans. I don't want to lose my husband over a base. If we can't have them, then I say we take the money and upgrade the ship as much as we can. If we can, though, that's where things get interesting. I think we could do big time. It'll be hard and take us recruiting a lot more girls, but it can be done. I've just gotten off a call with Admiral Cistern. So long as you're willing to help out if a call for battle shows up and are willing to do fair business with humans, then the deal stands. Adding more ships, though, will mean that he'll personally be meeting with the new captains to take their full measure before giving them an official EFL designation. That's his only caveat, Miles adds in. There's a glance to where he and the rest of the guys are sitting together. He posted 25 guys on Ashen Ducks. What makes you think that he'll have a problem with more stationary places? Considering that the universe is in motion, Franklin begins before Victor casually reaches over to clamp a hand over his mouth and shut him up. So we might get even more men posted here. I'm not seeing a downside. Big target, hard to protect. That's the downside. We've used mobility and anonymity above all else to keep ourselves safe. This would be abandoning that altogether into trying to be the biggest, baddest bitches on the block. Can we do it? Agenda asks her crew. I saw what you did, Captain. There's no question we can kick all the ass, Jin remarks. She's only got some eye makeup and a light covering of white over her face, so she's honest but not completely serious. Is it enough is the big question, Mirage states from where she sits, somewhat visible due to not only the bell and collar they've forced the cloak to wear, but the full outfit and makeup as well. There had been a few too many friendly fire incidents due to her sneaking up on people. What are you talking about? Mercy demands her. Easy enough. Is it enough? Mirage asks before moving a hand visible due to painted nails and jangling bracelets through her visibly dyed head feathers. Trust a cloak and about stealth, all right? We were using stealth before to keep safe, but there's a time for stealth and a time to take a stand. Do we have the muscle, the money, and the will to take the stand rather than run? Why not use the money, Jingai asks, and there's a bit of quiet. Jingai, honey. She has a point. The whole purpose of money is to be exchanged for goods and services. Sure, it looks nice and is nice to have, but the stuff it gets you is even better, Miles says. I've done the numbers crunching on that, actually. If we spend about half of it, we could easily shore up the defenses, hire enough security, and bribe enough people to make this place impenetrable to anything short of orbital bombardment or an elite commando raid. Hell, we almost had to do that ourselves already, and we showed up under false flags, Mabby explains with a shrug. To be fair, we didn't do anything till they tried to kill us and back out of the deals. Miles adds in, feeling somewhat attacked. Yes, but you came in ready for a hostile takeover and made it happen, Mabby remarks. I think we can do it. We're ready for the big time. We took care of a bigger and supposedly badder organization. Which reminds me, what are we doing with the Vec boss lady? Are we sure we want this to end like a cartoon and have her come back to screw with us after some kind of dramatic escape? Beck asked before thinking. Because I'm all right with that. It could even be fun. A great way to test our defenses and to let everyone know that we're not playing by the normal rules. The word rings out and the smile spreads. The sheer possibility rushes by and people begin thinking good and hard about what they want. Captain Lilpaw begins showing all her gleaming fangs and a gleeful smile at the thought and nodding. That settles it then. Ladies, gentlemen, this is your last chance to back out. We're going for all of it. This is just the beginning. We're expanding until we take this backwater world ourselves. Hell doesn't even have a seat on the council in Centris. We're taking it, and we're taking it hard. We're pushing out every gang and family from this planet until we own it. And then we make it legit. Who wants to conquer a planet? Agenda announces and the crew cheers. The men on the other hand are staring at Miles, who's hooked up his communicator into the emergency channel of their link to the Dauntless. Yes, Admiral, planetary takeover. Vusa 5, it's way out in the galactic boonies. Think smack house in a ghetto. What's that? More reading material? Infrastructure and jobs and then booze and circuses? Got it. Wait, what? In what circumstance could they possibly be more off the hook than taking a planet? Miles Whisper reports into his communicator. Okay, fair enough. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. At once, sir. He closes his phone. And if it's pulled off well enough, then we'll get a full endorsement from the Dauntless, and particularly Admiral Cistern. Why, if we were to take control of the world, then a human colony might spring up with all the men on it. Imagine that. Really? Let's look at this tactically. You girls are allied to the Dauntless and Earth. Therefore, any planet you take over would have that extended to it. And Earth is looking for potential colonies. This would be a place for rougher gents, but I think that would be appreciated around here. The whole planet is a mass of mini-continents in a shifting ocean. Good fishing, hell for those that like sailing, surfing, or swimming. It's a paradise. So tourism. The high mountains that each of the mini-continents are based around make perfect natural spaceports and inner atmosphere construction yards as well. Actually, there are some mining operations out here, but they tend to get leaned on pretty fast and heavy, so they dry up in a hurry. That's so stupid. If you skim light, you can skim more in the end, and... Gentlemen? Agenda asks, cutting off the rapid, whispered conversation. Something to add? She asks. We were just discussing all the possibilities of a planetary takeover. Long story short, the planet has a lot of potential, and so long as the ruling body isn't stupid about it, then there's a lot of money to be made all around, especially if Earth gets interested into sending colonists. That's tempting. Agenda begins before the ceiling collapses down. For Lady Vex! A black-clad, Phalid woman screams out to try and stab Agenda with a plasma sword. Spawn! Beck calls out in glee as he holds on to the assassin's tail and easily arrests her movement. His mental image of the tick burning strong and bright before he reefs her back and slams her into the table. Then back again to the side opposite, followed by another swing, then another and another for nearly a dozen iterations. Foul feline fiend, you're a ferocious failure of... Is there a word that starts with F that means violence? Beck calls up to the guys. Fighting you, gigantic tool! Jean-Luc calls out to him. Franklin quietly dies of muffled laughter right behind him and falls off his seat. Oh yeah, guess I went a little far being the wild blue yonder. Beck muses before slightly tossing the thoroughly bruised and dazed assassin a bit and yanking her back via the tail like a tetherball. He grabs her hands and holds them between his fingers. Well, that was embarrassing. Are there jail cells or something for this girl? Here, I'll show you the way, Franklin says as he picks himself up and makes his way to the exit of the room. Anyone else up there want to lodge a protest? Agenda calls up to the ceiling. Come on, I'm open. She teases. Two more forms drop down out of above, and their swings of their activating plasma swords are deflected by the weapon that Agenda picked off the ground when the first assassin was disabled. There's a pang and a bang as both Miles and Marcus move fast. Miles having shot one of the swords as it bounced off Agenda's and destroyed it. The other was knocked out of the assassin's hands by a thrown knife from Marcus. Nice throw, man. Miles compliments his friend as he keeps his gun trained on the two who are also being held, rather smugly, at plasma sword point by Agenda. Nice throw. Nice shot. That was amazing. Marcus compliments him as they both stand up to drag away the newest prisoners. I've been practicing. Sniping is good fun, but not practical inside a spaceship, Miles admits as he pulls out a pair of zip ties. All told, we have 18 billion credits in Axiom ride trade bars. Agenda announced, and the entire crew grew quiet. A piercing whistle sounds out from Miles. So that qualifies as fuck you money, I take it. No, that qualifies as you're fucking me on the money before we have to spend it money, Agenda says before looking around and then grinning lasciviously. Shall we? Miles offers, and the grin turns into a smile. Yes, I believe we shall. But in a bit, we need to prioritize no matter how painful that is. Actually, the next real question is, can we make out on the cash? I mean, there's only so much room on the trade bars, and I want to have a freaking party on the loot, Mabby asked with a distant look in her eyes. Priorities? Are we taking the planet or not? There's a lot of work ahead of us and a huge number of enormous paydays ahead if we are. The Vex cartel made its fortune exploiting this world and its resources. If we want to stay on humanity's good side, we'll have to be something other than enormously greedy cunts. But if we manage that, then we get a whole planet and possibly a city filled with hunks. Love, not all men are as well built as us. We're military trained to stupid high standards. There's a lot of soft-bellied and soft-minded idiots back home. That's even more tempting. You boys are hard to keep up with at times. Mercy chuckles. That sounds like it's settled then. Ladies, we're now a planetary cartel. Time to let the neighbors know. After Nookie, come on, Miles. We're having fun. Chapter 41, The Pirates. This is NSFW content. Please take a look at the original Reddit post if you want to read it. Chapter 42, Love and Longing. So that's the answer? A big old bit of pride and insecurity is the reason why you're a 10-foot Amazon war queen in that tournament? Bob asks Mironoir in shock as it shows her stomping out onto the battlefield barefoot in round 1. True to their claims, her feet were leaving cracks and craters, and she was enormous. Her muscles then were easily the size of her head now, and the tight yoga shorts are all she's wearing beyond her shell, which is a massive spiky affair painted black, but with brass, or more likely kutha spikes, large that glow with power. It's large enough for her to hide behind as practical armor. Its clasps and chest armor are what keeps her decent. Even her horns are more prominent, standing out like flexing arms to proclaim her glory. Flame spills from her lips as she roars like a beast towards her opponents, who roar back. Not so much knights in tournament, than dragons at war. I'm not even a queen now. This was to earn the title of princess, Mironoir protests. And what's an Amazon? Tribe of warrior women out of legend, Jonathan answers from the opposite side. Vernon and Mironoir are the central silhouettes with Bob on the far left side and Jonathan on the right. But that's everybody. Men being the warriors is the weird thing, she notes in a confused tone. Hopefully you don't mind that I'd go to war for you, Vernon asks, giving her a peck on the cheek. Oh, Vernon, she gushes. Hey, we're here for violence, not mush, Bob protests. Bad form. Take the Aesop to the sides, Jonathan adds. You can both go boil your heads. Vernon growls out to them as Mironoir giggles in amusement as the rest of the massive opponents crash into the scene. There is a difference, though, where they, like the past, Mironoir are fierce and powerful looking. Mironoir is also the only one that isn't pawing at the hard stone beneath them as they rear to fight one another. And here we go, Mironoir exclaims as the bugling of a horn signals all the girls to charge, but Mironoir does not. Now, as you can see, they all made the mistake of being overeager. It's nice to want to get things done, but leaping before you look is a quick way to get hurt. Or in this case, bunch up together for one big nasty attack. She explains as her past self takes in a huge lungful of air and exhales a blast of blue fire that washes over the other 5 in an instant. The match is declared, with Miro Noir the winner as the shells come apart, and Bob gestures at the screen incredulously before gesturing to Miro Noir, then back at the screen. "Use your words, Bob. You're a big boy." Jonathan teases him from the other side. "The heck just happened? It's over just like that? What's the competition even about?" "Dude, the name, it's the Broken Shell or Shellcracker tournament. The win condition is to be the last one with their shell intact. My lovely wife here," Vernon explains before gushing, "burned off all the connections and straps on a bunch of poorly made shells, giving her an easy win." "That's right. Those 5 demonstrated the folly of rushing in too eagerly. Of course they're young, so it's not a bad thing. A lot of girls enter the tournament as a chance to learn and don't expect to win. They're usually pushed out in the first round, and that was me doing my part of the cleanup duty. It gets serious from this point," Miro Noir explains. "First 2 rounds are more introduction rounds than anything. Shoo out the silly little girls playing at Princess and see who really wants it." This was a somewhat smaller tournament than most, so the goofballs were pushed out fairly quickly. 5 rounds rather than 6. "So they adjust the rounds depending on how many people sign up?" "Oh yes, the smallest ones have 4 rounds, and they rarely go ever 6. Though there was an 8-round tournament a long time ago," Miro Noir explains as Bob openly starts flicking his fingers around and is clearly doing some kind of heavy math in his head. "So there were nearly 8,000 sign-ups in your competition? That's pretty big." "Well, anyone can sign up if they haven't won the title already, so turn-up is fairly good even on smaller years." Miro Noir answers him, and Bob nods with a grin. "Still, best out of 8,000 is pretty darn good. You got a catch and a half there, Vern." "She's best of the best, and don't you forget it," Vernon retorts as he picks up Miro Noir and sits her on his lap. She leans in and kisses him softly before the video skips ahead to the next round. "Hey, you two, it's starting," Bob remarks, and is summarily ignored as the kiss is maintained into a makeout session if it kept itself PG. "Guys," Jonathan remarks in an offhand, amused tone. "Hey!" Bob shouts, throwing a half-filled but thankfully closed water bottle into the back of Vernon's head. "Hey!" Vernon shouts at him, while Miro Noir's silhouette shows that she not only has fangs, but that sparks of fire and a small tongue of flame emerge when she growls at someone. "Holy crap!" Jonathan remarks as he tries to sidle off screen entirely. "Don't you back off, you wanted me to do that," Bob shouts as he points at Jonathan. "Dude, we do not have telepathy, and I will disavow any claim otherwise." Jonathan protests as Miro Noir visibly huffs before cuddling into Vernon. "All right, both of you kids can settle right the hell down. We're all adults here, so act like it." Vernon scolds them both. "Now, my dear, is there anything special about this round in the tournament?" he asked, gesturing up toward the screen to bring his wife's attention to it. "You see there?" she asked, pointing to an Apuk fighter with a caution yellow shell. "She's an overeager leftover from the last round. I don't get the chance to, but yeah," she explains as the overeager one rushes to her nearest opponent and get punched back with enormous force in barely a glance. She rockets backwards and her shell shatters on impact with the stone floor. No doubt saving her from further injury, but also taking her out of the tournament. "Eager and eager out," Jonathan chuckles. "Don't talk about in and outs, I'm hungry." Bob returns. Miro Noir asks. "I think he just referenced an American restaurant chain," Vernon asks as there's a massive rush towards each other. "Wait, I thought rushing was folly." "Rushing without sizing up your opponents is folly. This rush is after everyone has had time to consider their foes and think things through. I and all the others have a plan," Miro Noir explains as her past version rushes into the center before suddenly jumping backwards and then up. She crashes down on an opponent, and a fist covered in bright red fire crashes into her enemy shell, shattering it in a single blow. She then jukes to the side to avoid the fallout. "Yeah, that caught me off guard. I expected to crack the shell, not shatter it. It was made of more brittle components than I considered," she explains before there's a massive gout of flame in the center of the arena to her past self's left. "Then I got an idea." The battling Miro Noir takes a stomp and claps her hands together as blue flames cover them. The blue flames stoke the fire in the center to an enormous conflagration that leaves only a single opponent standing and panting, only for Miro Noir to rush in and drive a knee into her stomach and cracking the connecting components of the shell in half. It falls to the ground with a slam, followed by the wearer who looks like she ran a marathon. "What was that?" Bob demands. "That should be obvious, you clown," Vernon retorts and Miro Noir giggles. "It's simple. You see, conjuring a twister of heat and flame is easy. Controlling it while you're inside it is very hard, especially if someone outside of it decides to feed it a lot of power and throw off the balance." Miro Noir explains as her past self helps up the one who she just overwhelmed to the roar of the crowd. A trick had won the day, but it was a good trick. "I figured it was something like that, but we're going to be showing this to everyone else, you know? We've got an audience," Bob explains, pointing right at the camera with his thumb. "Right next round, ding, ding, ding," Jonathan says, fast-forwarding to Miro Noir's next round in the tournament. This time, the past Miro Noir slinks into the tournament and pays a lot of attention to a tiny, petite blonde woman with a miniature, shell-shaped backpack and wearing a frilly royal blue ball gown, capped by a golden crown with what looks like a clover pattern on it. She's roughly the same size as Miro Noir is now. "It happens on occasion," Miro Noir says, cuddling into Vernon. "We don't have the right number of girls for a proper six-girl free-for-all, so the round changes. You have a time limit you have to endure instead, and a proper princess is brought in." Miro Noir explains, as her past self seems to go into mild panic as the petite woman smiles and gives her in particular a friendly-seeming wave. "Aside from the princess, you've only got two opponents," Bob notes as Vernon holds Miro Noir close. "There were some mutual shell breakings in the last round. No one won those." Miro Noir continues in a mildly haunted tone. "What happens if the princess wipes out everyone?" Bob asks. "Doesn't matter. The ones that end up facing the princess are the extras. Getting into those rounds is the worst luck possible. But surviving it? That's even worse. It's seen as a guarantee of a strong opponent, which means everyone teams up against you in later rounds." Miro Noir explains as the round begins and the princess blurs and reappears with a single finger extended next to Miro Noir's past self, who's skidding backwards with naked fear and pain written across her face. She had tried and failed to dodge. Her toes gouge trenches into the stone as she tries to stop skidding backwards into a wall, and then there is fire, burning green and roiling towards her like the boulder of doom from Indiana Jones. She exhales a torrent of blue flames to try and counter it, but it parts in front of the roiling green fury like smoke, and it draws closer and closer, causing her clothing and hair to start to smoke. "Aren't you Apuk immune to flame?" Jonathan demands in shock. "Nothing's that immune," Miro Noir counters as her past self dives to the side and craters the ground in her evasion from the fire. It turns to follow her, and her eyes go wide before narrowing with focus. A stone-shattering stomp, and she takes a wide stance. She breathes deeply and fully, focuses herself, and as smoke arises from her body, her eyes blaze with power. She lets out a solid beam of green flame that slams into the massive roiling boulder of fire. The boulder slows, loses cohesion, and shatters. Miro Noir falls to her knees in exhaustion, then looks up at the sound of a delicate heeled slipper tapping into the ground. The princess is there holding the shattered remains of her opponent's shells. She smiles kindly just as the bell goes off. "Well done," she says in an Apuk language, with a translation in galactic trade blazoned across the lower screen. Then like that, she turns around and skips away, leaving Miro Noir panting, exhausted, and nursing a massive growing bruise on her stomach from where the princess had flicked her. Ever get called in to be the scary princess in other tournaments?" Vernon asks in a teasing tone. "No, and I've made a request not to be brought in on the next one. They don't make you fight family unless you specifically request it." This seems like a good stopping point. I need to refill this with more soda and grab some more snacks. "Who's with me?" Bob asks, and Jonathan laughs. "You need to stop thinking with your stomach. But this would be the spot to put in a word from our sponsors," Jonathan adds. "You idiots have sponsors?" Vernon demands in confusion, and there's a thumbs up from both Bob and Jonathan. "What is going on?" Miro Noir asks. "Apparently we're taking a break and they're putting in some advertisement of some kind." "Excuse me?" Chapter 43, Love and Longing. And we're back, Bob remarks, holding up a full drink cup as Jonathan opposite holds up a bag of chips. Why did we go to begin with? Beyond the tradition of putting commercials into freaking anything for the sake of greedy corporate overlords? Vernon asks. Nonsense, after all, we just need them to know exactly how refreshing this... For God's sake, man. Vernon cuts off the playful, fake advertisement for Bob's drink. Spoil sport, Bob says before taking a long slurp of the drink. A tiny orb of Axiom light is flicked into the side of his head. Hey, screw you! He half shouts as Miro Noir giggles at the sight of the squabble. If you girls are done, we've got the semi-finals and finals to watch. Jonathan reprimands them, and they settle. Fine, be the buzzkill, Bob says, bringing up a remote and making a dramatic press of a button. Okay, so at this point I was actually pretty worried. As I said before, surviving a round with a princess marks you as a tough customer, so most of the other girls want to take you out fast. Miro Noir explains as her past self stomps onto the field and lets out the most ferocious roar yet. Ishka Jira, Bob calls out. It's what? Never mind. Anyways, the reason for the roar is to come across as overly confident and a braggart. Make myself look like a fool so they don't expect a trick, Miro Noir explains. I see, and what was the main trick they missed with the roar? Jonathan asks, and Miro Noir holds up a dainty-looking hand, and a ball of green fire dances within it. The green fire? That's hard to do, but in that moment I learned. It's a level of heat and control that's rare to find outside of a princess. Miro Noir explains as her past self breathes blue fire as a challenge. So what you're saying is that it's not easy being green. Bob sings out, and Jonathan snorts before chuckling. If I showed the green fire again there, then they'd have been a lot more careful. But I didn't. A battle princess has to be both powerful and wise, tactical and forceful. Why were you singing? Beautiful and adorable, my love. Ignore the cretin making light of your achievements. Vernon adds, pulling her into a deeper hug, and she lets out a hum of appreciation. Blah, mushy stuff, Jonathan says, and Vernon groans. What are you, 6? He demands as Miro Noir's past opponents still size up her past self, who's stomping around and putting on a show. 7, Jonathan counters as he takes a big, loud, crunchy bite of a chip. This prompts the present Miro Noir to giggle at the antics. Now see that? Miro Noir asks, pointing up to how her past self is letting out a little puff of fire to each of her opponents. That's a taunt, very archaic, but not one forgotten easily, often considered a sign of arrogance. But if you can back it up, then it's a terrifying boast. Be scarier if they were little puffs with swear words or death threats glowing in them, Jonathan remarks. What does it mean? Vernon asks pointedly, speaking louder than Jonathan. That they're all little puffs of flame. Or in other words, it means that I think each of them is barely worth my attention, and it's a huge insult in a tournament, and also a sign of massive arrogance, especially in later rounds. Miro Noir explains as all 5 of past Miro Noir's opponents seem to almost go into a frenzy before the round even begins. Woo, that got them hot and bothered. All raring to go, just waiting to be thrust into and take on your girl like an auk. Bob remarks quickly before Vernon points his fingers at the man like a gun, before a bead of Axiom energy slams into the side of his head to shut him up. The horn sounds and all 5 rush the past Miro Noir, who smiles viciously as she takes a defensive stance. Her eyes quickly scan over all of them and focuses on a singular fighter in the center of the formation. Then the air around her starts to ripple as in a heat haze. That's an illusion. They're all so angry they're not paying close enough attention. They think between the 5 of them that I'm already done and are planning on how to take care of the rest, but I've already moved and am charging the central one. Miro Noir explains as she holds up a dainty-looking hand that is then surrounded by a heat haze. Then she cuddles back into Vernon, looking like she's missing a hand that's just hanging in midair by itself. Well, that's one kind of hand job, Bob remarks. Do you want an ass-kicking? Because that's how you get an ass-kicking. Vernon threatens him as Miro Noir actually looks contemplative. She whispers something into Vernon's ear, and he gives her an astonished look. The illusion shatters as past Miro Noir reappears as her heels crash into the front armor of the central opponent's shell. They're covered in wisps of green fire, leading to the complete shattering of the shell as it spreads and demolishes the girl's armor. Before anyone can even figure out what's going on, she's used the falling foe as a springboard and saturated the air with more heat haze, leaving behind a clear illusion as her actual self vanishes. "Oh, she's got a kick like a donkey," Jonathan remarks in a badly done Scottish accent. "The haze is a powerful illusion technique that projects all your coloration and therefore everything visible about you into the position it started out in when you use the technique, giving you excellent stealth and giving the enemy a target to go for. But those who know about it know to listen instead, which is hard to do over a roaring crowd," Noir explains as the remaining four opponents immediately turn their backs to the illusion and begin scanning the arena. "If I call it a cheap trick, will you get mad at me?" Bob asks out loud. "I'm already mad at you. You may as well see if you can get to bedrock." Vernon grumps out. "Not you doing," Bob snips back. "It has weaknesses, of course. It does nothing for sound or smell or physical presence. It also leaves you as a distortion in the air instead of pure invisibility like a cloaking. The color being stripped away and sent to the projection means you can be spotted by the clever." Noir continues her explanation, deliberately ignoring the three men in an attempt to keep herself from laughing. "Not if you didn't leave the haze, and oh look, they've turned their backs on it and exposed their shells," Jonathan remarks with a vicious smile. "That's right, well spotted." Noir praises him before her past self reappears, delivering a brutal straight punch through the back shell of one of her opponents. Her fist is clearly covered in green fire. The blow carries through the heavy armor with ease and sends her opponent bouncing across the arena floor, shedding pieces of her compromised armor until she's stripped bare from the waist up. Like Noir, this one didn't have any upper body equipment beyond the shell. "There goes the PG rating," Jonathan snipes. "Oh, like we ever had one to begin with. In other words, woo titties." Bob cheers out and Noir devolves into giggles. "I'm extra glad that you've not lost this contest, my love. Don't want these cretins staring at you," Vernon says possessively as he snuggles Noir close, and she lets out a sigh of utter contentment. "Get a room, you two," Bob remarks as the remaining three opponents slam through a suddenly hazing past Noir. And as they jump through it to try and tackle the obviously still hiding in the haze, Noir, one of them, is suddenly grabbed from behind. The haze shatters as Noir reappears holding her opponent by the tail and starts to spin. 3 fast revolutions and she sends one opponent flying into another before charging the third, trailing sparks of green fire from her fingernails and mouth. "Woof! Those have got to be nasty when you two," Bob begins. "Don't," Vernon warns him. The third visibly panics as Noir roars as she looms over her, fire building around her mouth. She throws up her arms in response to defend herself, and it's over as the sparks around Noir's fingernails gather, and she slashes upwards, severing the shell into 2 pieces along the more fragile straps, and taking the girl out of the competition without hurting her. "Thank you for your cooperation." Past Noir boasts as the disqualified opponent falls to her knees in astonishment. "Well, at least the lady's polite about the pain, humiliation, and brutality she's so generous with," Jonathan says with a gesture towards Noir. "A puck, ass-kickings, whooping you with manners and massive amounts of melting," Bob remarks and Vernon groans. "You stretched it," he chides. "Yeah," Bob admits shamefacedly. At this point, I was starting to get fairly confident. Noir admits as her past self turns her back on her felled opponent and braces herself with an enormous smile. The remaining 2 move as blurs before skidding to a stop and turning as a haze erupts from Noir, and then springing away with enough force to shatter the stone beneath them, which is further punished as Noir appears there, slamming her green fire-covered fists through where they were a single heartbeat before. She looks up with a glare before suddenly darting left after one of her opponents. "You've got them fairly well freaked out," Vernon says. "Fair familiar friend, fairly freaked former foes in the fair of fighting and flame," Jonathan says quickly, and Vernon and Noir look towards him in surprise. "Sometimes it just comes to me." "So what's going on?" he prompts, and Noir turns back to the screen. "Something that young battle maidens are taught is that half the fight is mental. This tournament is when it all finally started making sense to me. Oh, I was such a brute back then, all muscle and flame. Yet you learned to use that lovely head of yours, my love. Vernon remarks as he holds her close as Bob mimes out, gagging to the side. They watch as the past Miro Noir jumps onto her opponent and uses her deflection as a springboard to turn it into a massive charge at the other. This catches both off guard, and the one she bounced off of loses her balance and falls to the ground as the one now being charged out gives out a shriek as Miro Noir swoops down onto her and slams a knee into her face to stun her before dragging her off. Sproing, damn it, I can't mimic the sonic spring noise all that well, Bob curses. The downed opponent slowly stands up as her shell spikes had gotten caught in the arena floor, necessitating some awkward struggles. The moment she stands fully up the armor of the opponent, Miro Noir, stunned, crashes into her side, cracking both shells at once and knocking her down. She's kicked over to reveal her shell fully, and the opponent that Miro Noir is now wielding as a club is slammed into it, shattering both shells at once. Oh man, a puck on a puck brutality, the humanity, the apicality, the abnormality, Jonathan laments. The stretching most fairly, Vernon snipes. I'd say that was more the stretch. 1.5 stars, Bob calls out. Opponents bested, past Miro Noir brushes off her hands with a smile and gives the crowd a little bow before all but skipping off the battlefield even as she's declared the winner. Damn, you've really cleaned out. Makes the next round look like chump work, Jonathan remarks. You watched ahead? You traitor, Bob accuses. You watched with me, you idiot, Jonathan snaps back as Vernon facepalms and Miro Noir starts shaking with suppressed giggles. You snitch, you swore to take that to your grave, Bob snaps. Anyways, back on point, milady? Vernon asks, breaking up the argument. Well, at that point, it's the finals and everyone knows I'm tricky, but everyone left is tricky as well, meaning that I'm only of equal concern to the other opponents and not the one that has to be taken down right away. It's a strange quirk of Apic minds. It's the most recent deeds that count the most, not the past ones. They've all but forgotten that I've impressed a princess not 20 minutes before, and instead focus on the fact that I won using my opponent's strength against themselves and haze-filled tactics, meaning not a priority compared to more straightforward warriors. This is their mistake, Miro Noir explains before smiling. It also helps that I haven't used more than a few wisps of green flame, and the large bruise still on my stomach from the princess makes me look tired out and hurt when I'm still fairly fresh. So you're more of a goldfish race? Jonathan asks. What's a goldfish race? Bob asks with a big smile. The Apuk, Jonathan answers quickly. What's a goldfish? Miro Noir asks. What's with the Apuk? Bob asks. You're not funny, Bob, Vernon remarks. Goldfish are said to have very short-term memories, not lasting past 5 seconds. Jonathan explains. Why are we talking about goldfish? Bob asks. Knock it off, Bob, Vernon says. Knock what off? Bob asks and dodges a beat of Axiom. Ha! And you proved me right by learning from the past, Vernon remarks. Thank you, Rafiki. Seriously? You want Disney on our case? Bob asks. They can't reach out of cruel space. Yet, Jonathan assures him. Anyways, milady, what does making yourself look tired and hurt do? It means that they're taking each other out while you and you alone remember that the point of the competition is to defend your shell above all else, Vernon says with a pensive tone, clearly storing it for his own attempt at the Shellcracker tournament. Yes, indeed, and there it goes. 6 warriors who made it to the end, and all of them are looking cautious. The prize is in sight. Lady Miro Noir, and not your husband. Any comments? Jonathan asks. Just that actions will be speaking louder than words. My little bit where I refuse to show any flame? The touch upon my bruised stomach? Feigning weakness. The most dangerous opponent is the one you underestimate, she explains, and Vernon chuckles. Good to know. I wonder how long they'll fall for it with me, he asks as he settles a little more comfortably with Miro Noir. Not at all. The sorcerers of old stories are considered terrifyingly strong to the point that it would take at least a battle princess to even catch their attention. If you somehow get into the finals, you'll be regarded as one, regardless if you win or lose. She answers him as the horn goes on the past competition. She uses the haze to fade away and get some distance, as in an instant, 2 opponents are taken out. They're gunned for while they go for each other mutually. The 2 that took out their opponents begin trading blows with the 3rd visible one pacing around the outside. So what? He's basically Morgana Le Fay or Maleficent. Not femmy enough for that, Bob remarks. No, dude. Remember, things are backwards here. Miro Noir's the knight in shining armor, and Vernon is the blushing maiden. Needs a dress, though, Jonathan explains before considering. I've actually got a... Bob begins holding up a frilly-looking piece of cloth. Remember that I'm one of the foremost experts in exotic Axiom techniques, and then consider your actions again, Vernon says lightly. The duel pauses and they both rush the last, who lets out an enormous blast of blue and green flame. She falls to her knees in exhaustion even as the other 2 crash to the ground, with half-melted and thoroughly ruined shells. Then Miro Noir reappears, kicking her shell into shrapnel. Forget someone? The past Miro Noir asks with a gleeful laugh. Oh, yay, Jonathan shouts. Slip into a Slim Jim, Bob adds. No! The 2 with melted, but not broken, shells rush at her. Oh! Vernon half-heartedly keeps up the scream in a deadpan tone. I won't let a coward take a crown. One of them spits. Caution isn't cowardice. Concealing your strength isn't the act of the craven. We are all mighty, but only the wise are truly noble. Chapter 44, The Bounty Hunters. Girls, we need to calm ourselves down. Yes, those new bounty hunters are in the area, but this is a safe place. We're not known to operate here. We don't have a bounty here. Thricken explains with her hands up to calm her crew. Her voice is a whisper that those standing next to her would have to strain to hear if she were not a fossa and with ears sensitive enough to catch not only a whisper that quiet, but its echo as well. Yes, there are high-profile bounty hunters here, and everyone has seen the terrifying footage of a single-tret-looking lunatic going on a complete and total rampage through the Gilded Gold Casino. Of course, the part that scared her was that he hadn't stopped when he lost an eye. He was still lethal when down an arm. Then he got them replaced and seemed to go from dangerous but mortal to straight-out untouchable. This is an unknown safe house. We have new identities here, and with a touch of Axiom flesh molding are new people. It would take a DNA scan to even tell who they were, and those machines were not subtle. On the opposite side of the wall, Bike adjusts the settings on the massively powerful DNA scanner and compares it to the files on record. He glances back at the rest of the team and gives them a vicious grin that can only be seen by the crinkling of his eyes, followed by a short nod. All the men are in full combat gear and new communicators which link into the system sitting next to the DNA scanner and a powerful microphone pointing directly into the criminal safe house. All of it is Bike's responsibility. Pookie returns the nod before gesturing to Itchy, Dong, and Mustard. He indicates upwards above the room and then clenches his fist before spreading his fingers almost violently. He then taps himself on the chest and holds out his fist with the thumb up, which then descends to touch his index finger. Itchy nods and picks up a case before slinking out of the room, followed by the other 2. They roll their steps to keep them utterly silent. Bike holds up a screen with a transcript of all relevant information being said in the conversation so far, and after scanning it, Pookie hands it back. He then gestures to both Tang and J3 before indicating to the left and right. He then holds his palm flat and perpendicular to the floor and presses down somewhat. Both men nod and pick up the cases with their broken-down rifles before slipping out of the tiny rented apartment just as silently as Itchy had. Look, all I'm saying is that skill is skill and rumor is rumor. Our bounties don't extend here, meaning they've got nothing on us in the system, Thricken says. But boss, Nudie has long been friendly with the Zon system. It won't take much for our bounties to transfer over. I'm just worried, see? Liddy protests, and Thricken scoffs at the weakness of the new blood in her little gang. Silly little girl hasn't even killed someone with their own scream of pain yet. You let me do the worrying. You just get to scouting the local hospitals so we can get some merchandise to sell. Groomers pay top dollar for newborn boys. But then our bounty will follow us. The annoying worrier protests. Not us. I made sure our faces and bodies were molded to fit some local girls. They'll take the rap for us, and by the time anyone knows which way is what, will be long gone with the pay dirt, Xueting says with a vicious smile. See? The boss knows her stuff. On the other side of the wall, Bike passes, Pukey the transcript, and despite most of his face being hidden by the bandana, it's clear the man is baring his teeth in fury. He hands it back and gestures to Air Force. He indicates straight up, and the pilot nods before slinking out with all the clamor of a shadow. He then taps Bike on the shoulder and gives him a nod. The communications officer and technician begins moving things to the side, taking heavy advantage that he put everything down on padded blankets for just this. They slide over as a large braced metal panel with pre-prepared charges on one side is silently moved up to the wall and prepped. They then remove part of it from the blanket so that a pair of partially jammed wheels to rest on the floor. Bike quickly puts everything under armored blankets to protect the equipment as the Hat and Mr. T quickly get their weapons ready. Bike does the same with an automatic shotgun that he checks, then nods. All I'm saying is that we have to be careful, and Liddy protests as the wall behind them and the roof both explode at once. The sound hits as hard, if not harder, than the actual shock wave and drops everyone in the room. We're under, Xueting begins as she rises before a blast of sound and light far worse than the bomb, and everyone goes blind and deaf at once. Something heavy slams into her and takes her to the floor before her arms are wrenched behind her back and cuffed. Her senses swim, and after a few moments she has nothing but spots in her eyes before a bandana is tied around them and a muzzle forced into her mouth. She's marched through the building. Her every attempt to thrash or fight is met with a brutal hit to her side or gut before she's forced into something and locked down. She can hear Liddy whimpering in terror, as well as she can hear everyone dragged in and chained down. Who the hell is this? How did they do this? What was that horrible banging flash weapon? She tilts her ears to try and get a hang of things. Whoever these people are, they've made a clean sweep. All 7 of her girls are in here with her. There are more of them than there are of her girls, and they're in an air van. Though that last one is obvious. Nothing. They're not saying anything. There's some slight tapping, which lets her know they're very aware of her earlier exploits in audio-recorded blackmail and her skill at hearing things. So they've given her nothing to work with. There's a wait as some equipment is stashed away and weapons are checked. Not that they needed to be used. The fight was over before it even began. The airvan takes off and they soar through the air. She has no idea how high, so she does not dare wreck the vehicle to try and get an escape. The sounds of traffic are passing by faster than normal. They're sharper and more keen. The pilot is reckless and speeding by a far from insignificant margin. The play of wind is faster than usual, and she can hear a few bugs splatter against the windshield. The sound of the road makes her grin, though. There's chatter outside. If they're bringing her and her girls to a bounty station, then they're in for a nasty surprise. Not only is the bounty not in this system, but the flesh molding needs DNA scans to get around. Something your average police station can't use without a permit and is too finicky for the average team to toy with. One of the members hops out of the airvan after it comes to a stop, and there is no conversation. No contact, nothing. Nothing at all. There's the sound of something grinding and a deep exhale. The vents turn on and the acrid smell of smoke fills her nostrils. A noise of rubbing metal and a hollow, sloshing liquid and a loud swallow. A drink is being had. Paper rustles. Someone is reading a book. Several of her gang members whimper and she growls to establish control. When she gets out of this mess, they're going to pay with their lives for this indignity. They will pay. A nearby door opens and there's a gasp. My goodness, are you certain? A woman asks. Slight flutter in her voice, a bare hint of a Meccan accent, middle-aged or feigning maturity. Completely, here are our scans with a copy of the documentation. Be careful, she's listening, a synthetic voice says. Whoever spoke wasn't here. It was transferred through a speaker. This person is clever. She can't affect his meat if he's whispering through a speaker. It sounded vaguely male, though. She focuses, and there's the sound of tortured metal and sparks. The gasp with the slight Meccan touch has more to work with, and the woman screams in pain. She focuses her Axiom further. and the sound creates a feedback loop that is quickly rewarded with the sound of a scream. Then there's a brutal blow to her head and she slumps in her seat. Everything swims and all sounds fade away as her first escape attempts earns only a beating. She awakens in a cell alone. The gag, the blindfold, and the cuffs are gone. How did this even happen? How was she found out? How did all her plans come crashing down so quickly? She puts her head to the nearest wall and flattens her ear against it. Most Fosa would use earplugs or headphones to filter out the sound from their powerful ears, but she knew how to use them, knew how to make them into weapons. She focuses hard. Ch.26-50, you have been positively identified and contained despite your flesh-molding techniques and impersonation. You will be held for... The voice in the speaker she's ignoring says, before she finishes focusing Axiom, to empower the tiny sounds of the building's vibrations to tear it apart. Ah, sonic vibration, my inspiration to annihilation. She purrs as the echoes allow her to pummel her own cell open like a fragile nut, and she saunters out. She's on the top of her game as she rips this petty prison apart, the sound letting her know where everything in the building is and tear it to pieces. Girls, we've been backstabbed. I don't know what kind of hunter found us, but I'll be personally tearing them apart and feeding the giblets to the insects. She assures her crew, who look up at her as the goddess of war that she is. Thricken, Leedy screams, pointing, and she turns. There's a skull-decorated figure throwing some black object towards her. Where had they come from? She heard nothing. The device erupts in sound and light and drives her to her knees with a scream of pain. A blow like a hammerfall slams into her head, and she barely holds on to consciousness. Then another two follow it, and she's out again. She awakens to a dulled world with a suppressor helmet on. Her fingers fly over it to try and find some kind of way to peel it off. There's nothing. No way to peel it off. The wall to her left has a panel that lights up, and the words make her freeze. The helmet is a bomb. If she breaks it with her Axiom abilities, she dies. If she disables it, she dies. If it's opened incorrectly, she dies. Who was that black-clad figure? What was that device they used on her? How did they find her? Just how? On the chainbreaker, Gregory Pukey. Schmidt typed out his report in a calm and steady manner. Operation Mime Time had gone off flawlessly with the capture of the Fosa exclusive gang of slavers, kidnappers, and mass murderesses, known as the Sonic Slayers by the local medias, had been a complete success in spite of their near-successful escape attempt after incarceration. The massively audio-sensitive gang had required complete silence to deal with properly, but everything had occurred flawlessly. Flashbangs had been almost absurdly useful against the entire group, but to see that Sonic-based Axiom destruction up close and personal would have been disquieting if he hadn't had a sound-baffling mask under his bandana and been utterly silent already. The bounty had been comparatively small at 100,000 credits per person, with a full million for the boss Thricken-Scheinpelt. But it had been an excellent test run against further Fosa targets. Perhaps something that could have been used against that Karen Darkdown character that had been a guest aboard the Dauntless. "You boys are absolute goofballs," Cindy says, walking into the little office where he and his men would write reports. He turns with a smile, but quirks an eyebrow in question. "You too?" "I mean, it's not the worst competition, but really, a contest as to who can be utterly quiet the longest? That's just silly." She berates him and he shrugs with a grin. "Not even for me? Nothing to say to me?" She demands, hands on her hips. His response is to pick her up and kiss her deeply. "Oh, you goof." She chides him and he gives her a little nod before sitting back down and cuddling her into his lap as he types out the rest of the report with one hand. Chapter 45, HHH, Herbert's 100 Harem. Bah ha 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 ha. Herbert laughs out loud at the sight of the movie monster. Apparently the way that Xueting see things is just different enough that they have a hard time seeing the obvious zipper on the monster costume in their horror movies. Sure, some horrible thing that could perfectly mimic its environment when it's not actively moving would be a scary slasher monster. But he can see the zipper in every scene. If it was any more obvious, it would have a neon sign pointing down at it. "It's not funny. It's scary." The girl next to him protests. But the zipper. Are you sure this isn't a B movie? He asks. A what? A movie made with such a low budget that any attempt at action or terror comes across as comedic, he explains before pointing at the screen. I mean, look at that. It's clearly a badly made costume. I can almost make out the person in the suit. What? Where? She asks and he points. See? You can see the little handle flapping there as she's trying not to move for the scene. He says, pointing to the back of the creature in the middle of the tense scene where a couple of the heroes are trying to find the creature and missing it by inches. Okay, yay, but it's still scary. The dread one is classic horror. She protests and he shrugs. I suppose if those so-called dread ones were real, it might be, but otherwise I'm just going to see this as funny. The zipper breaks my suspension of disbelief every time I see it. They are real, and no amount of disguising can mimic how they actually hide, she says, and his eyebrows go up. Really? What do they do? He asks, and she huffs. See this? She asks, running a hand up along the shiny, elongated part of her head. No eyes, but amazing axiom sensing. It's a basic discipline, a very easy thing to teach us how to sense light using the axiom and see with it while also sensing axiom. But those things, they can change their axiom patterns, mimicking whatever they're standing against automatically. So they're real ambush predators. Okay, I got it. So the monster is scary, but the movie can't do it justice. He muses before thinking. I'll need to do some digging. See how those things actually... He considers out loud just as the monster in the movie catches the actor, and there's a blurring effect, and it's chewing on an obvious mannequin with clearly fake guts, badly disguised by low lighting. He snorts in amusement. What's so funny about that? She demands. I think that humans have better eyesight than Zedden. I can see all the flaws with the props, unless, of course, your internal organs actually do have price tags on them? He asks, pointing up at the screen. He gets the impression that she and more than half the crowd around him are squinting up at the screen at this point, and then the giggles start. Whatever tension there was breaks, and the girls around him start relaxing. Still, he feels like an idiot. Of course, they're using some kind of magic to see. They have no eyes, and they still dress and make use of things as a person with eyes would. No duh, they can see in different ways. So how much detail can you girls make out? Can you even see my freckles or the slight natural creases in my skin? What about the thin body hairs? He asks, holding up his arms. Can you make out the tendons just under the skin or the veins? He asks, and she takes his arm and examines it closely. Not at any distance. It has to be this close for me to see all that, she says, and he considers. Some inches to his couple of feet to make out that level of detail. An interesting thing to put in the report, but not critical. I guess that does explain the movie. I can spot all the mistakes and flaws much more easily. And why yours is so scary. No doubt you can see all sorts of little mistakes that make it less frightening. Oh no, the Aliens and Predator movies are well done. Not many mistakes to break immersion. I'm just very used to them as they're considered classics in action and horror, he remarks calmly. Then he's choking down his laughter as the one man in the movie gets horribly killed, which is an odd point, really. The women of the galaxy are bloated to cartoonish proportions by Axiom and their own diets. But what depictions of men there are often skinny and dainty-looking. Even odder is the fact that they almost look like humans in costume. It would take a bit of effort, especially with the arms, but he would be able to disguise himself as a Zedden man. Although the Axiom field would also be really, really tricky, it would be enough to do it over a recording, though, to fool a camera and whoever's watching on the other side. Something else for his next report. Oh hey, a gearing up for battle montage. Classics never go out of style, Herbert says as he watches the actress visibly pour Axiom into her tailblade and focuses it into her hands before running them over her elongated skull. It leaves a crackling marking that Herbert considers. Usually it takes a massive amount of energy to make Axiom visible. It's likely a shorthand for her powering up. Then she does something that confuses him. She gets into contact with someone. A montage of her brooding in the darkness and linking all the locations of the attacks, Axiom still crackling across her, when there's a knocking at the door. A predator, he asks. Yeah. the girls around him correct in a scandalized tone. Yeah, then. Wait, did this turn into a... Holy hell, this might actually start getting good. He notes sitting up more to watch as the alien and predator go over the maps of where the camouflage rock monster has attacked, and the predator points to a point near the center of it all. A scene transition later, and they're tearing a boulder off the entrance to an abandoned mine. There's conversation about it being an automatically mined out seam via drones. A spear extends in the Yaya woman's hand, and she begins stalking inwards before fading out of visibility. Ominous music begins playing as the hero of the movie starts prowling in 3 dimensions, crawling along the walls and ceiling to slip away and around and confuse the creature. There is a roar within the tunnels as the monster realizes it's not alone, and the sound of stone cracking and crunching. Whatever the thing actually is called, it's stupendously strong. Then it's over in seconds. The monster gets the jump on the hero, but a spear rams its way through it courtesy of the Yaya, giving the woman enough time to impale it clean through the head with her tail blade. There's a maudlin scene of it having a nest where a bomb is planted to both destroy them as they cinematically hatch and collapse the mineshaft to render the tunnels unusable as a lair for the creatures in the future. There are fond farewells and a scene of mourning for the hero, before the last scene is of her preparing weapons and with books on anatomy for the monster. She's on the hunt. Well, that was something. It got good for about 10 minutes, but the rest was a B-movie comedy, Herbert remarks. Oh, come on, it was a good movie, the girl to his immediate right says, and he shrugs. It was entertaining, but there's going to be points where things just get lost in translation, he says before jumping a little as a Purries grabs onto his ankle and begins to purr. Could you, he asks, holding up his leg, and she giggles before caressing the harmless creature he's feigning discomfort with and pulls it away. Thank you, he says, glad of their habit of remembering him as the guy who gives scritches and treats. It really makes him seem harmless and beneath any level of suspicion to be freaked out by the alien equivalent of clawless kittens. Not that the girls are very suspicious of him to begin with. They're teenagers, and most of them are none too bright either. But there are cameras that he's been spotting all over, and one of the first rules of a spy is that if you're not sure who's watching you, then you must assume they are at the very least competent and suspicious of you. If nothing else, the little act amused him at least, so he would probably pretend to be somewhat freaked out by the creatures until openly called out. Right, well, if the action comedy's over with, we still have 2 movies to... No! The entire crowd shouts at him. He'd given them the cliff notes for Predator 2 and Aliens, and no one wanted to see it but him. All right, well, what's the next suggestion then? He asks, and that sparks a debate. Tell you what, I'll go refill the drink cooler. You girls decide what we're watching next, he offers as he stands up. Make sure there's plenty of Hiri soda in it. One of them calls out to him. He offers a thumbs up and grabs oversized cooler and flicks on its anti-gravity. He then picks up the tether and guides it out of the room. Just glad carbonation is pretty much universal, though they seriously need to caffeinate things. He notes as he walks the thing into the nearest kitchen and opens a few different cases. He then brings out a few bottles that are covered in yellow hazard tape. Cola brewed on the Dauntless, as they won't let him at the stills. Openly, at any rate. He's got a solid stash underneath his closet and a few squat bottles behind a layer of fake books in a bookshelf. All of them either get well soon or wedding presents. He wasn't sure if they annoyed or amused him more. But hey, booze is booze. The benefit of being a teen is that it doesn't take much booze to get a good buzz going, but it's also way too easy to get a hangover. The cooler does exactly as advertised, and the small section he had indicated to be colder than the rest is full of his cola. They're now too cold and too visibly different to be mistaken for anything else. And I'm back. Also this bit here. My soda. It's got what would be a near lethal dose of caffeine in it, so be careful. As you can see, caution yellow outside. Different shape as it's a bottle and it's much colder than the rest, so there shouldn't be any mistakes, okay, girls? He asked, coming in and indicating the interior of the cooler. Kay! Some of the nearest girls chime as they quickly grab their own soda. So what are we watching next? He asks, and there's a silence. What? We decided, one of the girls says before swallowing nervously. We're getting those horrible movies out of the way. We're getting them over and done with, so we never have to see them again. and they can't be held over our heads. Not to mention we remember the promise, no sex until you sit through all four? Sure, I expected you all to get it done sooner as even I'm feeling the dry spell, he teases before taking a sip of his soda. So they're adjusting to him and trying to change things to their own advantage? Interesting. They've got more courage than he considered. Okay, just remember we're seeing children in danger, brutal gang murders and criminal madness in Predator 2, and Aliens shows again child endangerment, and an entire army of the xenomorphs along with a queen egg-laying variant that makes more monster purrs. He explains, and he could swear some of them go pale. Yes, we're getting this done and over with. As much fun as living in a romantic comedy can be, it's got downsides. We're doing this. Chapter 46, The Dauntless. He puffs on his cigar as he regards the Lance 03, a small 10-man support and ferry craft. It's designed for null space use, and with a rotating portion designed to simulate gravity outside the reach of Axiom, one of a total of 6 known null-capable craft, the Dauntless being first, and Lance 01 to 05 being the remainder. The Lance series were all vaguely shaped like the head of a spear, albeit without much to attach it to a haft. Admiral? Captain Johanna Lake asks him as he approaches, and he smiles. You didn't think I'd send you back to Earth without a proper send-off, did you? He asks. Sir, you don't have to. All of us are very well rated for 0 gravity. Furthermore, the Lances are rated to dock with the space station easily, and even shift and lock into place for atmospheric entrance without Axiom assistance. We're going to be fine. Regardless, you are a member of my crew, Captain. A captain in my fleet, no less. You are my responsibility as your ship and crew are yours. From now until you reach Earth and receive an honorable discharge, I am your superior officer. Admiral Cistern says, and she snaps a salute. Thank you, sir, but you really don't need to worry. We know exactly what to expect, and it's just a simple jaunt home. Less dangerous than our trip out, even as there won't be an overcrowded ship going completely stir-crazy in 0 gravity. Captain Lake remarks, and he nods. Still, the hard copies in English, Chinese, Spanish, Arabic, and Hindi should help. The blueprints and... Captain, I appreciate the concern, but we've sexable-checked everything. We're ready, she says, and he nods. Although it is rather cute that the mighty Admiral Cistern frets over his captains like a nervous father. There is never anything wrong with being concerned for one's subordinate's young lady, Philip says suddenly in the area without a hint to his approach. Captain Lake twitches, but barely resists jumping. I thought this would be sent off without ceremony. Get everything off and away, and by the time any potential spies learn about us sending a report back, it's already gone. Captain Lake remarks, and Sir Philip nods gently. Dear girl, if you manage to keep a secret from me while upon the same continent, let alone the same ship, then you will have my deep admiration and respect. Alas, you must make do with more moderate levels of respect and admiration, madam, he says with a grin. Right. Well, my men and I will be locking everything into place and going through our pre-flight checklist. Godspeed, Captain. Admiral Cistern says, snapping off a salute to the volunteer, and she returns it with a smile. She climbs up the ramp into the long and angular ship, and he paces around it. The ship is a pair of large wings with a cylinder inside it, and a jutting forward helm with a large chunky engine on the back. Here in the Axiom, and when entering an area of gravity, the ship locks in the central cylinder. Within the null and out of gravity, the cylinder rotates near endlessly, leaving only the helm and engines with adjoining hallway in 0 gravity. Granted, the gravity in the living quarters will not be high, but it will be high enough for considerably higher quality of life than 0 gravity offers. Currently, the braces are extended from the wings to lock down the rotational cylinder. It requires little energy to get it moving, and with the central braces, little energy to stop. The remaining 4 are simply to hold everything still. The chunky engines at the back are the quad-powered beasts. One of each type is all that's needed, but they not only get a pair, but parts for repair, or even to build a spare from scratch. This small crew of 10 will go out and change the Earth almost as much as the original probe sent to them. He examines the false head of the ship, decorated to look like the helm, and if there were any boarders, they would find themselves in the trap. Right behind it and incorporated into the wings are a pair of turrets to attack into space. Its firing arcs only face forwards and backwards, but that would have to do as they could not fit more on without resorting to Axiom techniques. Ablative plating, reflective panels, solar panels, at minimum, a trinity of backups for each system, and should worse come to worse, the wings could be broken away from, and the central cylinder could reveal hidden backup engines for emergency escape. Redundancies. That is the human design method. Each of our ships is designed to last longer than any other, he says to himself, then nods. A fair thing to be known for, sir. Everyone likes a showpiece, but the foundations of all civilizations are built upon the reliable and steady. Sir Philip remarks, and he nods. They finish the little walk around of what is ostensibly the third of only 5 null-resistant galactic-rated shuttles. Although being resistant to null, which is regarded with near-mythic fear, the galaxy over is certainly an advantage on the marketplace. Be honest with me, Philip. The galaxy is considered to be at a golden age. Are we doing the right thing bringing our chaos into it? Only here in Centris and along the major galactic laneways is this an age of plenty and prosperity. It's included in the political summary and details I have added into the data, sir. Sir Philip says as Lance 03 slowly pulls off the ground with the Axiom anti-gravity drives and rises up like a phantom. Then it's gone in a moment, blasting into the distance like a bird of chrome and solar panels. They would ride the largest galactic lanes and shut everything that uses Axiom down a full day before hitting the edge of cruel space, and use the dismantling systems to pull them apart and bleed out further Axiom concentrations. They would then carry their momentum into the null and use maneuvering thrusters to adjust their course. Logistically, it should take less than a week for the full travel through the null if they could maintain the momentum. Personally, he assumed it would take a week and a half if they were being reasonably cautious. Which they were under orders to be. They were already gone, though. A no-contact priority with the only hint of their passing being the numerous members of the EFL nearby, along the laneways, with an ear open for an emergency broadcast. And the rest of the galaxy, Philip? Admiral Cistern asks after a minute of simply staring out to where Lance 03 had gone. Wealth and prosperity along the galactic lanes that lead here to Centris, yet the further from the lanes, the less wealth and order there is. They even have generic nicknames similar to our null repository of cruel space. The old spy says, and Admiral Cistern takes a final puff of his now depleted cigar. He flicks away the stub into a distant rubbish bin. His own slight training with Axiom caused the shot to soar with trivial ease. I believe I've heard them used in passing. Prosperous space, distant space, frontier space, and wild space in the order of ease of access. Correct, sir. Furthermore, there are unique problems within each aspect. Within Centris and prosperous space conspiracy is the name of the day. Thankfully, here in the beating heart of corruption, the conspiracies are so thick upon the ground, they are unable to actually act. Distant space has an extremely weak police presence and rely upon a system of high-paying bounties to clamp down on the worst of lawbreakers. The gentlemen you have posted upon the chainbreaker have been taking ruthless advantage of such. I had noticed the unusual amount of bounties in those areas. The frontier seems almost like America's Old West. Self-governance and self-reliance are the order of the day, sir. I've spoken to a few of their representatives, and the way they're treated is either poorly or not at all. They are ignored. I had noticed Ambassador Nikti Tal speaks with me on the regular, always seemingly shocked that I'm willing to see her. Ambassador Cistern remarks calmly. Brull is technically a frontier world, Sir Philip remarks before cracking a smile. However, I would also place the repeated visits on the fact that the young lady is clearly growing increasingly enamored with you, sir. Could we please not? I have yet to fully come to grips with my ex-wife's actions, let alone prepared myself for further madness. Sir, the way of a woman is not the way of madness, Sir Philip says with his smile reined in, but still present on his stoic face somehow. Let us agree to disagree. He says, taking a deep breath and rumbles into his throat. He's developed a bit of phlegm off the last cigar. He'll have to watch his smoking. Speaking of disagreements, sir, it appears our team for smoking out conspiracy have had a very productive trip. Mr. Amadi Adegoke is now married to no less than 15 of the 4 armed rabbit women who have declared themselves rabbis. How and why a species of alien that have never so much as heard of humanity can be priests of the Jewish faith is beyond me. But there we are. Sir Philip remarks, and Admiral Cistern smirks. Language quirks. There are only so many sounds and therefore so many combinations, let alone 2-syllable words. It's one of the least confusing parts of all this. What about the other 2 team members, Engineer Pike and Trooper Jackson? Engineer Pike is in the process of being seduced by a praying mantis woman known as a Snikt and a Hydra-based woman known as a Lidris. Their names are Misty and Shireen, respectively. His personal disgust at all things sexual is slowly losing in front of a combination of pampering affection and increasing lust. I doubt it will break his unrelenting pessimism, but one can always hope. Admiral Cistern considers as he stands at ease back into a comfortable place as he receives the report. Indeed, sir. As to our last touch of bait, he has found himself in bed with a pair of Matak sisters by the name of Nita and Nika. There is a high possibility of pregnancy. I see. I am unfamiliar with the Metak. What are they? They are categorized as multiple, mammalian, omnivores, 1 to 100 number 15. At a first glance, they are short blue-skinned women. However, they have tiny shape-shifting wings that are the result of Axiom-endowed evolution. They are skilled in flight and appear to have evolved from some form of bat. They are often born in groups of 2 to 5, and such siblings often follow one another in all walks of life. They are known for their mobility and propensity for running messages, and their natural speed and agility serves those in military functions well. And the ones with Trooper Jackson? Admiral Cistern asks. Twixt the 2, there is a single functioning brain, held exclusively by Nika. Nita is excitable, dim, and reckless. Nika is stubborn, somewhat delusional, and condescending to anyone she believes less intelligent than herself. She also has a very high opinion of her own intelligence and flagrantly disbelieves in the existence of humans. Sir Philip says, and Admiral Cistern opens his mouth to say something about that, then pauses and closes it as he considers things. How would you profile the 2 hanging around Engineer Pike? Misty is a desperate middle-aged woman who's very much on the hunt for her man and decided that Engineer Pike is her soon-to-be husband. Personal decision or decency be damned, and has taken much of her seduction advice from pornography. Shireen, on the other hand, is a young woman boiling in her hormones, and while just as desperate, is hopelessly naive. She would be doing better if she didn't misinterpret every second word as some kind of sexual innuendo and finding herself distracted. Effectively a pervert that's doing what she can to hide things. Sir Philip explains, and Admiral Cistern almost smirks. Well, what's the betting pool say about those 2? Current odds favor Misty by a factor of 5 to 2 due to her sheer persistence. Not that the intelligence division has a betting pool based on the sex life of the other soldiers. Admiral Cistern notes in an amused tone. Of course not, sir. Sir Philip agrees with a quickly hidden smile. Our last trooper? The small warren of rabbis' women are effectively extended family. They're also speaking about bringing more unmarried cousins and sisters in. There are 3 to 2 odds that by the end of the week he will be as massively married as Mr. Herbert Jameson. From what I understood, he did ask for it. He did indeed, sir. It's a very odd galaxy where gossiping about my trooper's love lives counts as a legitimate status report. He laments somewhat. To be fair, sir, they have found nearly 10 separate conspiracies despite being occupied, Sir Philip says with a bit of a smile. My apprentices in intelligence have had quite the time trying to understand how the nickname Reggie is a form of countersign for a hired assassin. By the end of the month, sheer experience will leave me with nothing to teach them. And then back to retirement, I take it? Indeed, sir. By the end of the year, my replacement will be fully trained, and I will be returning home. Chapter 47, The Pirates. All right, gentlemen, I hope you've all done your homework because it's time to brainstorm. I wanted 2 targets and projects from each of you. Overlap will determine priority. Now, how are we conquering this world? Miles asked the round table of all the men. Toss your folder in so everyone can take a look. I'll just get mine over with. We need to blow the old tunnels on the northeastern archipelago, the one kinda shaped like a thumbs up. There's rumors of some kind of monsters nesting in there. We need to get rid of either them or their home. So that's target one for me. The project will be surveying the mess after we do that to see if they can be used as a bolt hole or still have anything worth digging for, Jean-Luc says, throwing a folder onto the table. After that, there's some gang knocking over the local booze transports. It's just dirty water, really, but the girls like that stuff. So we need to bust some heads. After that, we reimburse and help out the bars, and we get a lot of people on our side. Not bad. Very well thought out, John, Victor notes before clearing his throat. There's also the obvious. We need to get our hands on, or at least in contact with the ambassador of this world. The more official our reign over Vuxa 5 is, the less hassle we have to deal with if we accidentally become more important. Shit, that's one of mine, Marcus remarks, glancing at his folder with a grin. Same, Ryu admits with a chuckle. Yeah, Lou adds. Guess we know what one of our top priorities is then. My second project would be to get control of or launch some early warning satellites in the system. Figure out what's on the market and get something efficient, but not over the top. Too much glitz will bring in the sticky-fingered types. That's us, Victor. We're pirates, Miles says, amused. We're more scoundrel pirates than thieving pirates. Victor returns. We've literally stolen an entire palace and spaceport, Miles says. We're in the process of stealing a planet, he continues. Exactly. Name a common thief that does that kind of stunt. Anyways, my two targets are a pair of local air bike gangs. We need to get our boots on their necks or bury them. They're causing a lot of damage and have killed the few sheriffs this place has had in the past. Those are the Victor plans, he says, tossing his folder into the center of the table. Speaking of sheriffs, we need to get a few officers of some kind to at least give us the air of legitimacy. Sheriff's my bet for what would work the best, Marcus says, holding his folder up. I agree we need to contact our ambassador to Centris, a Miss Vuni Luxt. We get her on our side and a lot of problems fade away. My targets are a pair of mines not far from that one Jean-Luc mentioned. That small cluster seems to be the stinking armpit of the planet, as there's supposedly slave labor there. We pop the heads of the bosses and offer transport to wherever for the girls in those pits want to go, and we get mines, goodwill, and some competition knocked clean out. Anyone also considering the mines? Miles asks and smiles at the lack of response. All right, Lou, then Ryu. Ambassador first, second is a shanty town. We help them put actual roofs over their heads, not made of junk, and they'll love us. They also have a local drug lord leaning hard on them and rumors of a serial killer there. We smoke out and smoke them both, and we have a small town on our side, Lou remarks, placing his folder in the middle of the table, and Ryu nods. There are several of those, including a series of rundown fishing villages. Two large groups of local gangs have been stealing their boats and waging war on the water. We crush both gangs and return the boats to them, and the towns can start picking themselves up. That'll give us another few towns on our team in return for a single night of violence. A lot of people to mow through, though, Ryu explains before putting his folder onto the table. I'll go next. I've lived in ghettos, pulled myself out of them, so I can safely say that schools and places for teens to be together and safe will win us the hearts and minds of this world. There's a gang called the Breaks that we'll need to crush before any renewal gets off the ground. There are also a couple local pimps that are aggressive recruiters and quick on the kill. Apparently, there's an Axiom style that lets them knock someone out with a poke. Frank, I assume you'll be good for taking them out, Jake explains, putting his folder onto the pile. Franklin nods as he considers things. After all, most of his Axiom fights had been him getting the drop on someone and blitzing them with unexpected abilities. An aware and skilled opponent would be quite the change of pace. My suggestion is also about urban renewal. The planet has little in the way of proper hospitals, mostly back alley doctors and nurses. Renewing those in the major urban centers will take more than 2 bits of effort. The supply lines are also pretty important, so I'm considering this as a multiple-part thing. Also, the doctors will need more training and supplies, and Beck considers as he places his folder into the center of the table. It counts as 2. What are the targets? Miles asks. There's an organ harvesting operation. It needs to die. They pay a small group of criminals to kidnap their victims. They need to die as well, Beck says, and there are nods. This is all well and good, but we're all missing something. There is nothing we can build that will last if we don't get a proper logistics network up. Public transportation, proper laneways registered, everything will fail unless we can get ways to get everything we need where we need it. Roads are the veins of a city and highways are the veins of a world. After that, we need to get the markets moving, safe places where trade can happen, and people can start trading what they have for what they need and what they want. Be they bazaars, marketplaces, malls, trading halls, or whatever you want to call them. For that, we need to slam down on the small-time sky raiders and the jackasses that thieve all over the place. Take out those targets and we'll have an easier time pulling Vuxa out of its endless depression. Sai explains before holding up his folder and then placing it on the table. On the bigger picture, I have my own ideas. The planetary and galactic communication relays are either a hair's breadth from failure or already rotting husks. They need repair, and we need to get people trained with the skills to keep things repaired. Blue-collar stuff like carpenters, welders, electricians, plumbers, that sort of thing. As for my targets, I found out that there are a couple of small-time adepts using their Axiom to do all sorts of heinous things. I have the details in the folder, but I don't like to think about it. There may be some mercy kills in the near future. Franklin explains, sliding his to the center with a sigh. How bad? Miles asks, and Franklin looks away. Commander Smith, mass graves bad, he says softly. More, Miles says with a cross look. One has a fetish for cutting and putting things back together. The other likes how things dance with electricity. Neither cares about the suffering of others, Franklin says softly. We're going to need to snipe or assassinate them. A knife in the dark, maybe a bullet from the heavens. Either way, they need to be taken out fast and unexpectedly. You're going after these two yourself if we don't kill them first, aren't you? Miles asks him, and he nods. They're yours. Plan it well, and don't get killed. Franklin nods silently. All right. First off, gentlemen, we need to get some backup. I've sent out a call to the Chainbreaker. They're doing this for loot rights and gas. My targets are the Scorchin family and the Lean Criminal Clan. They were the Veeks' main competition. After the three main families, the world opens up for proper renewal. So we need to pop them. After that, we need to get a defense fleet up and a way to produce them. It wouldn't do for distant relatives of these people to come for their pound of flesh. I'm talking ground-to-orbit defenses. I'm talking short-range gunboats and magnetic mines. Miles explains and holds up his file. You're suggesting that we might end up facing full-on military-grade threats? Victor asked curiously. PMCs are a thing, even out here. I did a bit of digging, and there are 5 companies in just a week's travel that could be hired to show up and start cooking us with capital-scale lasers. And don't let the ground performance fool you. In-space laser is king, and plasma is queen, because without atmosphere in the way, they don't dissipate on ranges shorter than a solar system. You can't dodge a laser, and the defenses against those straight-up melt in front of plasma. Sure, one of our shells could shatter a ship's hull, but they're as easy to dodge as the plasma when spotted and require a lot more space for the ammo, he continues. And that's if we're not dodging assassins. We need to get the people on this world on our side 1,000%. Humanity's newness to the galaxy will play to our favor, as will the fact that they tend to treat men with a soft touch. But we're 10 guys in a crew of hundreds. We're a small target compared to the girls. More a prize to take from the girls, if we're being honest, Franklin says. The girls are talking about fortifying this area. They've got good ideas, but a siege will starve us out, Victor adds. All the more reason to get this entire world revived, Miles says calmly, meaning we need to put all of these into effect about last week or so. I'll get started on mine then. Those freaks need to die, and the sooner they're in the ground, the less damage they cause, Franklin says, rising up from his seat and walking to the exit. You're not dismissed yet, soldier. Get back here, Miles says, and Franklin turns back to fix him with a look. Sit down and shut up. Now is not the time for stupid bravado or revenge quests. Yes, the monsters will die, but not in a screaming fit of rage that gets someone important killed. Franklin sits back down but doesn't say anything. Christ, Franklin, we don't have a shrink here. Don't go nuts about this. They will die. Take comfort in it and let it go, Miles orders him. Why does it matter to you anyways? Jean-Luc asks. No, really. You're seriously pissed and holding it in hard. Why does it matter so much? There are 100 different ways those freaks could indulge their fucking fetishes, and they have to do it in a way I get, in a way that makes sense to me and is even beautiful to me. It's foul. It's wrong. You're projecting. Let it go. The closest you've come to torturing someone ended up seducing the woman so hard, she's literally moved in with you. Knives are used for all kinds of heinous things, and you don't see any of us shying away from butter knives or bayonets. Victor says, and Franklin takes a deep breath and exhales hard. Fine, calm. So long as the bad guys get got, then it's good. You're right. Not time to indulge. We've got a planet to fix, invasions to prepare for, and more. Franklin agrees. The Chainbreaker and her squad have proven to be monsters in a fight. We get them in to help with all the death, and we get everyone we can find that's hungry for a better tomorrow, and give them all the info, tools, and supplies they need. They'll do the rest and thank us for it, Marcus says. Speaking of information, we could use some pointers from them. We've likely picked up some bad habits from the girls and need a smack to the back of the head or three. Beck notes. Chapter 48. This is NSFW content. Please take a look at the original Reddit post if you want to read it. Chapter 49. The Pirates. Oh no, here I am, a helpless and virile man in the middle of his heat. Whatever shall I do? He states out loud, and there's some cursing in the earpiece under his toque. Look, Lou, I know you don't like being the bait, but for Christ's sakes, stop trying to piss off the man with a sniper rifle trained on your location. Miles answers, and he groans. Why me again? He asks plaintively. He has a microphone in the fold of his turtleneck that picks up his voice easily enough. You're smaller, so baggy clothes hide your strength and weapons. You're also pretty much our close combat specialist, Ya Kung Fu. Now get back to looking like a bitch. Jake adds into the communication network. Why are we going after the fucking pimps first, Lou asks. The slavers, warring gangs or sadistic witches, seem to be a much higher priority in his opinion. Hell, the serial killer or monsters was a higher priority. Target of convenience, they're closest, Jake replies. Can we please have a little calm discipline? Franklin asks from nearby and into the network. It's all Lou can do to not kick the bastard who's both invisible and apparently in arm's reach. I'll discipline your... Lou grumbles in an annoyed tone. Drop the hostility. Remember, you're a helpless little tret in over his head. Ryu both reminds and mocks him over the frequency. I'll show you over your head. He grumbles. Stick to the script. Miles orders over the comm. Look scared and vulnerable. Some sneaky little shit just ran off to rat you out. Franklin notes from the other side, and Lou once more suppresses the urge to hit the dumbass. Oh, woe is me. I am so defenseless and alone. Whatever is to be done. He deadpans out, and an invisible hand smacks into the back of his head. Oh, woe is me, he announces, turning around and swinging his arms out. For a second, Franklin can be spotted getting a backhand in the mouth before vanishing again. For fuck's sakes, you two. Miles groans as Lou smiles widely, wiping the bit of drool off his hand, and noticing that he actually got a bit of a cut for slapping a man in the teeth. The smile turns to a happy little chuckle as he can straight up feel Franklin's pissed-off glare despite the invisibility. Well, well, well. Looky here, a voice says, and Lou turns before blinking. Yes, he knew it was a pimp he was dealing with, but the image of the giant ant woman with huge breasts and huger hips in a massive pink, furry coat with vertical white tiger stripes renders him utterly slack-jawed. Looks like this big mama's getting some fresh meat for the market. Y'all look like you'll make mama some real money, and... She collapses to the ground, revealing a disgusted-looking Franklin standing behind her. That was messed up, he mutters as Lou still struggles to find the words to describe the experience he just had. This fucking galaxy, Lou says to himself, and there are some sounds of agreement out of the comms as the rest of the crew starts poking their heads out of the firing positions they had hidden in nearby, as Franklin holds on to the Drin woman's antenna in one hand. I got her stable locations. We going for the rescue first or the other pimp? Franklin says, letting go of the drin and quickly going into her pockets. He pulls out a device from her coat before pulling out his pistol. Hold it. We'll give her victims the choice of judgment. It'll make us seem to have some focus on justice and boost our rep, Ryu says, and Franklin pauses before grinning. Fair enough, he says before glancing around. Anyone got some cuffs to tie her up with? I've got minimum equipment so I don't clink or rattle. Jake walks out and easily hefts the pimp while the air truck they procured for this descends. She's quickly wrapped up in both cuffs and duct tape and thrown in the back without any ceremony. We're getting the next hit out of the way, dropping off the bitches, then saving their stables. Any arguments? Miles asks, and no one says a thing. All right then, let's get moving. The other one's territory is on the other side of the city. All of the men jump into the back as the truck and it soars over the city. All right, boys. We're looking for a Madame Horny, a Carib pimp. She's the heavier magic user of the two, and no matter how easy our first grab was, don't underestimate the second. This can still go massively wrong, Jake explains, and there are some snorts. Yeah, you. No one's afraid of Caribou Woman, but remember that her antlers act like an Axiom focus, meaning deadly armed. Yay, right. This is a pimp, not some criminal warlord bitch. She's used to intimidating soft little men who've accomplished nothing in life and bribing everyone else. She's a flamboyant bully, meaning nothing more than a big target. And that's if she's one of the Axiom-attuned Carib. There's another type whose antlers just fall out instead. Beck dismisses. Right, anyways, there's a part of the city called the Rustways. That's her stomping ground. Lou, will you? Miles begins. No, Lou answers, already fed up with being bait. Ryu, you're the next smallest. He immediately replies in the Japanese soldier size. Fine, hand me the stupid hat, he says in his pass the toque, which he hides his earpiece under before fiddling with the microphone and clipping it to the inside of his collar. Remember, like with Lou, we'll be nearby with all the weapons, Miles says as Ryu passes Lou his shotgun, and he takes it with a grin before going through a weapons check to make sure there's no surprises or silliness waiting for him. Yes, I know. Although how did Miss Pink hear Miss Franklin? Don't the Drin have incredible senses in their antenna? Ryu asks, and the Axiom adept of their group grins. That's because I'm doing more than fading out of sight. I'm attuning the outer layer of the resulting wavelength to the background Axiom and wrapping it around the whole mess while also pulling in all my pheromones and other indicators of presence. The only things I'm not focusing on are sound and touch. But I can be quiet, and so long as I don't run into someone, then I'm fine. Franklin explains, and there's a pause. Really? I dumbed it down and everything. It's that we could understand it that shocked us, Beck remarks. We're coming up to Rustways. Franklin, you and Ryu need to go, Jake says, and Franklin nods before jumping out of the moving truck and is suddenly on the ground and safe. Ryu follows him, and there's the curious sensation of gravity dancing around him as Franklin prevents him from slamming into the ground and lets him down gently. Get moving. We've got a block before you need to put on a show, Franklin remarks, and Ryu nods as he focuses through the Axiom totem wrapped around his finger. A curved blade appears in his hands, and he nods with a vicious grin. No samurai jokes, Ryu remarks, and Franklin grins, even as he fades out of sight. Hi. Nin, he says, and Ryu just snorts at the stupidity. He then starts walking, shifting his stance from the combat-ready stance that's become his habit to something from his younger years. His nose up, a laser focus on something in his hand, and a fast clip, no-nonsense walk. He's just missing a formal outfit instead of the sweater over top the body armor. He adjusts his glasses and picks up the pace with his nose buried in his communicator. A quick text to let them know he's doing the busy student salaryman routine, and hopefully that's bait enough for the pimp. The response is that they found some hints of her being not too far away and are setting up Miles' sniping position and setting up several ropes for the rest to rappel down at a moment's notice. Heel toe, he quickly does a search on his communicator to see the history of this world. Technically, this place was in wild space, but the now degraded level of progression and population still qualified it for frontier space. There was a risk of the world losing representation in the Senate on Centris if the Senate actually cared enough to evaluate the world and properly classify it. Thankfully, their ignorance and wanton apathy are playing to the advantage of the crew. A sharp right, and he keeps marching, flicking through to a news article from a sensationalist website. They debate whether or not humans are actually real due to the sheer similarity between them and Tret, with one of the major arguments for it being the few female officers seen who quite clearly do not physically develop to the level of Tret women. Coupled with the sheer amount of toxins and chemical weapons that the average human trooper devours with a gusto, and it has a solid argument. The other side of the article has some rather weak counter-arguments, with them trying to claim that the women aboard the Dauntless are in fact unnaturally tall children and not another species of woman. He contemplates sending a text asking what, if anything, the other men know about what the women think about all this. It has to be confusing and distracting at the best of. He walks clean into an invisible wall and falls down upon himself. His communicator thankfully bounces onto his chest as he gasps in surprise and adjusts his glasses to their proper position. "Nani?" he asks to play up the out-of-his-depth part of his little deception, and there's a pair of clops behind him. He looks back and finds himself face to knee with soft gray fur-covered legs that end in cloven hooves. Then he looks up. Unfortunately, he can't see her face past her enormous breasts, but the antlers can be seen to either side. Madame Horny lives up to her name as the type to inspire her namesake and living it. She's got nothing but a pale blue micro bikini and a big white fur coat on, and takes a step back before leaning over him. Her antlers are adorned with all sorts of little bangles that make her look like she's some kind of Christmas-themed stripper near the end of her act. "Oh, you poor little thing. I'm sorry about the hardened air, but I just couldn't." She freezes as Franklin reappears with his pistol pressed to the side of her head. "All right, boys, we've got her. This crumbling city's pimps are under our control," Franklin says, "and stop drawing on the Axiom. I can see it, and if you don't stop, I shoot," he threatens her, and she goes still. "No. This can't be happening. This isn't happening," she mutters to herself as she starts to shake. Franklin gives Rue an odd look, who shrugs. Neither expected her to break so quickly. "Please, no. I need to be there for them. I don't know who you are, but surely men understand that other men need protection." "Keep talking," Ryu tells her, and she blinks. "You don't know?" she asks. "Lady, our species evolved in cruel space. Men dominate there," Franklin says as Lou bounces down and is there in a hurry. "What's going on?" Lou asks. "That's what we're trying to figure out. Big Mama was flesh peddling, but it seems her compatriot," Ryu begins. "I am not like that wretch. She abuses and enslaves the men she finds. I protect mine. I'm more of a mother than she'll ever be." "Then in that case, you won't mind coming with us. We're taking you and your rival to our compound and then rescuing both stables of boys. If you're actually like a mother to your boys, then they'll vouch for you," Jake says as he walks up with his heavy machine gun, vaguely pointed at her, and finger on the trigger even as it's held firmly by straps. She eyes the massive weapon warily, as would anyone not clearly on the same team as the man toting a monster that big around with ease. "Oh, okay, fine. If you want to judge me based on how my boys think of me, then this is just a formality," she says, standing tall. "If she's cooperating, then that's all the easier. We're here for justice and order, not blind madness and bloodlust," Miles says as he gets down to their level. Cy brings the truck around and she looks surprised to see Big Mama both in the back and alive. "Tell us where the boys are. If they're well taken care of and actually vouch for you, then everything will be fine. They're with their wives. You boys really aren't local, aren't you?" Madame Horny asks, and at Miles' raised eyebrow she smiles. "It's dangerous around here. Big Mama has a bunch of drugged-up victims. I am a matchmaker and bodyguard for mine. They're like children to me," she says. "Oh, really? Well, it'll be interesting to get their side of the story. But if you're being so kind as to cooperate, then come along now," Miles says, and she nods. She climbs into the truck alongside everyone else who keeps at least one weapon trained on her and Big Mama at all times. As she realizes they're heading to the Vika's compound, she goes into a panic until Ryu conjures his hard light sword and holds it up to her. "The Vakes are dead. We're in charge," Miles says to her shock. "Miles, Is that you and your boys? Where did you go? Hani demands. Apparently she's on comm duty. You remember how we promised to help make the world a better place to rule? Miles asks her, and she nods. There's no point explaining much to her. She's one of the bridge crew, dim but diligent in her work. Well, we're starting with Mainport City, then moving outwards. We each have our own little plans, and today we're working on Jake's. Helping the main city, after we deal with the 2 girls we're bringing in, we're going to start rebuilding and funding schools and recreation centers. You know, the sort of things that get people to really like you. Miles explains and Hani blinks in surprise. I have to tell Captain Lilpaw, she says and Miles nods. We're going to Landing Bay 73, he says and she nods. Chapter 50, The Pirates. Mari, she asks as she walks into the docking back. The boys had been out for some mischief while everyone was busy, and now an old friend was being held at gunpoint. Agenda? My gracious, what are you? Mari begins. You know each other? Her Miles asks and Agenda huffs as she bounds up to them and stands upright. There's another prisoner they have, a Dren in a rather fetching pink-striped coat. Oh my goodness, are you pregnant? You smell pregnant. Who's the father? Is it one of these men? Mari asks, bouncing in her overly skimpy outfit. I am. Now, what's going on? How do you 2 know each other? Miles says as he undoes Mari's cuffs to let her rush forward and embrace Agenda. This she-beast of a wolf and I used to run together before I got out of the business, Mari exclaims with glee as she and Agenda hold on to each other's shoulders and smile. Agenda, Miles asks and draws her attention. How do you know Madame Horny, one of the 2 most infamous pimps on the planet? Pimp? What have you been up to? Agenda demands. Thank you, Miles says. It was the only way to protect them, the only way to keep things from getting worse for the poor dears. Mari explains and Agenda pulls her in for a comforting hug. Some details, please. Are you or are you not an abusive pimp? Miles demands, and Agenda holds her out and examines her. Mari, what's going on? She asks. I may have used my reputation to protect my sons, Mary says with a shrug and a coy smile. And the pimp bit? Miles presses. It's natural that men would want to be married or father children. But if they were known to be on the market, then someone would hurt them. So I feign them being for sale and get to screen their brides. Keep the wicked away. Mary explains and Miles has his eyes scrunched up and is pinching the bridge of his nose. Okay, that's it. I'm calling bullshit. Frank, front and center, we need a scan, Miles remarks before calling across the docking bay. The Axiom adept walks up and ignores Agenda's slight glare. She's been claiming, I heard their voices carry, and I have oversensitive ears, Franklin says as he looks from one to the other. Excuse me, ladies? He says, reaching up for Mari's head, but is stopped by Agenda grabbing his wrist. What are you doing? Agenda demands. Seeing if she's lying to us. People change, Captain. She might have been sweetness and sunshine when you knew her last, but Franklin's explanation is cut off by the 2 women bursting into laughter. He then grabs the side of Mari's head with his left hand, and the Carib woman goes still along with him. Hey, Agenda protests and Miles raises an eyebrow. If she's being honest, then he won't hurt her. But this is a potential hostage rescue situation. We don't have time to play 20 questions. Apparently we do. This woman is smitten with the boys under her command. Stark opposite of Big Mama, really. On the night they were kidnapped, she cut ties with her old gang and ran with the kids, Franklin says, pulling his hand back. Sorry about that, but we had to be sure. He apologizes to Mari, who just blinks in confusion. Oh, what just happened? My mind feels scrambled. My thoughts went to my boys, Mari whispers, before shaking her head to refocus herself. I did a basic scan of your boys and what you think about them, important memories and such. I saw the rescue. I saw your maternal instincts hit you hard enough for you to betray your old gang and run with them. I saw you cross 6 different worlds to keep them safe. I saw you seeing them married and the children they've had, slamming that maternal instinct twice as hard. So she's telling the truth? Miles asks and Franklin nods. All right then, Madam Mari Horny, you have my apologies for the unpleasantness of our meeting. My associates and I are part of Captain Lilpaw's crew. They have a habit of leaving us with little to do, so we've taken it upon ourselves for a little urban renewal on a planetary scale. Basically, our girls are in the process of conquering Vuxa, and we want to make it a place worth ruling over. It has two parts, fixing things and breaking things. Going after the two most infamous pimps on the planet was part of the breaking plan. Your reputation got you caught up in our little trap. I see. And what are you planning on doing now? Agenda asks, giving Miles a pointed look. Look, gorgeous. You've got enough on your plate screening all the new hires and securing your power. We're helping you out in our own small way. After the first little bit of breaking, we've got the task of building schools and recreational centers for youth. Keep the young educated and keep them occupied and out of the gangs. Miles explains and Mar gasps. That's wonderful, but what can you do? You're just, not to be rude, but what do you actually know about these kinds of things? She asks and he chuckles. Enough, don't you worry. We're more than just pretty faces, Franklin assures her before Miles can. Incidentally, I did a scan of Big Mama too. Would you be willing to help out with her stable? They need the kind of support and care that no one on the ship really has time or the aptitude for. What are you doing, Franklin? Miles asks. She's seen each of her adopted sons happily married off and keeps protecting them, still with her nasty reputation, and is actively looking to protect more. That's what she was planning with Ryu, get him off the street and into safety. Franklin explains to Miles, whose eyebrows go up. Are you willing to do so again, ma'am? We've got 30 young men being held hostage against the women that have bonded with them. 30? Mari and Agenda demand in shock. 32, actually. But that would be, Miles asks, doing the math. A full 10th of all men in the city. Yes, Franklin says. She considers it a point of pride that 1 in every 10 girls pays her. God damn, Miles mutters. Do you have the locations? Yes, but we'll need more than just the truck, Franklin says. I'll get some girls down. Franklin, give the locations. Mari, are you willing to help them? I'm willing to give you a wing of the manor to keeping them all safe, Agenda says, and Miles gives her a weird look. So little Johnny wasn't the one-off you tried to play him off as? Miles asks with a grin. Little Johnny? Mari asks. Oh, just go already, rescue those poor boys, Agenda tells him. All right, we'll be taking that massive transport in Docking Bay 56 then. We need to bring all of them along at once, Miles says before stepping back. I'll let you two get reacquainted. Boys, we're heading out for some rescue. Docking Bay 56, hustle, hustle, hustle. He shouts and there's a flurry of movement from the boys who rush out as one. Hey, Jin babe, you got time to take a prisoner for me? I've been stomping on some local troublemakers to help stabilize things. She's in Docking Bay 73. Jake asks on his communicator and smiles at the answer. Oh, me. Just heading out with the guys to finish up some of it so we can get started on making this world a better one. Don't you worry, I'll be fine. Oh, is the big man in love? Beck teases him and dodges an offhanded swing. Ha! Oh, nothing. Just a little shit who's going to get what's coming to him, he says, and on the other end, Jin can be heard laughing. Anyways, we're off to rescue some poor abused boys. Wish me luck. He chimes into the phone, and after the good luck, he hangs up and puts on some speed to chase Beck down as everyone heads toward the docking bay with the remodeled Airbus. All right, everyone, hang on. I've not flown something this big before, Sai remarks as he shoves the key into the ignition and the vehicle rises off the ground. Hang on to something, Beck shouts to the rest. Hang on to something, Jake echoes back in a seemingly panicked tone. Sai slowly turns to look back with a level glare. Oh, grow a sense humor, will ya? Beck chides him, and he slowly turns back before the transport rises out of the docking bay, and Sai waits for the IFF on the defenses to indicate he's clear to move before blasting out over Mainport. Franklin guides him to an apartment complex that looks half-rotted with a weed-choked yard and all sorts of strange banners and graffiti on it. You're kidding, Sai remarks as he sees the building. Nope. She uses it as a cover. Most never even see the building itself. There's an old tunnel that leads to that car park just over there. That's where she meets her customers. They think it's neutral ground away from her numerous safe houses. When the whole time you just need a half-decent throwing arm to hit where she's housing her boys. Clever, Miles remarks. What about entrances? Ground entrances are all blocked up. The first floor is inaccessible. Second to sixth are in good repair, so solid in fact that you could knock away the rest of the building, and despite looking naked, the rest of it would be fine structurally. So where do I park the bus and how do we get in? Cy asks, and Franklin points to the car park. Secret passage. Well, not really. There's an elevator with a stuck button. Twist it to unstuck it, and press it back in before twisting it back to send it down. Franklin explains, and Cy gives him a look. What? Then why didn't you point me to the car park? So that you actually understand things. I'm not keeping you in ignorance. I'm explaining it all. You know what? Forget it. Just go to the freaking car park. Franklin gripes, and less than a minute later, he's leading them all out with his hands in his pockets. The hell crawled up his ass and died, Beck asks Miles as they follow him down into the building. Did you read the folder he contributed? Skimmed it. The nearest witch is in a small town some 100 kilometers north-ish of here. She's the cutting one, and it's not so much mass gave as pit of hacked-off parts. The notes in the margins? Miles asks, and Beck shrugs. Well, he confesses to having some nightmares about what they've been up to. I talked to him, and he's told me that he hasn't had a good night's sleep in about 4 days. He's been given some medicine to start taking tonight, but he's gonna be in a shit mood till then. Ah, that makes sense, Beck remarks. Franklin leads them all to an elevator that comes fairly quickly when called. I'll stay with the bus, Cy says, refusing to get in. And I'm not crowding in there, Jake says as he and Victor also stay outside of it. Our weapons won't be much good so tightly packed in inside that place, Victor says. We'll set up a kill box just in case, Jake adds, and both men nod. Yeah, good thinking, you two, Miles says as Franklin fiddles with the button to unstick, then restick it. The doors close and they go down and down to a hallway with a camera pointing right at them. Don't worry about the camera. It reads your general profile and unfamiliar women are shot. But we're men, registered as harmless, Franklin explains as he leads the way out of it. How's it work? Jean-Luc asks somewhat curiously. It matches you up with a silhouette. The only female one allowed is of a drin in a big fluffy coat. Male ones are allowed in without an issue. No, how do I set one up myself? An automatic turret sounds like a fun toy, Jean-Luc clarifies. She's still got the owner's manual in her little office. Franklin responds and Jean-Luc grins. How much did you get from her? Miles asks, and Franklin turns to give him a vicious smile. That much? He asks, and there's a nod. He leads them up a stairwell, and after 3 flights, he knocks on a door in a hallway. A young, thin man opens the door. He's wearing an open button-up shirt and yoga pants only. Fear and trepidation gives way to wary confusion. Holy shit, so that's a Tret man? He's just some guy, Beck asks in surprise. He's utterly Axiom dependent, has no stomach for spice, and nothing in the way of adrenaline. Miles remarks, Franklin, go ransack Big Mama's stashes and office. I'll deal with this. Ryu, Jean-Luc, go with him. On it, boss. Who are you people? What's going on? The Tret asks as he buttons up his shirt. We're here to rescue you and all of Big Mama's stable. I'm Miles Brent, to me left is Beck Ellie, behind him is Marcus Titus, and to my right is Sun Lu. Miles introduces, with all of them giving a slight wave. I'm Grigoro. Last name? Miles asks. No. Mama. Nah, she took me from a hospital when I was newborn. What does rescuing me mean? Well, that was both an answer and a question and a half. Good Lord. We're getting you and all the others out of here and someplace where you can be safe before heading out to go where you want to go and do what you want. What I want? What do I want? Grigoro asked himself in a haunted tone. I want out of here. Yes. My brothers too. Will you help us? That's why we're here, Miles says with a gentle smile.